You have slept in your bed. HP and CP are fully restored. Naruto awoke and prepared for the new day to come. After a quick cold shower and freshly cleaned teeth, Naruto ate a quick breakfast of rice and grilled fish, a recipe he'd learned in Nami and one he'd come to really enjoy. Rice and grilled fish restores 1000 HP, plus 50 Vit and plus 20 Dex for 60 minutes. As to the source of the fish, well, that was another life skill he'd picked up in Nami no Kuni. Fishing active LV13 Express, 13.12% CP5. There is something rewarding in catching your own food, and the bountiful waters of the elemental nations have plenty to spare if you've got the time and the patience. Additional 13% chance to catch edible fish. As a result, he'd stockpiled a lot of horse mackerel and salmon in his inventory. Speaking of, he'd need to sell most of it off as soon as possible so it doesn't turn bad on him. That was something else he'd learned about his inventory. Food still had an expiration date, it didn't really put things in stasis. Which brought him back to needing to get back in the habit of doing dailies. Naruto groaned at the thought of getting back into the daily grind after having such a great experience on Nami no Kuni mission. Not necessarily the mission itself, but the training time, the pure unadulterated, uninterrupted training time. No dailies to eat up time with stupid chores. Just training in a dungeon with someone that was becoming a decent friend. Okay, so Sakura was still bitchy sometimes, but she at least seemed to have developed a little respect for him. It was a start. Speaking of Sakura, Naruto felt that he'd finally moved on from his crush on her. She was his friend, sure, but that was it. After having spent so much time with her, every day for the last month, closer to 2 months, he'd gotten to know her a lot better. She was very girly, too girly for his tastes. She complained constantly about everything, and if something went even a little wrong, she'd complain even louder and longer about it. She liked flowers and shopping and pretty clothes and jewelry. Naruto liked weapons, training and video games. Then there was the fact that the only thing they had in common was being a shinobi, and even then she didn't take it as seriously as Naruto did. She was in it to protect herself and her family, a bit selfish but still a good reason. If Naruto had been asked a year ago why he was becoming a shinobi, he would have said it was to gain respect so that people would stop looking down on him. Now, he could honestly say it was the will of fire the old man preached to him about all the time. He had an iron will to protect everyone, his team, his friends, even the villagers who didn't tend to treat him very well. He would still earn their respect if he could, but even if he couldn't, he'd protect them all until the day he died. Naruto was a little sad when he realized it, but not heartbroken like he'd expected to be. Still, it was probably for the best in the long run, especially since they were going to be teammates for a long time. Naruto finished his breakfast and his self-reflection and left his apartment only to be ambushed by his landlord, Michiya Oda. "You're 2 months behind on rent, pay me by the end of the day or you're out," stated the grouchy old man. Naruto wanted badly to hammer the man's head through a wall but refrained. He would take the mission and get the problem resolved. "I'll take care of the rats in the basement again," said Naruto. "And that will cover 1 month of your rent. What about the other 2 months?" "What other 2 months?" demanded Naruto. "You owe for last month, and this month plus the 1 month late fee," explained the old man, grinning a little. "What do you want me to do?" asked Naruto. "Fix the water heater." Naruto gave the man a deadpan look. He really wanted to kill him. "Is that all?" "Yeah." He then turned and left. Quest alert. Rent is due. Pay rent. Rent must be paid by 6 p.m. or you will be evicted. Pay the landlord 1000 ryo by 6 p.m. or clear out the chakra rat nest in the basement by 6 p.m. Must bring their tails as proof of kill. Completion award. 500 express. Increase reputation with landlord. Reputation increase will double for clearing out the chakra rat nest. Completion failure. Eviction. Decrease reputation with Konoha. Naruto accepted with a roll of the eyes. Then the second quest window appeared. Quest alert. Rent is past due. Pay rent. Rent must be paid by 6 p.m. or you will be evicted. The landlord requires the building hot water heater be repaired in exchange for back rent and the late penalty. Completion award. 5000 express. Increase reputation with landlord. Completion failure. Eviction. Decrease reputation with Konoha. And again, Naruto accepted. It also meant he'd have to go to the general store and see if he could get a day's shopping pass again. Then he'd have to stock up on skill books for home maintenance. So, Naruto's plans for the day were altered by the need to get work done. It took about an hour and a half for Naruto to complete all of his daily quests in the market district, including the harder quest at the general store for the shopping pass. After that, Naruto bought every last book he could get his hands on at the store. Intermediate Home Repair and Maintenance Skill Book. Advanced Home Repair and Maintenance Skill Book. Water Heater Repair Skill Book. Window Repair Skill Book. Floor Repair Skill Book. Ceiling Repair Skill Book. Interior Wall Repair Skill Book. Exterior Wall Repair Skill Book. Foundation Repair Skill Book. Roof Repair Skill Book. Electrical Wiring Repair Skill Book. Electrical Switch Repair Skill Book. Electrical Outlet Repair Skill Book. Electrical Fuse Box Repair Skill Book. Electrical Lighting Repair Skill Book. Electrical Heating Repair Skill Book. Air Conditioning Repair Skill Book. Duct Repair Skill Book. Furnace Repair Skill Book. Furniture Repair Skill Book. Upholstery Repair Skill Book. Stovetop Burner Repair Skill Book. Oven Repair Skill Book. Bathroom Tile Repair Skill Book. Shower Repair Skill Book. Refrigerator Repair Skill Book. Tatami Repair Skill Book. Beginner Home Painting Skill Book. Intermediate Home Painting Skill Book. Advanced Home Painting Skill Book. Plaster Repair Skill Book. Masonry Repair Skill Book. Cement Repair Skill Book. Beginner Demolition Skill Book. Intermediate Demolition Skill Book. Advanced Demolition Skill Book. Naruto carried the rather heavy load of skill books to the counter, 36 books in all. Some of them wouldn't even apply to his situation, but he'd be damned if he didn't get this particular skill leveled as high as he could at this point. The clerk still sneered at him but happily rang up his purchases, then charged him the 18,000 ryo the books would cost him. Naruto paid and walked out of the store and into an alley. Naruto started picking up the books one by one and learning them if he could. He'd learned 3 books and got an LV Max warning, so he picked up the intermediate skill book and learned it. He then started going through the books again. Another 19 books and he got another LV Max, so he grabbed the advanced skill book, unlocking more levels. Then he polished off the last 12 books. Home Repair and Maintenance Active LV52 Express 0.00 CP 5. Every man should know how to fix the things around home that break. It's amazing how much can be done with just a hammer and nails. Additional 50% to Home Repair and Maintenance speed when active. And now that Naruto knew everything he'd need to know to fix his building's water heater, he went back into the general store to get parts. It cost him another 10,000 ryo to get an assortment of parts that, based on his knowledge, would be able to fix anything wrong with the water heater except a giant hole in it which would require replacing it. He finally headed back to his apartment. Naruto cleared out the rats effortlessly, gaining no experience from any of them, not even the king. With the rats dead, Naruto went to work on the water heater. Thankfully there wasn't a giant hole in it or even a leak. The pilot had to be replaced to make it work, but Naruto decided to use all the parts he bought anyway and replace several pieces that were obviously worn and on the verge of failing. In the end, he'd gained 3 more levels to his Home Repair and Maintenance skill, and even better, he would now have hot water in the morning. Naruto stepped back from the water heater, appreciating his work. It really was a good bit of work. Then he saw something odd. The water heater had a health bar. He hadn't even noticed it, or maybe he couldn't see it before, but he now saw it had a health bar. Except it wasn't exactly a health bar, it was a quality bar. This quality bar was hovering around 63% and had a status below it labeled, functional. Naruto shook his head once, as he had yet another thing to deal with thanks to the game, but for now it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Naruto took a moment to look around the rest of the basement, his mind automatically spotting several things in need of repair. Important things like the fuse box that the rats had been using bit of wire from to build their nests, the building furnace that looked as if it hadn't run in years. There were several cracks and gaps in the building foundation that need a lot of repair. It was also probably why all the damned chakra rats kept getting in, not to mention the flickering lights overhead that were no doubt suffering both the bad fuse box and the rats. All of them showing to be in poor quality, many of them with a status of non-functional. Still, it wasn't stuff Naruto was going to fix. He didn't have a reason to fix up a building that was destined for destruction in a few years anyway. And if he played his cards right and built up his reputation, he'd be able to buy a nicer apartment in a year or two. Naruto packed up his tools and collected the trash from his repairs and left the basement, tossing the trash in the bin outside on his way to turn in the quest with the building manager. Okay, it's done you stingy old bastard, snapped Naruto at the old man. Good, then you can consider your rent caught up and paid, said Oda. The old man turned and walked away without another word. He really was a rude old bastard. Naruto went right back out from his apartment building, this time in an effort to find Shikamaru and Choji. He checked the usual spots the pair tended to hang out at, starting with Yakiniku-Q, then the Shogi Park, and a few of Shikamaru's favorite cloud-watching spots before finally deciding to try their clan houses. Hi, I'm looking for Shikamaru, said Naruto, looking at one of the clan compound guards just outside the Nara clan gates. He's not in, replied the guard. There was no malice in his reply. Is he on a mission? I believe he went to see the Akamichi clan heir. Thanks, replied Naruto. It was his smoothest conversation with one of the Nara clan guards yet. And it made him slightly suspicious given his history with them. It didn't take long for Naruto to get to Choji's house. Unlike the Nara clan with their large compound, the Akamichi had more of a neighborhood, no gates or walls or guards. They did have a patrol, but it was pretty lax. Hello Naruto-kun, greeted Choji's mom. Naruto had met the woman many times by now and was always surprised by just how nice the woman really was, even to him. Hello Akamichi-san, are Choji and Shikamaru here? You just missed them. They were going to meet with Ino-chan and then go train, she replied. Thank you, said Naruto, hoping to get away quickly. As nice as the woman was, she definitely had the gift of gab, her status even said so. How was your big mission? Everything go okay? Yeah, it was awesome. I'll have to tell you all about it sometime soon, but right now I'm dying to get in some training with my friends. I'm glad to hear that. Now you go have fun with those boys, just try not to get into too much trouble, she said, motioning for him to get moving. Right, later then, said Naruto, smiling for the kindly woman. After that it took Naruto about 10 minutes to get to the Yamanaka flowers. He arrived just in time to see all of Team 10, San-sensei, coming out of the shop. Yo, greeted Naruto with a smile for his friend. Naruto, welcome back, said Choji first. How was your trip? In the words of Shikamaru, troublesome, he replied with a grin. But it was awesome anyway. I'll have to tell you all about it. Where are you guys headed now? Training, answered Shikamaru. We've been forcing Ino to train with us while you've been gone. Who is forcing who? Demanded Ino. Fine, Ino demanded we start training with her, explained Shikamaru. Mind if I join you guys? Asked Naruto. Shikamaru smirked. Sure. Choji had his own grin. Naruto wordlessly formed a team and invited the pair. Damn it, Naruto, you got a lot stronger. What the hell kind of mission were you on? Asked Choji, his grin fading. How the hell can you tell? Asked Ino. We just can, said Shikamaru. We've trained together long enough to be able to tell. Ino bought his explanation perfectly. There you are, Naruto. I've been looking everywhere for you. Do you know your landlord is a complete asshole? Asked Sakura, walking up to the group. Yeah, I'm aware. So what's up? You want to join us for training? Sure, said Sakura. Naruto invited her to the party. She knows? Asked Choji. Figured it out, Sakura answered. Sort of figured it out, like you did Shikamaru. I get the feeling there is a hidden conversation going on right now that I'm not part of, said Ino, mostly being ignored. And, it's kind of awesome, said Sakura. Anyway, this should make for a really good group. Sakura-chan has become quite the Irionin, boasted Naruto on his friend's behalf. Oh really? Forehead has finally shown a little skill huh? Asked Ino. Careful, Ino, she's a lot stronger than you are now, said Naruto, smiling. Ha, as if, said Ino. Once a bookworm, always a bookworm. Ino, be nice, Choji chided her. We're all Konoha shinobi here, let's act like it. Now, are we all ready to get some training done today? I suppose, said Shikamaru. Fine, said Ino, not meeting his eyes. I'm ready, said Sakura. Sure, and when we finish we can all go for a nice big meal, suggested Choji. So, where have you guys been training at? Asked Naruto. Mostly Field 12 and 13, Field 11 just got to be way too easy, answered Shikamaru. So Field 14 or 15 then? Asked Naruto. It would probably be too easy for Naruto at this point, but with so many people it would not be a bad idea to try a lower level field first before trying something potentially more dangerous. Do we know what's in either field? Asked Sakura. No idea, but that's half the fun isn't it? Asked Naruto excitedly. Troublesome, complained Shikamaru. Isn't 14 the old battlefield? Asked Ino, a slight quaver in her voice. Yeah, so, isn't that place haunted? Right, then field 15 it is, said Naruto, his old fear of ghosts kicking up instantly. Wimp, teased Sakura. Naruto was tempted to retort and make them go to 14 after her taunt, but he resisted the urge if just barely. He leveled a withering glare at her instead, to which she just smirked. Let's just go, said Shikamaru. Naruto nodded, then leapt up to the nearest rooftop, then moving east trailed by his teammate and friends. It didn't take long to reach the training field in question. It was a swampy terrain, made to simulate exactly that. Training Field 15. This swamp was designed to simulate possible combat scenarios that played out in the First Shinobi World War. This area is still rife with snakes and alligators looking for their next meal. If they don't get you, the quicksand just might, so it's best to watch your step. Recommended level 14. This should be fun, said Shikamaru flatly. I am not going in there, stated Ino. This is a designer kunoichi battle dress from Tasuki no Kuni. Do you have any idea how much this cost me? It will get destroyed in there. I won't do it. So, she's still extremely vain. I guess not all things change after academy, taunted Naruto. Her status did indeed still include vain, and he'd be damned if he didn't make even a little effort to break her of it. Hell, he'd broken Sakura of her fangirl ways. Vain had to be 100 times easier. Ino's eyebrow twitched. I am not vain. Oh please, said Sakura. You are so vain. How long did you spend on your hair and choosing your dress this morning? A few hours, but that does not make me vain. Ino, you're a shinobi. If it takes you more than a minute to dress and prepare for combat, then you're wrong, stated Sakura. Easy for you to say, billboard brow. There's nothing for anyone to see on you, said Ino. Sakura's eyes narrowed. At least I don't look like a slut. Naruto, Shikamaru and Choji all wisely stepped back from the two that were on the verge of coming to blows. Bitch, skank, whore, ugly, deformed, name-calling, Naruto whispered to Shikamaru questioningly. Troublesome, he whispered back. Fashion mistake, you take that back, hissed Ino, ready to really attack now. Sakura smirked in victory. What's wrong? Can't face the truth that not only are you vain but you're also fashion impaired? Not even a serious kunoichi. Ino's face turned nearly as purple as her clothing as the blood pooled and darkened in her anger. Like you have room to talk, fangirl. Sakura laughed at this one. I was a fangirl. No doubt about it, but I guess you could call it a harsh awakening. I've worked my ass off since I became a shinobi to change myself. Clearly you haven't. Ino glared, anger could be felt radiating from the young woman. I don't have to prove anything to you. No, you don't. You have to prove it to all of us. We all have to be able to trust you so that when our lives are on the line, you're going to be there to protect us just like we'd protect you. Regardless if it gets a bit messy in the process, interrupted Naruto, seeing the time to butt in before it really did come to blows. Naruto seemed to have developed a knack for saying things harshly that also seemed to motivate others. Ino was silent for a full minute before she responded. Fine, let's just get this training field over with. In your precious dress? Asked Sakura. It's just a dress, she replied with a shrug, trying to put on a tough act. Naruto groaned. He slipped off his jacket and held it out to her. It was long enough that it should protect her dress from most damage. I want it back when we finish. Here, I'm not wearing that disgusting jacket. Put it on, ordered Naruto, brooking no room for argument. Ino shied at being ordered so harshly but did as she was told, slipping the jacket on. It was about a size too large for her and rather heavy, but it would indeed protect her precious dress. She quickly zipped it up and rolled the sleeve a few times to give her better access to her hands. Naruto was left wearing his white tank top, fully exposing his shoulders and arms, even if the forearms were covered with armor. He didn't like feeling so exposed, but it could have been worse. Okay, so Choji, you're on point. Naruto will be your immediate back. Shikamaru started setting up their formation. Sakura, I want you to follow them but not too closely. You're our only healer and that means you need to stay alive no matter what. Ino, you and I will take the trail positions. It will be our job to do damage to any chakra mutations that pop up here. I would expect snakes and possibly alligators, but you never can tell. Shikamaru added the last detail for Ino's benefit alone. The rest of them had seen the message when they entered the field. The first chakra mutation they came across was a snake as expected. The snake being as thick as Naruto and 10 times longer was not expected. Anaconda LVL 13. HP. 2200 2200 CP, 100 100s. This snake is not only fast growing but also quite fast. Also be wary of his venom, it is very deadly. So, I'm guessing poisonous and probably very fast. Fast, look how big it is. How can it be fast? Asked Ino. It's all muscle, answered Sakura. But it's an anaconda, it shouldn't be venomous at all. Anacondas are constricting snakes. Constricting? Asked Naruto, watching the thankfully sleeping snake. It means that it will squeeze you to death, she simplified. Right then, any plans? Asked Choji, arming himself. Naruto shrugged and leapt skyward, one kunai out and charged with chakra. He landed, slicing the head off the snake cleanly and killing it in one hit. Not really necessary, Naruto said with a confident smirk. Troublesome, groaned Shikamaru. What about the other 5 you just woke up? Naruto turned to look and indeed there were 5 more that he had just landed in the middle of. He never even saw them, even with his gamer ability, they were perfectly camouflaged to their surroundings. I just jumped into a trap, didn't I? Asked Naruto, suddenly ducking under the first snake then leaping over the next 2 only to be smacked away by the tail of a 4th. The tail didn't actually hurt that much, the tree that stopped him did, especially the small branch he impaled his shoulder through. Troublesome, complained Shikamaru again, his shadow quickly binding the snakes. Choji, start stomping them. Sakura, see if you can get Naruto off that tree and heal him. Ino, throw kunai into the snakes' eyes and try to blind them, it will at least dull their senses. The group quickly followed orders, killing snakes, even Naruto joined back in after Sakura healed him. So that first group died quickly enough despite Naruto's rash decision. Sorry guys, I'll be more cautious in the future, said Naruto sheepishly. Oh, they left their fangs behind, said Sakura, moving quickly to gather them up. What would we want with their fangs? Asked Ino. Venom, replied Sakura, as if it was obvious. We can extract some of their venom from the fangs. It won't be much but more than enough to coat a kunai or katana or whatever really. Okay, so maybe they are worth it, said Ino. But how do we divide them up? There are 5 of us and 12 fangs. We wait until the end. I'm sure there are a lot more snakes around here. I'm sure we'll kill plenty before we leave here, said Sakura. Ino frowned at herself for such an obvious thing to miss. She was clearly still rattled from their earlier conversation. Even worse was seeing Sakura at work, she really had become a very good Irionin. Let's move on, we still have to meet Asuma-sensei after lunch, called Shikamaru, snapping Ino out of her reverie and getting the other up and moving again. They continued deeper into the swamp, eventually coming across another group of snakes and killing them, even faster than the first group and claimed 12 more fangs. However, this time when they moved to go on the water rippled slightly causing Naruto to jump back and pull Choji with him. What is it? The water, something is moving in it. Yeah, fish you moron, said Ino. Naruto ignored Ino, he stared hard into the water, trying to see through its murky depths when he caught sight of something big. This time he tackled the whole group back as the thing shot out of water like a giant missile, its mouth big enough to eat any one of them whole. It landed with a heavy thud before swing around to face them. The alligator was huge, its skin was black as night and its eyes glowed an eerie yellow that warned of danger. That is a big purse waiting to happen, said Naruto, being the first up to his feet. Oversized alligator LVL 17. HP, 4500 4500 CP, 100 100s. Big, deadly, and hungry, not a very healthy combination for any fool wandering the swamp to come across. Once this beast has taken a bite it will never let go. Purse? Asked Ino, popping up first only to faint upon seeing the leathery lizard lingering before them. Right, she's useless, groused Naruto. Shika, can you pull her out of the way? This guy is going to be tough to put down and we're going to need some space to do it. It doesn't have much chakra but that is a lot of HP, Sakura commented, climbing back to her feet. Naruto spat a few mud balls at it to see how tough it was. Seeing the mud hit and the alligator's skin depress but not break or bruise was disheartening. Seeing so little of its HP fall was even more so. Could this be the boss already? Asked Choji. No way, said Shikamaru. Think Mama Boar, I sure as hell don't want to see this thing's version of a Papa Boar, said Choji, shuddering slightly. I do, said Naruto with a grin. He'd successfully pissed off the alligator as it was now attacking him with reckless abandon. It didn't seem to have a lot of skills or abilities, it just chased whoever made it mad trying to eat them. Naruto happened to be pretty good in making beasts mad, and he wasn't too bad at avoiding being eaten either. So it was a very slow kill, or it would have been if the alligator didn't turn and run away down the path as soon as its HP dropped under 4,000. It ran away? Asked Naruto, clearly confused. I've never seen a mutation just turn and run like that. This could be a problem, said Shikamaru. Guys, said Choji, a shaky finger pointing down the path toward where the alligator ran. Naruto and Shikamaru both looked to see at least a dozen snakes rushing down the path toward them. It sent minions, asked Choji. Choji, you've been playing too many games lately, said Shikamaru. Sakura, wake up Ino, we can't protect her and fight this many at the same time, ordered Naruto, already forming a dozen clone and sending them ahead to both slow the snakes down and maybe kill one or two while he was at it. Naruto's clones succeeded in slowing them but only killed one snake. Choji stopped them all in their slithery tracks, stomping a giant foot up turning the swampy terrain. It didn't last long, but it gave Naruto and Shikamaru time to bombard the snake pile with fireballs and mud balls, killing a few and damaging others. Naruto followed it up, with a hail of kunai with explosive tags wrapped around the handles. By the time the snakes got to them, there were only 3 of them left and they were all fairly injured. It didn't take long after that to finish them off, with Ino and Sakura peppering them from a distance while Naruto and Choji kept their attention on them. Sakura, heal up Choji and replenish your chakra, then heal yourself, ordered Naruto. I think we have a small breather. Sakura nodded her agreement and went to work. Choji had some abrasions from his efforts in stopping the snakes initially. It was nothing life-threatening, but it was precautionary measure. The group followed the path trampled by the snakes and alligator. When they came to the next clearing, the alligator was waiting for them, now with some kind of shiny metal plate covered in jagged, sharpened spikes on its head. Naruto would have groaned at the alligator if he'd had time to do so. The alligator charged wildly at the group, its head digging a trench through the soft ground. The group scattered from its path, dodging the potential damage they might suffer. The alligator's charge didn't stop until it rammed into a mangrove tree, stopping it in its tracks. It took a few wobbly steps back from the tree, then shook its head once, then turned, glaring at Ino. Naruto noticed the alligator's HP had dropped about 50 points after hitting the tree. Ino, dodge. Everyone, find a tree. When it charges, you dodge. It does more damage to itself than our weapons. Everyone found a mangrove to stand in front of, and it was just a matter of dodging the moronic alligator. When its health dropped another 1,000, it roared loudly, then turned and ran again, trampling another path in the swamp for them to follow. Naruto was instantly on guard in front of the path the alligator trampled. He was right to do so. Another dozen snakes were headed right for them. Though this time they were better prepared. The snakes never stood a chance. Anyone else getting the feeling this gator is going to keep doing this until we kill it? Asked Sakura. Anyone else wondering where it's getting armor from? Asked Ino. Is anyone really surprised that Konoha training fields are completely fucked up? Asked Naruto. It was a fair question. How any of them could expect anything other than weird was, well, weird. Troublesome. Shikamaru, say it again. I dare you, challenged Ino, glaring at the not-so-lazy genius. Shikamaru sighed but refrained from saying anything. Let's move on, said Naruto, walking first toward the path. Choji quickly overtook him, taking his spot in the front of the line. Another clearing and the gator was waiting for them. This time it was wearing more armor, all the way down its spine, covering its tail, the tip of which was now a morning star-like ball of spikes. Choji, Naruto, it's not very smart. Hit and run from one end of the field to the other, but don't let it get close to or it will tear you apart. How do we kill it? Asked Choji. Its belly is still unprotected, said Sakura. So explosive tags along the path it's running? Asked Ino. Yeah, but you'll have to time it well or me and Choji are screwed, said Naruto. We have a plan, let's execute, said Shikamaru, starting to prep his kunai with an explosive tag. Ino and Sakura followed Shikamaru's example while Choji and Naruto both charged in first, prepared to piss off the giant black alligator. Naruto started it out, blasting it in the fast with a few mud bullets, doing almost no damage thanks to the bastard's armor. After the initial pull, it was relatively easy to kite the ugly gator around the field. Damaging it was less easy. The timing of the explosive tags was not good early on in the fight, but as they got into more of a pattern, the damage became more frequent and just more of it. One more pass should finish it off, said Shikamaru, breathing heavily. Even with Naruto and Choji kiting the beast all over the field, himself, Sakura and Ino found themselves running just as much. Every time their tags did a big shot of damage, the alligator would go wild, running randomly, thrashing about, damaging anything he could. There were some very close calls. Shikamaru even came close to getting beheaded once. The last of the explosive tags detonated, dropping the alligator's hit points to just a single point. It roared in pain, spewing blood. It turned and limped away, looking utterly defeated. "Where is it going now?" asked Ino. "And why isn't he dead yet?" "He is dead," said Shikamaru. "He knows it too. Do we follow?" asked Ino. Naruto didn't answer but followed anyway. The beast was dangerous, he needed to be sure it died. They found the alligator fallen, heaving its last few breaths. "Chisayao," cried a young man, hugging the dying alligator. "Who would do this? Who would harm you so, my precious friend? My little blue alligator." Naruto was shocked to see someone there. He was probably 3 or 4 years older than they were. He wore a black leather alligator skin jacket and pants. On his forehead was a Konoha forehead protector. Above his head was a name. Wani Washi LVL-20. "You," he hissed, seeing Naruto for the first time. "You did this. How could an ally, a Konoha shinobi no less, do this? I am the last of the Wani clan and you have slaughtered my partner. My shinobi life is destroyed. Now I will kill you before I commit seppuku. My partner will be avenged." Your partner just tried to eat me and my friends. What did you think would happen? Little Blue was harmless. You must have provoked him, tried to hurt him first. You cannot talk your way out of this. I will kill you now. May the Shinigami torture you and your comrades for eternity. This is totally fucked up, groused Naruto. "Dude, we don't want to fight you. You don't have a choice," said the young man, vanishing only to reappear right in front of Naruto. Naruto took a heavy blow to his stomach in the side of his face, which gave Shikamaru a chance to grab Washi with his shadow. "Will you stop this now?" Naruto asked, stepping back from Washi. "I will never stop," he hissed, his chakra flaring suddenly, freeing himself from the bind. "Waninin no jutsu," he nearly shouted. The man's body began to shift dramatically, first his face elongated, turning into that of an alligator with pale leathery skin. He then hunched over slightly, as a ridge along his back popped out, protruding from the back of his jacket. Then a long thick tail suddenly burst from his lower back. His jutsu finished, leaving him looking like some manner of man-alligator hybrid. Washi's transformation had the added effect of changing his level from 20 to 30. This guy's level was way too high to be in this particular field if he was part of this pseudo-dungeon. So either they stumbled into something they shouldn't have, or this was a really messed up training field, more so than any of the fields he'd run thus far. "My shadow bind can't grab him anymore," said Shikamaru, warning the team. "I'll take first crack at him, keep him busy while you guys make a plan to deal with him," said Naruto, knowing that he had the best chance of surviving. Wani Washi LVL-30. HP, 2500 CP, 1250. Washi is the last of his clan. He holds a close bond with Chisayao, an alligator he has raised since it hatched. His clan is known for the bond they share with alligators. It is similar to that of an Inuzuka and Ninken, though much more volatile and even more dangerous. Beware their transformation, for they cannot tell friend from foe once complete. Naruto attacked first, a flurry of kicks and punches from himself and several clones that spawned to attack and substitute if needed all at once. It wasn't doing much damage, but it was keeping his attention. Washi was quick to fight back with several snaps from his elongated jaw and razor-sharp teeth, followed by spinning kicks and tail lashes. Naruto winced when took a tail lash and kick combo to his hip, stomach, and ribs, but fought through the pain, being sure to switch with a clone when that particular attack combo came again. Shikamaru was busy trying to formulate a plan while Naruto kept him busy. "So, we obviously don't want to kill him. He is a Konoha shinobi, but we do need to stop him, which means knocking him out." Ino glanced at the fight between Naruto and Washi, wincing as Naruto took another fairly brutal attack that probably would have killed her, yet Naruto got right back up and attacked again. "How do you suggest we do that?" "With this," said Sakura, holding up a vial. "It's a paralytic poison. We dose him with enough of this and he'll be down held long enough for us to hopefully knock him out. We just need to figure out how to dose him with enough of it." "Ino, do you still have those Senbon?" asked Choji. "Yeah, why? Didn't Asuma-sensei say they were a great tool for delivering poison cause they can penetrate better? Ooh, yeah, said Ino, quickly reaching for the senbon she'd had sitting in her pouch but never bothered to use. Will they get through that hide of his? Definitely, said Shikamaru. His skin isn't as thick as the oversized alligator we fought earlier, just look, Naruto's been able to cut him a little. It was true, Naruto had managed to cut the guy a little here and there, mostly on his arms where the scales didn't extend beyond the upper arm. Ino quickly passed the senbon to Sakura. Sakura then started dipping the needles one by one into the vial before handing them back to Ino and Shikamaru, finally keeping a dozen for herself. Choji, you guard us. If this makes him angry we'll need to keep him off of us until Naruto can get his attention back. Shikamaru twirled the senbon in his hand trying to get the weight of it before tossing one. Naruto yelped when he felt something suddenly stick him in his left ass cheek. He looked back quickly and saw Shikamaru grimacing. Sorry about that, said Shikamaru. Aim next time, shouted Naruto before looking back at the alligator man hybrid. He ducked under Washi's snapping jaw just in time to avoid a bit that would have taken his head off. Unfortunately, ducking allowed Washi's follow-up tail whip that hit him in the face and sent him careening across the swampy terrain. Naruto was feeling a bit sluggish as he stood. He had to shake his head a few times as he stood again, he was feeling sluggish. Were those needles poisoned? Yeah, just hold out a little longer, said Sakura. Naruto nodded slowly, clearly feeling the effects and looked back at Washi to see several needles sticking out of their opponent's arms. He was moving slowly towards Naruto and seemed to be slowing more with each step. Naruto knew with Washi slowed significantly that now would be the time to bombard the boy with mud balls. Naruto ran through hand seals as fast as he could and spat a mud ball. Washi didn't even register the mud traveling toward him, he was enveloped in his transformation, so when the mud ball hammered into his head knocking him back he didn't care. He cared less when the next 3 mud balls impacted his chest and arms. He couldn't care anymore as something else hit him with the force of an anvil relieving him of consciousness. Naruto and the group froze in surprise when a blue leathery ball about the half the size of Washi's whole body burst from the swamp water and impacted the boy knocking him unconscious. Before Washi even hit the ground, his transformation had begun to fade away. They were more surprised when the ball uncurled to the form of another alligator, significantly smaller than the first they fought, and this one was completely blue in color. Wani Chisayao LVL 20. They were stunned when the alligator reared up on its hind legs and bowed toward them repeatedly, growling something they were never going to understand. It then turned toward Washi, its stubby front legs and paws picked up Washi, now completely free of his transformation, and proceeded to slap him several times. Chisayao, is this the afterlife? The boy groaned, seeing his partner. Chisai growled at the boy, its tone and inflection changing several times. I'm not dead, how are you alive? Another series of growls. But I saw you die, I held you in my arms. The alligator slapped him several times again and growls more. I thought you'd grown to fight them. More slaps and more growls. Washi blushed and scratched the back of his head before turning to look at Naruto and his team. This is so embarrassing. I thought you'd killed Chisayao. You do know that Chisai is blue, right? And the other gator was black, shouted Ino. Ah, well, you see, the thing is, my clan is color blind because of our relationship to alligators. Ino had to be restrained. Thankfully Shikamaru was way ahead of her and had restrained both her and Sakura, the later more precautionary and thankfully unnecessary. I guess I'll be going, sorry for the trouble. Oh, and I guess you can have this for your trouble. I was done learning it anyway, he said, tossing a scroll toward the group. Then together he and Chisai jumped into the swamp and vanished into the murky waters. We just let him go, demanded Ino. We're totally going to report him, right? You can try, said Shikamaru. No one was really hurt, so it's not really a big deal. Speak for yourself, said Naruto. He'd lost half of his HP trying to contain the guy and protect his friends while not causing permanent damage to Washi. Oh, stop your whining, I'm healing you now, aren't I? Asked Sakura, as she focused on healing Naruto of both the damage he suffered and the poison he'd been inadvertently hit with. What's the scroll, Shikamaru? Asked Ino. Suiden. Teppadama no Jutsu, he answered. Is that a water version of Mike Doden, Teppadama? Asked Naruto. Pretty much, said Shikamaru. So, who wants it? Give it to Ino Pig, said Sakura. She needs something if she's going to be useful in the future. Troublesome, said Shikamaru, anticipating the fight that would break out between the two shortly. He held out the scroll to Ino, instantly distracting her from her plans to maim Sakura, or tried to at least. "Thanks, forehead, check it out," said Choji. While the group had decided what to do with the scroll, he'd gone to check the body of the oversized alligator which had decomposed quickly after it died. In his hands he now held a stack of Ryo and metal-plated skull. "What the hell is that?" asked Ino, pointing to the skull. Naruto looked at it, activating his observe wordlessly. Wani's skull cap, the skull of a chakra-mutated alligator that has a strong metal plate bonded to it. Imbued with the hard-headedness of the alligator it came from, it is also blessed with the strength and resilience of the very gator it came from. Stats: +20 def, +20 vit, +10 str, doer 75/75. "That should definitely go to Choji," said Naruto. "It has a ton of defense and the chakra imbued in it will enhance his vitality and strength." "How do you know that?" asked Ino, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Fuinjutsu, Shikamaru covered for him seamlessly. He can sense chakra enhancements because of it." "That's kind of cool. Maybe you're not completely useless after all," said Ino, smirking. "Whatever, Ino pig," said Sakura, coming to her teammate's defense. "If not for Naruto you'd have been gator food already. Anyway, how much Ryo did we get, Choji?" 15,000, most we've gotten yet," he answered, dividing it up into equal stacks then handing everyone a stack. "So, now what?" asked Ino. "Now, we leave this Kami-forsaken swamp," answered Naruto. Sakura had finished healing him so it was definitely time to go. "Then, Shikamaru and I are long overdue for some shogi. I'm going home to shower," said Ino. "This place is so dirty." "Jacket first," Naruto ordered, holding out a hand for it. "When we're out of the swamp," said Ino. "I'm not going this far only to risk getting my dress dirty now." "Ino pig, you and I are going to Higarashi's first, then you can go home to shower." "Like hell, you're going," Sakura stated firmly, leaving absolutely no room for argument. Ino frowned. "Fine, but I won't be wearing anything as ugly as your outfit, you fashion-impaired shrew." "You'll wear it if I say you'll wear it, you purple monstrosity," snapped Sakura. It was once again quick to descend quickly into pointless bickering between the two, but it was completely absent the earlier malice when they started the day. It continued like that all the way out of the swamp. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji all sighed, then shared a shrug before following the girls out of the swamp. Status: Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Class: The Gamer. Title: Genin +10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV25. Next level: 26.54%. Affiliation: Konoha. HP: 4160 4160ths. CP: 3298 3298ths. STR: 60 41.00 equals 101.00. VIT: 55 111.00 equals 166.00. Dex: 60 22.00 equals 82.00. Int: 62 17.75 equals 79.75. WIS: 55 34.38 equals 89.38. Luck: Def: 219 54.75 equals 273.75. SPD: 10 62.00 equals 72.00. Status: Uzumaki +10 vit, +10 int, +50% experience to Fuinjutsu skill Kyuubi Jinchuriki, +100 HP and +100 CP per level. Inspirational leader, +25% to experience gain to any team you are part of. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of this year's graduating class, rating so low because of his inability to create a basic bunshin. Naruto proved his worth after the test when he stopped a traitor and learned 2A ranked Kinjutsu. And finally he has gotten some answers to his past, but still mystery remains. Who is his father? How did the Kyuubi escape? Point. 5. Ryo. 539,000. Name: Nara Shikamaru. Title: Genin +10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV22. Next level: 97.12%. HP: 870 870ths. CP: 595 190ths. STR: 47. VIT: 87. Dex: 58. Int: 59. Whis. 480. Luck. 5. SPD. 54. Status. Tactical Genius plus 20 Whis per level, plus 35% experience gain to all skills. Shadow Element able to manipulate and control shadows, minus 15% cost to Cage Jutsu, plus 10 control to Cage Jutsu. Natural Leader, plus 25% to experience gain to Advanced Tactics skill. Akamichi Choji. Title. Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level. LV21 next level, 74.12%. HP. 2230 2230ths. CP. 444 140ths. STR. 148. VIT. 55. Dex. 30. Int. 44. Whis. 41. Luck. 4. SPD. 34. Status. Hulk plus 80 HP and plus 5 STR per level, minus 10 Dex Connoisseur, plus 15% effectiveness of cooking skill, plus 25% experience gain to cooking skill. Faithful Friend plus 10% to all stats when in team with Exalted Friend. Name. Yamanaka Ino. Title. Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level. LV20 next level, 99.74%. HP. 370 370ths. CP. 1200 1200. STR. 22. VIT. 37. Dex. 32. Int. 120. Whis. 118. Luck. 9. SPD. 21. Status. Mindwalker plus 5 Whis and plus 5 Int per level, plus 10 control to Kokura Jutsu, minus 15% cost to Kokura Jutsu. Vein minus 10 VIT, minus 10 STR, 10. Dex Fashionable plus 15% effectiveness of bartering skill, plus 25% experience gain to bartering skill. You have slept in your bed. HP and CP are fully restored. SOP. Standard Operating Procedure. It was something that Naruto had become well acquainted with since the daily quests first became available to him so many months ago. So, it was nothing new anymore when it came to doing the quest. In fact, at this point Naruto could almost do the quests on autopilot, nothing about them surprised him anymore. That is until they decide to suddenly change on him. The morning following the episode with the Wani clan shinobi, Naruto did his normal daily quests, earning the last few points to make the jump to unfriendly status, which was great. It was expected, he'd been diligent in raising his reputation with them through the daily quests. Earning unfriendly, he'd expected a significant improvement, maybe even a little service. Truthfully, it was like night and day. While the staff at the 4 shops he'd moved into the unfriendly realm were still a bit rude to him, they didn't withhold service or threaten to kick him out on sight anymore. The best change came from the all-new quests they offered suddenly. Technically Higurashi didn't change, but that was okay. Best of all, his game allowed him to accept all of his new daily quests again for the day. Naruto wasn't going to question it, it was more money and reputation, something he'd never get enough of. Daily Quest Alert, 0/5. Salvage Operation. Collect broken weapons from training fields 1 through 10. Collect 30 pieces of scrap metal. Completion Award. Increase reputation with Higurashi weapons. 500 Ryo. Completion Failure. Decrease reputation with Higurashi weapons. Daily Quest Alert, 1/5. Herbs needed. Collect fresh herbs that grow wild from training fields 1 through 10. Collect 30 bundles of fresh herbs. Completion Award. Increase reputation with Yakiniku Q. 500 Ryo. Completion Failure. Decrease reputation with Yakiniku Q. Daily Quest Accepted, 2/5. Daily Quest Alert, 2/5. Picking Wild. Collect fresh fruit and vegetables that grow wild from trainings fields 1 through 10. Collect 15 wild vegetables and 15 wild fruit. Completion Award. Increase reputation with Farm Stand. 500 Ryo. Completion Failure. Decrease reputation with Farm Stand. Daily Quest Accepted, 3/5. Daily Quest Alert, 3/5. Delivery Service. Make local deliveries of goods. Deliver 5 packages throughout the village. Completion Award. Increase reputation with Konoha General Store. 500 Ryo. Completion Failure. Decrease reputation with Konoha General Store. Daily Quest Accepted, 4/5. Daily Quest Alert, 4/5. All Natural Remedies. Collect the leaves of medicinal herbs that grow wild from training fields 1 through 10. Collect 30 leaves of medicinal herbs. Recover the missing crate of medicinal leaves. Completion award. Increase reputation with Konoha Apothecary. 500 Ryo. Completion failure. Decrease reputation with Konoha Apothecary. Daily quest accepted, 5/5. Naruto happily took on the quests. It was so much easier than what he was doing before, simply because most of it could be done in one area, the open training fields with the exception of the deliveries, and even that wasn't too bad. Training fields 1 through 4 didn't have much to collect. Training field 5 and 6 were both occupied by others training, one a genin team he didn't know and the other by a pair of chunin sparring. Training field 7 though was unexpected. Sakura was there training on her own already. "Hey, what's up Sakura?" asked Naruto, greeting her as he entered the field. "Training," she replied. "I've got a lot of catching up to do with you and Sasuke still." "You've caught up a lot but it won't hurt," he replied. "Are you here to train?" "Not yet, I'm trying to do my daily quests." "Daily quests? What are those?" "I get quests from some of the shopkeepers in the village to do little errands or tasks for them. In return I get a little money and some reputation points," he explained, his eyes scanning the training field for any of the bits he needed to collect. "Reputation? Yeah, you know, earning reputation points with them. Making them like me more," he explained clumsily. "You can do that, apparently. I don't mind the work or the money and it doesn't usually take very long." "Huh, well good luck. You going to train when you're done?" "That's the plan," he answered. "You want to train together? You can leave a clone with me to practice genjutsu on if you want. You can come back when you're done. I want to work on my skills today so it would help me out," she replied. "Sure," Naruto replied, forming a team and inviting her. He would only take another second to form a clone except a thought occurred to him causing him to pause. One clone would eat half of his chakra, which was kind of a waste if Sakura was just going to expose it to genjutsu after genjutsu. However, 100 clones, 99 of which he could send to collect the stuff he needed for his daily quests, would not have been a waste at all. He couldn't help but grin. Sakura flinched slightly in surprise when there was a series of loud pops and puffs of smoke obscuring the field. When her vision cleared she was looking at 100 copies of Naruto. "Why so many?" "One for you, 99 to do my daily quests for me," he answered grinning. "I can totally train now while they do all the hard work for me." "That's pretty smart. I wish Kakashi-sensei would let you do that for our missions." "I tried that once, he wasn't having it if you remember." Sakura shrugged. It didn't take long for the clone army to run off to complete their tasks. Meanwhile, Naruto took aim at one of his favorite climbing trees and sprinted for it, easily charging up the tree then turning and running right back down again, keeping an even pace as he went, steadily draining his chakra and earning skill experience. Slowly but surely, the clones returned to the field, carrying an assortment of fruits, vegetables, herbs, leaves, and scrap metal, creating a pile for each. Naruto was surprised by the amount the clones were able to acquire, and by the time the last clone returned they had collected nearly 10 times the amount of each required. Naruto dispelled the returning clones one by one, reclaiming his chakra from them and then collecting the supplies. It seemed they had gathered enough for Naruto to turn in the quest items for the next week, plus assuming none of the items turned bad in that time. "Okay, I'm going to run and turn these in real quick, then I think I'm going to train some other stuff today." "You good on your own?" "Yeah, can you still leave a clone?" "Yeah, he can stay. I don't if he's got a maximum range though, so if he suddenly dispels, well, you get the idea." "That's fine, I'll catch you later then, Naruto." "See you later, Sakura-chan." Naruto disbanded the group and ran back to town to turn in the quests, a simple enough task. Then he sent a clone on each delivery with a slip of paper to be signed. While they did that, he browsed the aisles of Konoha General Store. Something he had never been able to do. Store was actually pretty well stocked with a large variety of home goods, stuff for home repair, home improvement, furniture, and a lot of other stuff like shogi boards of varying quality, some civilian clothing too. Naruto took the opportunity to purchase some new undershirts and boxer shorts since he had both time and opportunity. The clones all returned with their signed forms which Naruto turned in, collecting his money, paying for stuff he wanted to buy and leaving. After that Naruto headed for home, to attempt a new discovery for his Fuinjutsu skill. He'd gotten skunked the last few weeks, nothing new had been discovered, possibly because his level was too low to learn anything new. Thankfully, the time he'd spent in Wave, he used nearly 200 Kibaku Fuda Grade 2 that needed to now be replaced. It was a time-consuming process. He could have done it while he was in wave, but they were in immediate danger and his time was better spent training his combat skills. But now that he was home, back in Konoha, well, he had time to spare. Back in his shitty apartment, Naruto sat down at his rickety kitchen table and started working on it. He'd made about 20 of them in about 10 minutes, at the current pace it would take hours to complete. As luck would have it, that was when his clone with Sakura finally dispelled. It gave him about a dozen levels to detect genjutsu and a new skill he hadn't expected. Dispel Genjutsu Active LV1 Express, 0.00% CP, 50. Genjutsu is made to confuse the senses, knowing when you're caught in on is half the battle to breaking it. Actually breaking it is the other half. By fluxing your chakra you have a chance to disrupt the hold of the foreign chakra invading your system and thus dispelling the genjutsu's effects. Additional 1% chance to dispel genjutsu when active. Clone memories, nightmarish as they were, aside, the dispelling of the clone did give him an idea. He formed a single clone. The clone then sat down across from him and picked up a brush and started crafting a Kibaku Fuda Grade 2. When the clone finished, Naruto checked his skill level and was very pleased to see he did indeed get experience for it. New plan, me and clone plus Fuinjutsu equals winning. After that, Naruto and the clone were able to finish all 200 seals in just under 2 hours. It had the added benefit of getting Naruto just above level 25 in his Fuinjutsu skill. Okay, let's see if I can discover anything good today, he said, hoping something would come with level 25 of the skill. Naruto activated Discovery in his Fuinjutsu skill tree. Discovery has succeeded. You have discovered a new seal, Shozen Fuda Grade 1. Shozen Fuda Grade 1, a low-quality tag charged with healing chakra. Restores 150 to 200 HP to any target it is applied to. Naruto was barely able to contain his excitement. This was a major achievement. He no longer required Sakura to heal him when training. He could run dungeons on his own without having to wait between every monster he fought while his HP slowly restore any damage he'd taken. He was free train until he dropped now without any holding back at all. Oh yeah, totally going to abuse the shit out of this. You have slept in your bed. HP and CP are fully restored. A week of free time and training passed quickly for Naruto and his friends. They met up almost every day to run through a training field, mostly for money as they weren't getting much for experience anymore. They even went back to training field 15, the swamp they fought Washi and the alligator in, and it was completely different. An oversized alligator still leapt from the water, but it was weaker, a lot weaker. So weak it died before it could run away. Then they fought through 2 mobs of snakes before being confronted by an hard-headed alligator, same attack pattern as before but also one that died and didn't run away. 2 more mobs of snakes and last was an armored alligator. It died leaving money but no skull cap and more importantly no Washi. Naruto figured that Washi being there was some kind of special event. Anyway, Naruto trained hard that week exploiting all the new things he'd learned about his clones and especially the healing tags, something all of his friends loved, even Sakura, as it saved her on chakra. Naruto was the first to arrive at his team's meeting place for a change. And by first, he meant he was there a few hours before anyone was even supposed to be there. So Naruto got acquainted with his favorite climbing tree yet again. Once Sasuke and Sakura arrived, Naruto stopped training. He restored his chakra, then used a few of his healing tags to restore the damage from the Raiden Chakra Denkin no Jutsu. What were those? Asked Sasuke. Surprisingly, it wasn't a demand. Cut your hand, Naruto replied, wanting to see what Sasuke would do. Why, trust me, cut your hand. Sasuke eyed him suspiciously. Just do it, Sasuke-kun. You'll be surprised, Sakura added. Sasuke finally relented, cutting his hand with a kunai, not deep but just enough to draw blood. Now what? Naruto pulled a new tag out and held it above the cut, then channeled chakra activating it. The Fuda glowed green for a moment then crumbled. Sasuke was slightly wide-eyed seeing that his cut was simply gone. What was that? Shozen Fuda, a seal tag with healing chakra in it, answered Naruto. Pretty cool, right? I just learned to make it this week. Can I buy some from you? No need, said Naruto, handing over a stack of 50 of them. I've been mass-producing the things all week, you can have some. Thanks, he mumbled, stuffing the stack into his hip pouch. Naruto grinned at getting a thanks from Sasuke. The boy was still very cold for the most part, but he seemed to have developed a little respect for his team. Very little, but it was a start. Naruto would have taunted him further at that point, but Kakashi's arrival ended that notion. Hello my little students. I hope you have all rested well this past week. Today we get back to work, said Kakashi, his nose happily in his little orange book. Bring it, sensei, shouted Naruto excitedly. Nice to see you too, sensei. Anyway, I thought today we could focus on training, make sure you haven't gotten rusty after a week off. What will we be doing? Asked Sakura, playing along with their weirder than usual. A little conditioning, maybe some sparring. I may even teach you a little something if you're not too out of shape. It's been a week, not a year. We couldn't have possibly gotten out of shape in that time, deadpanned Sasuke, glaring at their sensei. Sasuke obviously wasn't in the mood to play along. Naruto and Sakura both nodded a firm agreement to the statement, no reason not to anymore. We shall see, said Kakashi, a twinkle in his one visible eye warning them of pain to come. And pain did come. Kakashi put them through the ringer. When he said conditioning, he had them running laps around the village, including one lap on their hands. When he said sparring, he meant him versus them, one-on-one, and he didn't hold back much. Well, I guess you didn't deteriorate as much as I feared. I suppose I can show you something new. 3 groans from the sprawled bodies on the ground before him were all the response he received. Now pay attention, it is lecture time, began Kakashi. To start with, you all know that chakra is the mixing of spiritual and physical energies. Now, who can tell me how this energy can be used? Sakura groaned but sat up anyway. We can expel the chakra from our bodies and bend it to our will, even enacting that will on our own bodies or the bodies of others. Good, what else can chakra do? What do you mean, sensei? What can chakra do for your muscles? Naruto sat up for this and raised his hand. Naruto, it can make you stronger and faster, he answered. Very good. Now, there are 2 different ways to strengthen and 2 different ways to increase your speed. Today, we're focusing on speed. First, does anyone know both methods? Please enlighten your teammates. You can force chakra into your muscles for a sudden burst of strength or speed. You can also circulate and contain the chakra within your muscles for a constant boost to your speed or strength. Excellent, said Kakashi, smiling behind his mask. The only clue to his students that he was smiling was the strange one-eyed smile the man had mastered. So, for the rest of today, we'll work on it, then we can maybe have a little race. Winner gets to choose where we eat dinner. Naruto was excited as usual to be learning something new, especially if he was going to be rewarded with ramen. As to the skill, he already knew he could increase his speed by pushing chakra into his legs for a sudden burst of speed because of his chakra sprint skill. But this new one was about applying a constant amount of chakra to his legs. Naruto started by applying as little chakra as he could, then holding it in his legs. Once he felt the chakra was successfully held there, he tried to run, but it didn't feel any different. You need to push yourself, said Sasuke. You can't just run lightly like that, you have to push yourself to run fast and then run even faster until you're running faster than you've ever run before. The more you get used to it, the more chakra you can apply and the faster you'll run. Naruto understood the explanation, but he was quite perplexed that Sasuke was helping him. Don't read into me helping. You gave me those tags, so now we're even. I don't like being indebted to anyone. With that he turned and walked away to see to his own training. Naruto snorted a little chuckle at the way Sasuke acted, but quickly refocused on his training. He started out running around the training area, slowly building up speed. It was important that he maintain control of his chakra or it could end up really hurting him. Before he knew it, he was at his physical limits. It was then he started pushing a little more chakra in and he noticed a significant increase in his speed, but not like the chakra sprint, this was more controlled. He found he could turn instantly without slowing down even a little bit. It was an amazing feeling, one that Naruto had started to really enjoy when he was distracted by a blue message window. A special skill has been created through a special act. By using your chakra to increase your speed and dexterity, movement enhancement, chakra speed, LVL, one has been created. Naruto tapped the button, not really paying attention to where he was or where he was going. And when he did look around, he realized he was out of control and quickly leaving the training field. Thankfully a tree stopped him before he ran out of the clearing they were training in. Naruto woke up a bit later with a blue window hovering above him, waiting for him to close or read it. Chakra Speed Active Passive LV1 Express, 0.00% CP, 10 per 5 seconds. Chakra flowing through your body has been focused into your muscles, granting a new level of speed and dexterity. Applying a little more chakra can make you even faster, but be careful you don't destroy your muscles in the process. Passively increases DEX 1%. Passively increases SPD 20%. Additional 1% speed per activation. Additional 100 damage per 5 seconds taken when activated more than 20 times at once. Naruto closed the message only for it to be replaced by another. After learning both basic speed skills used by Shinobi, you've unlocked SPD, you are now able to increase your speed through training. Naruto would have cheered if his body didn't hurt so much from hitting that tree. He closed the message. You've found a new speed called Faster, causing your SPD to go up by 1. You've found a new speed called Faster, causing your SPD to go up by 1. You've found a new speed called Faster, causing your SPD to go up by 1. You've found a new speed called Faster, causing your SPD to go up by 1. You've found a new speed called Faster, causing your SPD to go up by 1. Naruto groaned as he closed the message windows. Sakura, he moaned. Come heal me, tree hurt. Naruto heard a faint reply of Baka from Sakura before he blacked out. You have slept in your bed. HP and CP are fully restored. A month had passed since Naruto and his team resumed duty, and it was pretty much the same old grind. Wake up, have clones do his dailies, run a training field with his friends, train, meet his team and train more, plus a D rank mission followed by more training and the occasional training ground with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto was ready for another C rank and had voiced such to his sensei, but outright denied his request without explanation. Naruto personally thought the man had become afraid something bad would happen to them after what happened in the wave mission. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had all pointed out that the likelihood of that happening again were astronomical, but their words fell on deaf ears. Naruto was more than ready lately. His team had all gained another level in the last month, nearly 2. Hell, Shikamaru's team had all gained another level too. It was a damn difficult for all of them to grind to get to that point. Naruto was barely getting 5% of a level from a training field and less than 1% of a level from a D rank mission. It was extremely frustrating. Anyway, Naruto and his team sat waiting for their sensei to arrive. He was late. For the first time since they had first met the man, he was late. I don't like this, complained Naruto. He's never late. Maybe we should go look for him, suggested Sakura. Grunted Sasuke. Are you sure we should just wait here, Sasuke-kun? Tem's right, he'll show up eventually, or the old man would send someone to tell us, Naruto agreed. I'm glad you all think so highly of me, said a voice from behind them they all knew too well. That didn't stop it from scaring the all nearly to death. Kakashi laughed a little at seeing his genin react. Naruto was clinging to a tree branch 10 meters above them. Sasuke drew his sword to defend himself. Sakura simply glared at him but did not react beyond that. Not cool, sensei, hissed Naruto, before letting go of the branch and dropping to the ground. Sasuke grunted as he sheathed his sword. Did you really not expect that? Asked Sakura, rolling her eyes at her teammates. I did not, stated Sakura vehemently. How dare you accuse a lady of such a thing, Sasuke-kun? He grunted with a superior smirk. Sakura huffed and crossed her arms, a little pink staining her cheeks. She's kind of right, it was rather rude point out that she wet herself a little in fright, commented Kakashi. The man seemed to be feeling rather vindictive that day, first being late, then sneaking up on them, and finally that comment. So why were you late, sensei? Do I need to have a talk with the old man? You can if you want. It just happens that I was with the Hokage, which is why I was late, he explained. Did you finally decide to give us another C rank? Asked Naruto, anticipation written all over his face. Nope, even better, he said. B rank? Asked Sasuke, he even looked excited now. Better. A rank, stuttered Sakura, slightly fearfully. Better. S rank, whispered Naruto. Yada, he shouted a moment later. Better. Naruto froze in his celebration. What's better than an S rank? This, said Kakashi, holding out 3 pieces of paper, one for each of them. What's this? Asked Sakura, before she started reading the form. I've nominated you 3 for the Chunin placement exams to be held here in a week, he explained while his students read the forms. Is this why we haven't done another C rank? Asked Sasuke. Yes, I didn't want to start a C rank and risk missing this. It's also why I've been pushing you all so hard this last month, he explained. You're the best sensei ever, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto cheered, then attempted to hug the man only to find himself hugging Sasuke instead and feeling rather uncomfortable about it. You're the worst sensei ever, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto hissed, unlatching from Sasuke and pawing at himself to wipe away any possible infection. You're a little bipolar, aren't you? Asked Kakashi nonchalantly. You're a lot perverted, aren't you? Asked Sakura, countering him and insulting Naruto at the same time. I feel so unloved, cried Naruto, crouching down and drawing circles in the dirt with a finger. Get over it, said Sasuke, smirking. Anyway, you have to decide for yourself if you plan to enter. I'll be here tomorrow for training if you want it before the exam. If not, just report to room 301 by 10 a.m. a week from today, explained Kakashi. He then vanished, leaving leaves blowing in the wind. Well, I'll be here tomorrow, you guys. Started Naruto. Sure, said Sakura. Fine, but don't slow me down. Naruto and Sakura both rolled their eyes at his typical response. So, lunch anyone? I'm feeling like ramen. You always feel like ramen, retorted Sakura. Yeah, so, let's just get him some ramen, maybe it will shut him up for a while, said Sasuke, walking ahead of the group. Alright, R-A-M-E-N, what's that spell? Ramen, ramen, yay ramen, baka, both Sakura and Sasuke uttered together unintentionally. Status, name, Uzumaki Naruto, class, the gamer, title, Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain, level, LV26 next level, 84.32%. Affiliation, Konoha, HP, 4272 4270 seconds. CP, 3409 3409. STR, 6141.10 equals 102.10. VIT, 56 371.20 equals 427.20. Dex, 61 26.47 equals 87.47. Int, 63 277.88 equals 340.88. WIS, 56 37.80 equals 93.80. Luck, Def, 219 54.75 equals 273.75. SPD, 41 75.40 equals 116.40. Status, Uzumaki plus 10 Vit, plus 10 Int, plus 50% experience to Fuinjutsu skill Kyuubi Jinchuriki, plus 100 HP and plus 100 CP per level inspirational leader, plus 25% to experience gain to any team you are part of. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of this year's graduating class, rating so low because of his inability to create a basic bunshin. Naruto proved his worth after the test when he stopped a traitor and learned 2A ranked Genjutsu. And finally he has gotten some answers to his past, but still mystery remains. Who is his father? How did the Kyuubi escape? Point. 10. Ryo. 624,000. Chakra speed active passive LV13 express. 51.23% CP. 10 per 5 seconds. Chakra flowing through your body has been focused into your muscles, granting a new level of speed and dexterity. Applying a little more chakra can make you even faster, but be careful you don't destroy your muscles in the process. Passively increases Dex 7%. Passively increases SPD 26%. Additional 1% speed per activation. Additional 100 damage per 5 seconds taken when activated more than 20 times at once. Raiden Affinity passive LV24 Express, 18.12%. The ability to manipulate and control lightning style ninjutsu. Passively increase Raiden effects 24%. Raiden, Chakra Denka no Jutsu active LV49 Express, 13.31% HP, 3 per second. Manipulate Raiden Chakra to stimulate the production of chakra within your body. Additional 49 CP regenerated per second while active. Doden Affinity passive LV21 Express, 25.55%. The ability to manipulate and control Earth-style ninjutsu. Passively increase Doden effects 21%. Doden, Ishi no Hata no Jutsu active LV41 EXP 65.41% CP, 10 per 5 seconds. Manipulate the earth and stone around you to encase yourself in a thin armor of earth, providing enhanced defense. Additional plus 200 def when active. Doden. Teppadama no Jutsu active LV22 Express, 41.14% CP, 40. AD ranked ninjutsu. You can now spit a ball of mud at high speed to damage an opponent. Damage and accuracy increases the closer you are to your target. Deals blunt damage 64 to 84. Detect Genjutsu passive LV29 Express, 14.12%. Genjutsu is made to confuse the senses, knowing when you're caught in one is half the battle to breaking it. Passively detect Genjutsu effects 29%. Dispel Genjutsu active LV7 Express, 31.21% CP, 50. Genjutsu is made to confuse the senses, knowing when you're caught in on is half the battle to breaking it. Actually breaking it is the other half. By fluxing your chakra you have a chance to disrupt the hold of the foreign chakra invading your system and thus dispelling the Genjutsu's effects. Additional 7% chance to dispel Genjutsu when active. You have slept in your bed. HP and CP are fully restored. Naruto awoke early as planned and was quickly out of his apartment to meet up with Sasuke and Sakura. After the first day of training with Kakashi, it was recommended that they watch the main gate for the various foreign teams arriving in Konoha. As the teams from the various villages came in, Naruto would check their level and recommend if they should be investigated further. Unfortunately, it sometimes took some effort to convince Sasuke. And even then, convincing Sasuke was not always successful, like when a genin came in carrying a giant club looking like a wall of moving muscle but was only level 13. Naruto eventually just let Sasuke follow him and find out for himself, leaving Naruto and Sakura to pick up any slack. Between the three of them, they would follow the various teams to see what kind of techniques they may use, any useful habits, or just anything they could use against them. Unfortunately, they could only follow them for a few hours before they had to meet Kakashi for training, but they had definitely learned some valuable information. Naruto's Observe skill had advanced quite a bit as a result too. Observe passive active LV36 Express, 15.21% CP, 5. Through continuous observation, a skill to observe objects, situations, and persons was generated that allows for quick information gathering. The higher the skill, the greater the data obtained. With just one day left, the only village that hadn't shown up that was still expected to arrive was Sunagaku. When they did arrive, it was somewhat disappointing. They were all average level, no one exceptional to speak of. Then Naruto noticed another group trailing behind the main party. This last group was something special. Sabaku Tamari LV28, Sabaku Konkuro LV26, Sabaku Gaara LV34. That group, said Naruto. He's dangerous, said Sasuke, his Sharingan activating and focusing in on the young man with a gourd on his back. So we follow them? Asked Sakura. Absolutely, said Naruto and Sasuke together. So they followed from a distance. It became clear very quickly that all of the other Suna genin feared this team, and based on their level they had good reason to fear them, but then even the members of the team were fearful of one of its members. There was something about Gaara that terrified his brother and sister. Naruto used his Observe to see if he could figure it out. Name: Sabaku Gaara. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV34 next level, 61.21%. Affiliation: Suna. HP: 620 620ths. CP: 920 920ths. STR: 25. VIT: 62. Dex: 25. Int: 92. Wis: 96. Luck: 3. Def: 1900. SPD: 17.50. Status: Unstable Ikibi Jinchuriki, plus 50 def per level, plus 25% control of Suna Jutsu, Terror of Suna, minus 50% to all reputation gains, Insomniac, minus 50% to SPD, minus 25% to recovery, minus 50% to bonus stat gain. Sabaku Gaara is one of 3 children of the Cage. He is despised, hated and feared in spite of this, as evidenced by the many assassination attempts against him, most of them ordered by the Cage himself. He was made to be a weapon, but a poor seal left Gaara with a disturbed psyche from the constant torment of the very demon he holds within him. He's a killer through and through. That did not make Naruto feel comfortable about the exams. Gaara was like him but much more dangerous and apparently very unstable. He's more than dangerous, said Naruto. He needed to see the Hokage about this, but for now they would follow him and his team. The group went to a hotel and with the other Sunagaku genin and checked in. After that, Kankuro and Temari left, causing them to split up. Sasuke, stay and watch the one with the gourd, be very cautious of him. Sakura and I will follow the other two, said Naruto. Sasuke wordlessly agreed, not even grunting. Naruto would have preferred to stay and watch Gaara himself, but he knew Sasuke would never agree. Kankuro and Temari both kind of just wandered around the village. Did you see that? Asked Sakura. See what? The girl, she was talking to the bundle on the boy's back. She caught herself, but I swear she did, said Sakura. Suna Kugutsu? Asked Naruto, already knowing he was a puppeteer, the answer after using observe on him. Possibly, probable even. They continued to follow the pair through town, mostly in an attempt to find out about the puppet he used, but still paying attention for anything that might slip out in conversation or action. Then Naruto picked up on something, surprising himself even as he did so. Naruto watched as Temari subtly looked at the village. She watched the roofs, the alleys. This could have been confused for paranoia, but Naruto was certain she was planning something. He would have probably left it there, but one of the village kids got into trouble with Kankuro. I'll break it up. The old man wouldn't be happy if Konohamaru got himself hurt, said Naruto. Watch my back. Yeah, I will, said Sakura. Naruto dropped from his rooftop perch, landing out of sight in an alley near the Suna genin. Oi, let the kid go, said Naruto, causing Kankuro to pause in striking the kid. Oh yeah, what are you going to do about it? Asked Kankuro. I would be happy to kick your ass, but I'm pretty sure the Anbu converging on us now would prefer to do that themselves, Naruto said with confidence, despite lying through his teeth. Bullshit, said Kankuro. Do you have any idea who the kid is? Do you think I give a fuck? You really should. I mean, aren't you morons briefed on important political figures in the main villages as well as their families? I would think you'd know that even better, considering you're the Casecage's children. Temari suddenly gasped. Kankuro, you dumb fuck, drop that kid now and surrender or we're all dead. What are you talking? Kankuro started speaking only to find himself, the real Kankuro that was hidden in the bundle, planted into the ground with knee on his neck and a kunai ready to gut him. He's the fucking Hokage's grandson, Temari struggled to say. The Anbu detaining her had his hand around her neck after slamming her bodily into the nearest wall. She was trying not to do anything to provoke the Anbu, so wasn't struggling at all. Kankuro would have said more, but he was quickly losing consciousness, being choked out by the Anbu's knee pressing into his neck and throat. Temari was yanked off the wall and brought face to face with an Anbu commander. Do we have a problem? Was the monotone question from the Anbu. We're sorry, we didn't. I suggest you take your brother back to your hotel and remain there until the exams begin tomorrow. If we see you out unsupervised again, you will be detained and questioned. The three Anbu disappeared in a puff of smoke and a loud pop. I tried to warn you, said Naruto, smirking a little. He might miss his prankster status buff, but he was no less than capable of pulling off some amazing pranks when it suited him. He just had to hope he didn't get into trouble with the real Anbu if they found out what he did. Naruto would have said more but was surprised by the arrival of Gaara in gust of wind and sand. Gaara looked at his downed brother and the bruises already forming on Temari's neck. You're both an embarrassment. The Casecage will not be pleased. It was a mistake. Temari started to protest but was silenced with a glare from Gaara. Who are you? Asked Gaara, now glaring at Naruto. Naruto didn't care for the bloodthirsty look Gaara was giving him. It's proper to give your name first, said Sasuke. The boy was leaning against a nearby fence as if he'd always been there. Sabaku Gaara, Uchiha, I don't care about you, I want his name, interrupted Gaara, looking intently at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, but you can call me Nisama, just ask little Ichi, said Naruto, grinning as he saw Gaara's eyes widen slightly. He grinned even more when he heard the slight quaver in Gaara's voice. I'll see you in the exam, and kill you. Gaara then turned away from Naruto. Temari, carry Kankuro, we're returning to the hotel, you've embarrassed us enough. Temari nodded wordlessly, lifting Kankuro onto her shoulder then dragging the limp puppet behind her. Sakura dropped down a moment later. What was that about? The Nisama thing. Oh, that, meh, don't worry about it. He understood and that's all that really matters. Anyway, thanks for the genjutsu back there, it really enhanced the trick. Oi, you bastard, shouted Konohamaru, Coming out from behind the trash bin he'd sought coverage behind after being released from Kunkuro's grip. Huh, me? Asked Naruto, pointing to himself. Yeah, you interrupted me. I totally had that guy and you ruined the ass-kicking I was about to give the makeup-wearing freak, boasted the boy. What are you talking about? I just saved your ass from an epic beatdown. You should be on the ground groveling before my amazing self. Ha, amazing, yeah right, amazingly short maybe. What was that you little shit? You heard me, what are you going to do about it? I'm the Hokage's grandson, you can't touch me. You're not that brave, I bet you're wetting yourself now, huh? I bet you all. Naruto brained the brat, leaving a nice lump on the boy's hard head. Shut up you brat, you could be Hokage for all I care and I would still kick your ass if you're going to say shit like that. Konohamaru groaned in pain, clutching his ringing head. Ow, why, no one ever messes with me. I'm not, no one, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage and don't you forget it. That's it, shouted Konohamaru, springing back to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. From this day forward, I'm your apprentice. You will teach me everything you know and one day we'll battle to the death where I'll emerge victorious being the natural prodigy that I am. Then I'll become Hokage. The Hokage's grandson is an idiot, commented Sakura, as the boy continued to drone on and on. We're going to be late for training, said Sasuke. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke left to make it to training leaving Konohamaru behind, still spouting off his monologue about his greatness and future achievements. It was nearly an hour before the boy noticed he was alone. You have slept in your bed. HP and CP are fully restored. Morning came too soon for Naruto's tastes. Kakashi had pushed them hard all week, even the day leading up to the exam. It was tough but worth it. Naruto went quickly through his morning routine, and was out the door to meet up with his friends for breakfast. Choji's mother insisted they all come by for a big breakfast. Naruto was not about to decline an invite to free food. The Akamichi household was as large as the Akamichi family themselves and everything was bigger. Bigger doors, bigger furniture, and best of all, bigger food and more of it too. Naruto had been invited over by Choji a few times in the past and it was always an impressive meal that left him full for days afterward. Going into a major event like this was bound to be difficult, starting it out right with a full breakfast was a smart way to go. Naruto knocked on the door and waited. He could hear loud noises from inside, lots of laughter and maybe even a little roughhousing, so he knocked again. It took a minute but the door was finally opened by Shuza, Choji's father. Morning, Naruto, said the elder man, smiling happily. Morning, Akamichi-san. Naruto, please, we're all shinobi here, just call me Shuza. He motioned for Naruto to enter. Just inside the entrance was a pile of shinobi sandals which Naruto quickly added his own to. He then followed Shuza inside to the dining hall, and it was definitely a hall. The dining hall was the largest room in the house from what Naruto had been told by Choji. It was large enough to house the entire Akamichi clan at one time, such as when they held clan meeting it was always done as a banquet. Choji explained that well-fed people were more likely to compromise, which is why the clan had so little strife and everyone seemed content and happy most of the time. Naruto, about time you showed up, called Choji, seeing his friend enter the hall. Naruto was bombarded by other greetings from Shikamaru and his parents, then Ino and her parents, even Sakura and her parents were there. Sasuke was absent but that wasn't really surprising, he was invited but apparently chose not to come or hadn't shown up yet if he was coming. Still, it was a loud room even if it wasn't even a quarter full. Naruto was quickly ushered into a chair by Choji's mother, followed quickly by her putting a plate down in front of him that was laden with food. Just make sure you eat all the fruit and oatmeal, you'll need your carbs, ordered the clan mother, pointing out the portion set out for him. Naruto's eyes widened at the size of the bowl of oatmeal. It was as big as a ramen bowl which was already oversized. Naruto swallowed nervously before digging in with gusto. He was not going to disappoint the Akamichi matriarch after she went through so much trouble and was so kind to him. Naruto was surprised the thick oatmeal went down as easily as it did. He was more surprised that he still had room for more when it was done. Naruto ate his fruit, then some of the various meats and even some eggs. Throughout all of this, Naruto and the other genin were trying to listen in on the various conversations between the adults while they ate their meals under the strict eye of Choji's mother. Oto sent a team, commented Inoichi. So many new hidden villages popping up all the time, commented Kazashi, Sakura's father. And none of them ever last long, do they? Added Shuza. Something about this one troubles me, said Shikaku. The man was leaning back in his chair, not really eating. Where is this Otogakure? Asked Mebuki, Sakura's mother. That's part of what worries me, said Shikaku. We don't know. How is that possible? How did we even invite them to the exams without knowing where to send it? Ino's mother asked, a concerned look crossing her face. It's an open invite, all of the elemental nations know it happening, it's not exactly a big secret, explained Inoichi. Still, it is concerning when a village we'd never heard of before now just shows up. Their genin are talented too, chimed in Shikamaru, pushing his own plate forward. He was clearly done eating and wanted to join the conversation. Oh, and how do you know that? Team 7, he answered lazily. Suddenly all eyes were focused on Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi-sensei suggested, we watch the gates all week for the various teams coming in and then trying to analyze them for any weaknesses or strengths, explained Sakura. She, like Ino, had only been picking at the food in front of her. She ate, but it wasn't as much as the boys, not even close. And, prompted Inoichi, only one of the teams looks like a real threat, she started. 2 boys and a girl. Abumi Zaku seems short-tempered, and he's definitely a ninjutsu specialist. We saw him playing with wind in an attempt to flirt with a civilian girl. When she turned him down flat, he created a blast of wind that nearly blew her skirt up if she hadn't acted fast to hold it down. The girl, Tsuchi-kin, we saw her messing with a Senbon at one point, so she probably uses poison. Don't forget the bell she was messing with, added Naruto. Right, and possibly auditory genjutsu, she continued. The last boy and their leader, Kinuta Dosu, seems like a taijutsu type, but we didn't get much of a read on him. Interesting. Anything else? Asked Shikaku. Yeah, they had the same idea as us, caught them trying to spy on us while we were spying on one of the teams from Suna. Sakura couldn't help but shudder a bit at the memory of the bloodlust from the boy, Gaara. Are you cold, sweetheart? Asked Mebuki, catching Sakura's shudder. No, just remembering that boy from Suna. Oh, does someone have a forbidden love interest from another village? Asked Mebuki, teasing her daughter. That's not even funny, Kasen, snapped Sakura, a frown instantly marring her face. He's dangerous, probably the most dangerous person I've ever met, worse than Zabuza even. Oh, and who is this? Asked Shuza, leaning forward in interest. I told the Hokage about him yesterday, said Naruto, finally leaning back from his mostly empty plate. He said I'm to keep my mouth shut about him. That said, if any of you meet up with him any time during the exam, you need to run away as fast as you can and don't look back. Flee on sight, for a genin? Asked Shuza. Just how dangerous is he? That's enough, Shuza, interrupted Shikaku. We can ask the Hokage about him. In the meantime, I suggest you heed Naruto's recommendation. Just cause they're afraid of him doesn't mean he's that strong, Ino chimed in. Inoichi just sighed. Ino, stop being contradictory just for the sake of trying to one-up Sakura-chan. It's a legitimate warning and you would be wise to listen. Ino glowered at her father. Now that's enough, both of you, interrupted Ino's mother. Inoichi, there is no need to be so harsh, and, Ino, there is no reason to be so obstinate. Both of them properly chided let the topic drop. Anyway, it's time for you kids to get out the door, said Yoshino. And Shikamaru, if you quit, I won't ever let you sleep in again. You hardly let me sleep in now, he groused. Want to say that again? Asked his mother, an eyebrow twitching in irritation. I said. Before he could retort, he was quickly cut off by his father covering the boy's mouth and marching him out of the house before he could say something he'd really regret. Naruto followed the rest out, thanking the Akamichis profusely for the meal. It was a short jaunt from there to the academy, where they were met by Sasuke just outside the building's main entrance. You're almost late, he snapped. So we're on time, corrected Naruto. Grunted Sasuke. Let's just go in already, said Shikamaru, hoping to prevent any arguments that may crop up. Inside they were confronted by a large crowd outside of a room marked 301. Genjutsu detected. Naruto blinked in surprise at the warning message, quickly sending it away. He looked around a bit, then back toward the stairs when it dawned on him, they had only gone up 2 floors. Out of the way, demanded Sasuke. And while you're at, dispel this pathetic genjutsu. There was an audible slapping sound immediately following his statement. If you were to look, You'd see both Shikamaru and Naruto had both face-palmed in disbelief that the supposed prodigy would do something so unbelievably stupid. "You dumbass," said another person in the crowd that had obviously seen through the ruse. "Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" demanded Sasuke, glaring at the girl that said it. "I'm talking to a dumbass," she restated. "Only a complete dumbass would tell all the unqualified that there was a genjutsu here. Don't you get it? This was part of the test and you just gave another 15 people the answer to the first part. What kind of moron are you? I am Uchiha Sasuke, what is your name? Tsuchi-kin, and until you prove otherwise, your name is now, dumbass. You will fall first," he stated arrogantly, before forcing his way past her toward the stairs that would lead up to the third floor. "I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Sasuke was so uncool there," said Ino. "I know," Sakura stated, her head hanging low. "Let's hurry before he gets into even more trouble," said Naruto, pushing the group along. If he'd waited a few more minutes he would have seen Tenten and her team coming up behind them. Outside of the real room 301 both teams' sensei were waiting, Kakashi reading porn, Asuma rolling a cigarette. "So, you all came," said Asuma first. "Why wouldn't we?" asked Choji. "It's a team test, if one of chose not to take it then none of us could," answered Shikamaru. "You mean I didn't have to take this stupid test?" asked Ino. "Nope, but since you're here you may as well," said Asuma, grinning. "You planned this," Ino stated firmly, glaring at the man. "And?" asked Asuma, waiting for her to make a point that wasn't obvious. "I like your teacher," said Naruto, grinning. "He's cool." "Troublesome," groaned Shikamaru. "You say that now but you haven't had to listen to him complain about his girlfriend." "I do not complain about my girlfriend. I don't even have a girlfriend," he protested. "I'll be sure to tell Kurenai you said that," Kakashi chimed in, grinning behind his mask. "Damned you, Kakashi." Naruto couldn't help laughing a bit, it was kind of funny to witness. "Ma, you kids should head inside," Kakashi ordered before Asuma could embarrass himself any further. "See you later, sensei," said Naruto, leading the way. Wish us luck, sensei," said Sakura, trying not to giggle at the look on Asuma's face. "Troublesome. I'm ready for a snack, let's hurry inside so I can have one." "Why me?" groaned Ino, following the troop inside the room. As soon as Naruto entered the room he got the quest alert he'd been expecting since Kakashi had first told them about the exams. Quest alert. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 1. Successfully complete the first stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Pass the exam. Bonus. Objectives. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Completion award. 50,000 express. 25,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 express. End of Chunin Selection Exam. Naruto read the quest, it was very fair and he could decline if he wanted to. He tapped the accept button proceeding into the room without anyone noticing. The room was filled with genin from all over the place, his observe passive ability was buzzing with information ready to be taken. Names, levels, titles, all kinds of information there for the taking. "Yahoo!" shouted a familiar voice. Naruto looked to see Kiba and his team approaching them. "What's up, dog breath?" asked Naruto, grinning. Kiba and Naruto weren't very close but they did often enjoy a prank together, insulting each other was just part of their unique friendship. "Not much, short stack," he replied, grinning as well. "See anything interesting yet?" asked Choji. "Nah, just more punks waiting to get their ass kicked." "By who?" asked Naruto. He tried to keep straight-faced when he asked but it didn't last. "Ass," Kiba grumbled, trying not to laugh also. It was an admittedly good joke. "Anyway, looks like all the rookies are here. Mom says it's a big deal for even one rookie team to be nominated for the exam, let alone 3. Grunted Sasuke, a superior smirk adorning his face. "Could you be a little more arrogant?" asked Naruto. "None of us would be here if we weren't skilled enough." This time Sasuke sneered, crossing his arms. "Jerk," grumbled Naruto. "Anyway, are you and your team ready for the exams?" "Hell yeah, we're gonna take this thing by storm," he boasted. Naruto took a moment to observe Kiba and then the rest of his approaching team. It was a bit underwhelming. Name: Inuzuka Kiba. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV20 next level, 89.99%. HP: 900 900ths. CP: 300 300ths. STR, 130. VIT, 90. Dex, 130. Int, 30. Wis, 35. Luck, 3. SPD, 95. Status. Feral plus 5 STR and plus 5 Dex per level, minus 10 Wis, minus 10 Int Pack Leader plus 10 Int, plus 10 Wis, plus 10% damage when in team, Ninken Master, Ninken Partner plus 20% damage, Ninken Partner plus 25% increase to experience gain. Inuzuka Kiba is a member of the Feral Inuzuka clan known for their close relationship with Ninken. That close relationship with Ninken has allowed their clan to develop very animalistic abilities and jutsu, making them fierce combatants and excellent trackers. Kiba, though a son of the clan head, is fairly average for an Inuzuka. Name: Hyuga Hinata. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV23 next level, 87.14%. HP: 900 900ths. CP: 454 150ths. STR, 30. VIT, 90. Dex, 221. Int, 45. Wis, 60. Luck, 2. SPD, 46. Status: Unconfident minus 15% damage, minus 5% damage when in team. Flexible plus 5 Dex per level, plus 0.25 SPD per level. Kindness plus 20% to all reputation gains. Weak Byakugan plus 2 Dex per level. Hyuga Hinata is a member of the elitist Hyuga clan known for their dojutsu and unique taijutsu style. She is a very sweet girl but very shy, so not well known by her classmates. She finds the strength to improve from watching the person she most admires. Name: Aburame Shino. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV21 next level, 96.21%. HP: 900 900ths. CP: 777 170ths. STR, 50. VIT, 90. Dex, 50. Int, 77. Wis, 98. Luck, 2. SPD, 55. Status: Creepy minus 10% to all reputation gains, plus 50% effectiveness to stealth. Dedicated plus 25% increase to experience gain, plus 50% increase to bonus stat gain. Logical plus 2 Int and plus 3 Wis per level. Aburame Shino is a member of the acclaimed Aburame clan known for their silent nature and appreciation of the little things. Known to host a colony of Kikaichu within their bodies, make their techniques and abilities not just powerful but also extremely creepy. Shino is the heir to the clan and a very capable shinobi in training. Hinata was still the strongest on the team, which did surprise Naruto given she was so shy and severely lacking in confidence. But it did tell him that she worked really hard to get stronger, to be better, and that was kind of awesome. That she had grown that much without going to the training fields with him and the others was even more impressive. Shino and Kiba were another story. Both were very disappointing to Naruto. He'd come to expect more of them, especially since Shikamaru was at a higher level. But then again, they didn't go to the training fields with him. They didn't get the extra experience from it that he and the others gained from the challenge. Naruto made the decision then, that when the exams ended he was going to make a point of trying to get Team 8 to join his training group. "You rookies should quiet down," said a new voice coming over to the 9 genin. Naruto looked toward the source. It was a silver-haired genin with glasses. He had a friendly smile that seemed welcoming, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. It was a look Naruto had become well versed with. Yukushi Kabuto LV. That little bit of information made Naruto worried. The observe of him made him very worried, as it gave him nothing, not even status effects. He could get status effects for Kakashi-sensei. Could that meant this guy's level was higher than Kakashi's? It also begged the question, why was he here taking the Chunin exam? "Who are you? What do you want?" demanded Naruto, one hand venturing toward his weapons pouch. "No need to be so paranoid. I'm a Konoha shinobi like you guys. I just thought I'd come give a little advice, seeing as you're all rookies and you're making a lot of noise. Just look around. You've drawn a lot of notice," Kabuto explained, trying to reassure them. "Yeah, right, what do you really want?" asked Naruto. "Seriously, here, I'll prove it. I've got these info cards. It's got data I've collected over the years. Do you have information on people?" asked Sasuke, showing a little interest. "Of course," answered Kabuto. "Who do you want to know about?" "Sabaku Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto," said Sasuke. Don't go spreading my information around, Naruto stepped in immediately. We're a team, you jackass, start acting like it. It's fine, Naruto-san, I won't read your information card if you don't want me to. But I can give you what I have on Sabakugara, offered Kabuto. That actually did pique Naruto's interest. He wondered how Kabuto's information differed from what he learned using Observe. Alright, let's see what you've got, said Naruto, stepping back and crossing his arms. Sabakugara, I shows he's done 8 C rank missions and 1 B rank, I show that he has completed every mission without even being scratched, Kabuto relayed to the genin. It matched up with what Naruto expected, but Kabuto's card was missing details about any of his abilities. He's from Suna, so I'm afraid I don't have any other information. What about your info card? Asked Naruto, wondering how he'd respond to the request. Well, Kabuto stalled, scratching the back of his head and chuckling nervously. Like you, I don't want my abilities broadcasted. It was a solid dodge but did nothing to make Naruto less suspicious of the man with a for a title. Have you taken the test before? Asked Sakura. Yeah, this is actually my 7th time. How else do you think I got the info for my cards? Wow, you must suck, stated Kiba, chortling at his own joke. The Chunin selection exam is really difficult, people die here, replied Kabuto, showing a bit of displeasure at the disrespect Kiba was showing. Naruto would have asked him more questions, but the arrival of someone he knew distracted him. Hey, Tenten, over here, he waved her and her team over to them. Naruto saw Neji snort in disgust, mumble a few words to his teammates and walk off. So, Neji is still an ass, huh? Asked Naruto as Tenten and Lee walked over to the genin. Do you have to antagonize everyone? Asked Sakura before Tenten could answer. What? He is an ass. You shouldn't talk about him like that, warned Tenten. He's the most powerful genin here for good reason. Actually, Sabakugara is the most powerful genin here, Naruto corrected her. If you and your team run into him, run or he will kill you all. We're stronger than you think, protested Lee. You are strong, but he's a lot stronger. You don't have to believe me, but I hope you'll put a little trust in me. If you cross paths with him at any time, you run, Naruto tried to make it as clear as he could. He didn't want any Konoha shinobi to die if he could help it. Ha, never thought you to be chicken, Naruto, Kiba cracked in. It's not chicken, said Sakura. Gaara is extremely dangerous. He's right too that you should run if you ever face him. Like you're one to talk, little Miss Fangirl, snapped Kiba, choosing to insult her rather than even consider the free advice. Sakura narrowed her eyes but restrained herself from retaliating. Kiba-kun, stuttered Hinata, trying to calm the situation. Stay out of this, snarled Kiba, his eyes fixed on Sakura. Hinata instantly shied away. Oi, what the hell is wrong with you? Demanded Naruto. You don't need to talk to Hinata like that. She's only trying to stop you from making an ass of yourself, something you seem determined to do anyway. Kiba flinched slightly but didn't back down. His pack instincts telling him to establish himself as the alpha. I'll kick your ass too, Naruto. That's enough, you maggots, shouted a new voice in the room, this one older and laced with a killing intent. Kiba spared one last glare at Naruto and Sakura both before giving his attention to the proctor. My name is Morino Ibiki, the proctor for the first stage of the Chunin selection exams. Now, form a line. You'll each get a seat assignment, ordered the man, ushering the genin to move immediately. Naruto moved just as the rest did, looking around at the various genin in the room when he noticed something. There were a handful of genin in line that had levels in the upper 30s, way too high to be taking this test. He also noticed that the genin had a title that read Chunin next to their names. Strange, whispered Naruto. What's that? Asked Shikamaru. He was standing in line behind Naruto. Some of the people in taking the test aren't genin, they're Chunin, he whispered back. Troublesome, they're plants for something then. Plants, like spies, maybe, Shikamaru answered. He was trying to quickly work through various scenarios. I would guess that these guys have the test answers and we have to steal them. Steal them how? And why steal them? The test is probably stupid hard, so the real test isn't about answering the questions, it's about acquiring the answers, he explained. We should tell the other rookies, Naruto stated. Yeah, but be discreet about it. Naruto and Shikamaru were able to inform the other rookie genin before they got to the front of the line and were assigned a seat. As luck would have it, Naruto was seated next to Hinata, a friendly, if slightly red, face. In a minute, You will flip over the paper in front of you. You have 1 hour to answer the first 9 questions. The 10th question will be given at the end of the hour. If you are caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. If you lose 6 points, you and your team automatically fail, explained Ibiki, setting an atmosphere in the room that was thick with tension and nervousness. Admittedly, even Naruto felt the pressure from the man, even knowing that it was all a trick. He just had to figure out how to cheat without getting caught. He knew Sasuke's magic eyes would help him get the answers, and Sakura was probably smart enough to answer the questions on her own. You may begin, called Ibiki. Naruto wasn't ready for him to call a start to the exam. He hadn't figured out how to cheat yet. Naruto would have panicked more if his body hadn't begun moving on its own, filling in the answers. Naruto glanced down and saw a shadow stretched along the floor going to most of the rookie 9 genin. Naruto couldn't resist grinning. He'd owe Shikamaru big time for this. It took Shikamaru about 20 minutes to fill in all the answers, and when he answered the last question he released his hold. Naruto watched Shikamaru breathe a sigh of relief before putting his head down and closing his eyes. Naruto glanced to his right to see Hinata too had finished her test and was just waiting for the next phase. Bonus objective completion awarded, 25,000 Express. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 1. Successfully complete the first stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Pass the exam. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Successfully cheat without losing any points. Question mark. Completion award, 50,000 Express. 25,000 Express per bonus objective. Completion failure, 10,000 Express. End of Chunin Selection Exam. Naruto tried not to look surprised when he was notified of the bonus objective completion. He was very surprised to discover that he missed a bonus objective. He'd never missed an objective before, bonus or otherwise, not counting the stupid kunai and shuriken quests in the academy. Naruto tried to reflect back on everything that happened from the time he entered the test room and accepted the quest. What was odd? What could he have missed in that time? Then it hit him, Kabuto was odd. Why would a shinobi that is potentially stronger than Kakashi be here? With a genin team no less. Then there was the information he was giving away. Was he another plant? But couldn't they have done the same with any of the other hidden proctors? Then there was the fact that he even admitted to failing the exam before, 7 times before. If his level was that high, he should have passed easily. Naruto found himself jotting a few notes on the back of his test. He wasn't prepared for Ibiki to call for them to put their pencils down. Okay, maggots, time for the last question, the man began. But first, there is a special rule for this question. If you choose to take it and answer wrong, not only will you fail this test, but you'll never be permitted to apply for Chunin again. The statement was followed by a cacophony of protests from the genin present. But I took this test last year. You're lying, protested a genin from Suna loudly. That's too bad, I wasn't the proctor last year. Anyone who wants to give up can quit now and try again next year. Naruto watched in morbid fascination as the genin in the room started dropping like flies. One would leave, followed by his less than pleased teammates. Naruto knew that if he or any of his team quit, then there would be no next time, it would destroy the team instantly. So he had to risk it and hope that he could answer the question. Naruto watched and waited, Ibiki regularly taunting the room at large, getting more and more to give up. Then Naruto saw Hinata start to raise her hand as if to quit. He couldn't let that happen. To hell with you and your damned question, he found himself shouting. I'll take it. What kind of shinobi doesn't like a little risk now and then? This is your career we're talking about here, boy, replied Ibiki. I'm going to be Hokage someday, so even if you bar me from ever taking the test again, I'll still become Hokage, and then I'll fire your ass making up such a fucked up rule. Bonus objective completion awarded, 25,000 Express. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 1. Successfully complete the first stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Pass the exam. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Successfully cheat without losing any points. Inspire your fellow genin. Completion award, 50,000 Express. 25,000 Express per bonus objective. Completion failure, 10,000 Express. End of Chunin Selection Exam. Congratulations. Your level has increased by 1. I see, said Ibiki, glancing at the rest of the room, seeing that any fear he'd previously established had been washed away. In that case, you pass. Objective completion awarded, 50,000 Express. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 1. Successfully complete the first stage of the Chunin selection exam. Objectives. Pass the exam. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Successfully cheat without losing any points. Inspire your fellow genin. Completion award. 50,000 express. 25,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 express. End of Chunin selection exam. What? Naruto asked, feeling thrown for a loop by the response. What do you mean, you pass? The final question was to see who was willing to risk everything even in the face of dire consequences. Those who chose to remain answered the question correctly and therefore passed this portion of the exam. What about the rest of the questions? Asked Tamari, anger evident on her face. They will be counted into your overall consideration for promotion. Now, the window shattered inward, interrupting whatever else Ibiki was planning to say. Instead, the man was now obscured from view by a large black tarp with white lettering painted on it stating, Proctor for the second exam, the fabulous Mitarashi Anko. You guys, I am the proctor for the second exam. Mitarashi Anko, she shouted her introduction. Let's move on to the next stage. Status. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Class. The Gamer. Title. Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level. LV27 next level. 7.11%. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 4722 4720 seconds. CP. 3509 3509. STR. 61 31.10 equals 92.10. VIT. 56 146.20 equals 472.20. Dex. 61 44.30 equals 105.30. Int. 63 17.88 equals 350.88. WIS. 56 39.48 equals 95.48. Luck. Def. 239 59.75 equals 298.75. SPD. 41 77.04 equals 118.04. Status. Uzumaki plus 10 vit, plus 10 int, plus 50% experience to Fuinjutsu skill Kyuubi Jinchuriki, plus 100 HP and plus 100 CP per level inspirational leader, plus 25% to experience gain to any team you are part of. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of this year's graduating class, rating so low because of his inability to create a basic bunshin. Naruto proved his worth after the test when he stopped a traitor and learned 2A ranked Kinjutsu. And finally he has gotten some answers to his past, but still mystery remains. Who is his father? How did the Kyuubi escape? Point. 15. Ryo. 624,000. Professional skill. Fuinjutsu active LV39 EXP 14.11% CP, 20. A professional skill allowing you to create seals that can be used to improve your gear, make explosives or just seal stuff away for later. Kibaku Fuda Grade 3, a mid-quality explosive tag. Stats. 75 to 125 explosive damage, 10 meter explosive radius. Storage Scroll Grade 3, a mid-quality storage scroll. Can hold up to 80 kilograms of material. Shozen Fuda Grade 2, a low to mid-quality tag charged with healing chakra. Restores 250 to 300 HP to any target it is applied to. Plus 50 def and plus 20 vit to chest, improve your gear by increasing the defense provided by 50 points and vitality by 20 points. Plus 50 def and plus 20 into chest, improve your gear by increasing the defense provided by 50 points and intelligence by 20 points. Plus 8 dex to forearm. Improve your gear by increasing the dexterity provided by 8 points. Plus 8 wis to forearm, improve your gear by increasing the wisdom provided by 8 points. Plus 8 STR to forearm, improve your gear by increasing the strength provided by 8 points. Plus 8 dex to shin, improve your gear by increasing the dexterity provided by 8 points. Plus 8 STR to shin, improve your gear by increasing the strength provided by 8 points. Plus 8 wis to shin, improve your gear by increasing the wisdom provided by 8 points. Plus 75 vit to legs, improve your gear by increasing the vitality provided by 75 points. Plus 75 into legs, improve your gear by increasing the intelligence provided by 75 points. Reputation. Higurashi Weapons. Honored 5,250 10,000ths. Konoha General Store. Unfriendly 351 thousandths. Yakiniku Q, unfriendly 351 thousandths. Farm Stand, unfriendly 351 thousandths. Konoha Apothecary, unfriendly 351 thousandths. Naruto and company followed Anko out of the KSA. She led them through the village toward the north side of the village and through 2 empty training fields until they came to a large fenced-off area. Welcome to Training Field 44, or as I like to call it, the Forest of Death. This is where we'll be hosting the second stage, but before any of you go inside you'll have to sign these releases. Releases for what? Asked one of the genin. In case you die in there. We don't want any liability issues, she explained, smiling the whole time. She's a little nuts, whispered Naruto. He would have commented further when he found his thoughts interrupted by a kunai flying toward his face, just slightly cutting his face. Little brats who don't pay attention often end up dead first, whispered a silky and dangerous voice in his ear. He then felt a tongue lick his cheek, specifically where he'd just been cut. You taste good, moaned the proctor. Excuse me, but you dropped this, said yet another voice from behind Anko and him both. This time the tongue that came out had a kunai wrapped in it, threatening to cut Anko's throat. Thank you, said Anko, tapping the would-be assassin's inner thigh with another kunai. The 3 of them separated at that point, the situation obviously resolved. Naruto paid extra attention to look at the one that attacked Anko, something about him gave Naruto the chills. Orochimaru LV, Naruto frowned, he didn't remember this person from their spying during the week leading up to the exam. He would have remembered, but then he didn't recognize the face either, which means he may have arrived when they weren't watching the gate. But still, he felt like he should know that name, but he couldn't remember where or why it was important. Naruto, let's go, called Sakura, snapping him out of his daze. Naruto rushed to join them, the mystery man quickly forgotten, a mistake that would haunt him soon enough. After they each signed one of the forms, Naruto accepted the scroll for his team, putting it in his inventory, then together they went to their assigned entrance gate. On the way to the gate a blue message pop up with a very unusual quest message. Hidden objective completion awarded 100,000 express. Hidden quest alert. The mystery of Kabuto. Uncover the many secrets surrounding Yakushi Kabuto. Hidden objectives. Draw the attention of the proctors to Yakushi's activities. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Completion award. 10 million express. Title. Tante. 100,000 express per hidden objective. What the fuck? Grumbled Naruto, reading through the quest. How the hell did I get this? Luckily, Sasuke was far enough ahead to not hear him, but he did draw a look from Sakura. What happened? I uncovered some kind of hidden quest. What's that mean? So the whole thing is hidden. I don't know what the objectives are until I've accomplished the objective. There is also no time limit to it. Either I complete it or I don't. Is it even worth it? Yeah, it gives me a ton of experience, but it also gives me a new title, Tante. Detective. Huh, what would that do for you? Don't know, won't know until I actually get it, but who knows when that will happen. But it still left the question as to how he had drawn attention from the proctors. Then it occurred to him, the notes he'd left on the back of his test. The proctor must have looked at them. Any further reflection was stalled by the arrival at their assigned entrance gate. Give me the scroll, ordered Sasuke, turning to face them with his back to the closed gate. Nope, said Naruto, smirking. Give me the scroll, I'm stronger than you. I can protect it and you can't. Tell you what, if you can find the scroll on me you can take it, offered Naruto, holding his arms out to his side openly. There was no way for Sasuke to ever find it because it was in his inventory, a place that only he could access. It was a win-win situation. Sasuke quickly patted Naruto down, then checked his pouches. Seals, of course, said Naruto, enjoying his victory. Fine, grunted Sasuke, turning away and looking into the forest, waiting for the gate to be opened. It was clear from his body language he was not pleased. So do we have a plan for getting the other scroll? Asked Sakura. Find another team and take theirs. Naruto half-asked, half-stated. Sakura rolled her eyes. We can rush to the tower and set an ambush for a team coming in with both scrolls. We could also try hunting through the forest, but there is a chance we'll never run into another team or that we'll run into Gaara's team. What about trying to team up with Shikamaru's team? Naruto asked thoughtfully. That would be great, assuming we can find them. We don't need to team up with anyone, they'll slow us down. Sasuke was feeling rather prickly, it seemed. It was clear, He didn't like that Naruto was carrying the scroll or that he could not find the scroll on Naruto to take for himself. Then what do you want to do, Sasuke-kun? Asked Sakura, exasperated. Easy, we find other teams, take their scrolls and then go to the tower, he answered as if it was just that easy. Why are you being so damn stubborn about all this? Asked Naruto. We can't just go into this blind. We have to be a team right now. What the hell do you think it means to be Chunin anyway? I don't care about Chunin, he answered. I'm here to fight strong opponents. There is no other reason to be here. Naruto wanted to scream and pull his hair out. Are you fucking kidding me with this shit? Why would I kid about this? I don't care if we pass this test, I need to get stronger and the best way to do that is to fight strong opponents. Sasuke, do you understand that if we get to Chunin rank we can get higher rank missions? And with higher rank mission we have the chance to fight strong opponents. What is so hard to understand about this? Argued Naruto. He grunted. Any further argument was stalled by the gate opening and Sasuke entering, jumping into the canopy. Asshole, griped Naruto, following after him. Sakura just sighed before giving chase to her team. As soon as Naruto passed through the gate, 2 blue windows popped up. The first was the new quest for the second stage. Quest alert. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 2. Successfully complete the second stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Acquire a Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll. Reach the Central Tower inside of 5 days. Question mark. Question mark. Bonus objectives. Question mark. 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 Completion award. 100,000 Express. 50,000 Express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 Express. Death or end of Chunin. Selection exam. Even as he accepted the quest, he was focused on the argument with Sasuke. He wasn't happy with Sasuke's attitude going into this. If he'd known at the start of today that Sasuke was going to pull this shit, he might not have bothered to show up for it. It was needlessly putting all of their lives in danger. The second window was the training field description. Training Field 44, lovingly called the Forest of Death, by one Mitarashi Anko. This forest really is a place of death, as many a shinobi have fallen to that which lurks within. As to their deaths, as if dying by shinobi weren't enough, in this place the forest itself can kill you just as easily. War Zone. Recommended level. 26. Naruto's first question is what the hell did it mean, War Zone? Then as if to answer his question his observe activated on the word. War Zone. A large map designated for combat with no set path or course to take. All areas are able to be explored or used for combat. That was a bit different, but it made sense. Most of the training fields seemed to follow a single path to the end with very little open space to explore and fight, or maybe it was that the monsters seemed to lead him along a single path. Naruto shook himself to refocus on his current surroundings. Sasuke was ahead of them, leaping through the forest, doing his best to put some distance between them and the gate. It was quite foolish going into this without more of a plan than to just go in and find people to fight. Naruto almost overshot Sasuke when he suddenly stopped. Luckily, he was able to stop on the branch next to him with Sakura stopping on the other side of Sasuke. Sasuke pointed down below them to a group of genin from Suna, not Gaara's team thankfully. They're mine. Naruto saw the 3 unaware genin below, 2 were level 17 and 1 was level 19. Without a plan, Sasuke dropped down on them from above, killing 2 of them instantly with a kunai to the back of the neck, severing their spinal cords like cutting the strings of a puppet. The remaining genin turned swiftly, his eyes wide and panicked. He tried to run only for Sasuke to decapitate him with his Chikudo. That was disappointing, Sasuke said, wiping his blade and sheathing it. And stupid, commented Naruto. You could have easily knocked them all out, killing them was completely unnecessary. Sasuke ignored him, choosing to jump back into the trees. Naruto dropped from the trees and quickly searched the bodies, collecting another Heaven Scroll and stashing it in his inventory with the other one. Bonus completion awarded. 50,000 Express. Quest alert. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 2. Successfully complete the second stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Acquire a Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll. Reach the Central Tower inside of 5 days. Question mark. Question mark. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Acquire an extra Heaven Scroll. Question mark. Completion award. 100,000 express. 50,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 express. Death or end of Chunin selection exam. He was quickly back into the trees in an attempt to catch up with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto didn't like this plan. It relied way too much on luck as opposed to strategy. He was less pleased when he was forced to suddenly duck a hail of kunai and shuriken. The attack forced him out of the trees and down to the ground where he was surrounded by 6 Sunagenin. "You killed our friends," stated one of them, clearly the leader of this little group. Of course Sasuke and Sakura kept going, not even noticing him being ambushed. Eventually they would notice and circle back, but for now he was on his own against 6 genin from levels 16 to 21 at the highest. "We don't have to do this, you can walk away now," offered Naruto. It was a bluff, mostly a bluff. He was in a very dangerous situation. For now, his best hope was to scatter them and take them out one at a time. Naruto was quick to use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, making almost 30 clones, 15 immediately attacking the other genin, actually managing to critically wound 2 of them. The other 15 and himself ran in all directions, causing confusion and discord with the remaining genin. Naruto smirked as one of the genin actually managed to follow him directly. The poor boy chasing him never saw the 2 shadow clones attacking from both sides, knocking him to the ground and then out cold. Naruto came back to him and tied him up, searching his pockets but finding nothing. His search was interrupted when he got the memory from one of his clones being killed. It also served to give away the killer's location. Naruto and the 2 clones with him nodded wordlessly to each other, leaping into the tree canopy. It didn't take long for Naruto to find the killer. He'd regrouped with the other Suna genin. Naruto smirked a little. This was more manageable than before but still quite dangerous. Now they were expecting him. "This was supposed to be easy," one complained. "Shut it 2G, this is the fucking Chunin exam, if it were easy everyone would pass." "This all your fault, Josu," said another. "My team is dead because of your stupid plan. You were as eager for this as the rest of us, Nari." "We all knew the risks," Josu countered. "So what now, we're basically disqualified?" 2G asked. It was clear to Naruto that Josu was the leader of the ambush on him. "We kill that bastard then we go home." Naruto had heard enough. He signaled to his clones to attack. The plan was to separate them again and try to pick them off one by one. A dozen clones dropped from the canopy above and began a relentless assault, easily driving them away from each other. When the clones slammed Nari into a tree, knocking the air from her lungs, Naruto dropped in front of her and slammed her head into the tree, knocking her out. 2 clones picked her up and disappeared back into the trees to tie her up. But not before Naruto claimed another heaven scroll. Naruto's next target was 2G. He was level 18 and not faring well against the clones. Naruto could see the boy's health dropping rapidly. Before Naruto could get to him, the boy was run through from behind. Sasuke and Sakura had finally circled back. Naruto turned toward the last one to see him screaming and clutching his head before passing out. "You're getting scary good at genjutsu," Naruto complimented Sakura, watching her drop down from her hiding spot in the canopy above. Sakura smiled. "Thanks. You okay?" "I'm fine. They were kind of stupid about the ambush. Idiots felt the need to talk before trying to kill me. They ended up giving me the time I needed to create a distraction to scatter them," he explained while searching Josu's body for a scroll, eventually pilfering an earth scroll. Quickly adding it to his inventory. "We've got all the scrolls?" asked Sakura, knowing the answer already. "Yeah, we can go to the tower now." "We're not going yet. There are more people to fight here," said Sasuke, leaping back into the trees. "This is stupid," commented Sakura, finally having enough. "Should we knock him out and drag him to the tower?" asked Naruto. "Probably not the best idea," she replied, feeling a bit sad about the situation. "Come on, we'd better follow him before he bites off more than he can chew," suggested Naruto. Sakura nodded and together then followed after Sasuke. It was a few hours later. Sasuke finally decided to take a break. They had eliminated just one more team in that time. This team was Genjutsu specialists from Omegakure. Naruto was quick to replenish his chakra and heal, as was Sakura. Sasuke even sat to eat something and drink some water. "Okay, we should get moving," said Sasuke. "To the tower?" asked Naruto, suspecting that Sasuke had no intention of going to the tower until the last possible moment. "I told you, there are more opponents to fight out here," he countered easily. "We have 5 days, there is no rush to get to the tower." And if the crazy lady lied, what if we really only have 2 days? Then too bad, as long as there are opponents here to fight, we stay here. This is stupid, you're being selfish, argued Sakura. This might not matter to you but it matters a lot to Naruto and I. And I told you, I don't care. Naruto would have argued further but a sudden spike in killing intent put him on guard. He was able to push Sakura out of the way just in time to dodge a giant ball of wind. Unfortunately he took the brunt of it, sending him careening through the air uncontrollably. Naruto landed roughly bouncing a few times before coming to a suddenly halt against a rather thick tree root. Oh, that hurt, he groaned, slow to pick himself up off the ground. His vision was a bit fuzzy and there was a ringing in his ears. He had to shake his head a few times to clear the cobwebs and ringing. Once he had, he really wished he hadn't. Snake summon LV-30. The giant snake ma descended upon him swallowing him whole before he could do anything about it. Naruto was not happy as he was being squeezed from all sides and his skin was being burned by the slime oozing over him, most likely the snake's stomach acid. Naruto tried to find purchase but it was much too slick to do so. As a result he seemed to be sliding deeper and deeper down the snake's gullet. Naruto finally unsealed a kunai and jabbed it into the stomach lining, halting his slide into the beast's stomach. Naruto then pulled another kunai, this time charging it with chakra nagashi, and slicing into it, trying to cut his way out of the snake. Naruto had to hack at it for a while but eventually he cut a hole large enough for him to crawl out of only to face a pissed-off giant snake. Naruto leapt suddenly to avoid a strike by the snake, trying to eat him once again. Eat me once, shame on you. Eat me twice, shame on me. Naruto used Doden Teppadama no Jutsu several times, aiming for the snake's face and eyes, trying to slow it down if nothing else. Sadly, its hide was thick and the mud balls barely did any damage to it at all, however the mud did obscure its vision, slowing it down a little bit at least. Naruto still had to be quick to dodge as the snake's attacks were quick and still mostly accurate. Naruto continued to pepper the snake with varying attacks but not doing enough damage to even slow the summon. Naruto threw a shrapnel kunai into the snake's open maw, hoping its insides might be more vulnerable than its exterior hide. The explosion in the mouth was muffled slightly but it was enough to drop the snake. It bled from the mouth and writhed in pain for a moment before suddenly vanishing in a giant puff of smoke. Naruto would have been happy to sit down at that point and recover but he had to find his team. Someone attacked them, someone powerful used that wind jutsu to separate them. That the person responsible also summoned a snake to keep Naruto occupied made him a lot more worried. Summon contracts were not easy to come by. Naruto kept an eye on Sakura's health and status bar, which so far looked to be full. When it suddenly dropped below half, he got really worried and picked up the pace of travel. When Naruto finally arrived, he took a moment to survey the enemy and his team. Sasuke was doing his best to hold off the enemy shinobi, but it was clear to see that he was being toyed with. Sakura was unconscious, hanging limply over a nearby tree branch. Naruto could clearly see one side of her face was covered in blood. Thankfully it looked like the blood was drying and not increasing. Naruto looked at the shinobi attacking them. It was Orochimaru, the guy with the ridiculously high level he'd seen early. Naruto knew they had no hope of defeating him but maybe they'd be able to escape with their lives. "And what are you planning?" asked voice from over his shoulder. Naruto rotated swiftly, instantly putting chakra into his kunai and slicing off the head of whoever snuck up on him. It was another Orochimaru, but this one seemed to melt into a pile of mud and dirt. Naruto was quick to move as two more Orochimaru attacked him, preventing him from getting to either Sasuke or Sakura. "I must say, I'm surprised you lasted this long," complimented Orochimaru. "Considering you were dead last, I expected you to be dead first." "I'm not so easy to kill," Naruto growled, trying to analyze the situation he was in. Orochimaru didn't give him much time to think and was quick to attack. Naruto had to scramble to dodge the attacks against him. Orochimaru was faster, and stronger, even if it was just a mud clone. The fact there were two made it even worse. Naruto ducked a roundhouse kick and much to his own surprise was able to stick an explosive tag to the clone. Naruto replaced himself with a clone and detonated, taking out the mud clone as well as his own clone. Naruto was left with just the one clone now and he didn't look like it was in the mood to toy with him anymore. Naruto was running out of options and chakra quickly. He was spawning clones as fast as he could and they were being decimated just as quickly. He was getting desperate to get himself and his team away from there, but Orochimaru wasn't leaving any openings. Then Naruto saw something from the corner of his eye. On the branch Sakura limply from, there was a small snake slithering toward her. Naruto felt the familiar rush of energy that accompanied Kyuubi's chakra, healing him, replenishing his chakra and making him angry. Naruto's push as much chakra into his speed skills as he could, vanishing from view. Naruto landed next to Sakura, his kunai already slicing through the snake. Naruto looked back to see the last mud clone breaking apart. Naruto refocused on Orochimaru. The man was still taunting Sasuke, playing with him. Naruto was not amused. He vanished once more. When he reappeared, it was in an attempt to behead the man, a move Orochimaru easily ducked under. Orochimaru frowned at the interruption. He punched Naruto in the stomach with as much strength as he could. His frown deepened when the Naruto he struck burst into smoke. Then he felt several blades stab him in the back. Naruto thought it was over, until the man laughed after being stabbed. Naruto had to move quickly as the one he'd stabbed melted into mud again. He wasn't quite fast enough as nice slice was cut clean through his coat and into his ribs, doing a significant amount of damage and leaving behind a rather unpleasant poison. Naruto could feel the Kyuubi's chakra trying to fight it off, but whatever it was strong. It was also distracting, so Naruto didn't see the roundhouse kick traveling rapidly toward his face until it was too late. Naruto hit hard into the trunk of one of the giant trees that surrounded him. He didn't take much damage, but it certainly dazed him. Orochimaru had apparently had enough of the fight, because Naruto could barely make out Orochimaru's neck elongating and sinking his teeth into Sasuke's neck, followed by Sasuke screaming in pain. Naruto saw Orochimaru speaking to Sasuke but couldn't make out the words. Naruto shook himself out of his daze just in time to see Sasuke starting to fall. He leapt the distance, catching Sasuke under one arm, then landing with his feet sticking to the trunk of a large tree. He looked back to see if Orochimaru was coming after him, but the man was just gone. Naruto climbed back up the tree and set Sasuke next to Sakura. He then fell back against the trunk of the tree and slid down to sit, facing his unconscious teammates. He could feel the last traces of Kyuubi's chakra fading from his system, and with that he felt exhaustion setting in. Objective completed. Quest alert. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 2. Successfully complete the second stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Acquire a Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll. Reach the Central Tower inside of 5 days. Survive Orochimaru's onslaught. Question mark. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Acquire an extra Heaven Scroll. Question mark. Completion award. 100,000 Express. 50,000 Express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 Express. Death or end of Chunin Selection Exam. Naruto allowed himself to rest only for a few minutes. When he stood again, he used a few healing tags on both Sakura and Sasuke to at least stabilize them. Then, he made few clones to carry his teammates. The only goal for him now was to get them to the tower as soon as possible and get them medical help. Naruto thanked whatever kami there was that he'd made it to the tower unhindered. It took several hours to traverse the terrain, but the effort was worth it. Once inside the tower entrance, Naruto set both of his teammates down, taking the time to properly heal Sakura and even Sasuke. Sakura actually woke up halfway through being fully healed. What happened? She asked, wincing from sitting up too fast. Some dude named Orochimaru just kicked our asses, answered Naruto, continuing his treatment on Sakura. Is he dead? She asked, unfocused while Naruto continued to heal her with tags. No, he bit Sasuke then disappeared. If he hadn't left, I'm sure he would have killed me and you both. What about Sasuke? Like I said, he bit him and left. I don't know what he did to Sasuke, but he's running a hell of a fever, even after I healed him to full health. Sakura nodded, then moved to prop Sasuke up to examine him. Did you see this? Asked Sakura, pointing to Sasuke's shoulder where he'd been bitten. No, that wasn't there before, answered Naruto, his observe activating with a flashing red warning. Ten no Juin, the cursed seal of heaven grants its bearer increased chakra and physical capabilities, but at a great cost, assuming the bearer even survives the initial bonding process. It slowly erodes the bearer's sanity while also acting as addictive as the strongest opiate. That is a nasty fucking piece of work, said Naruto, shivering slightly. What is it? Asked Sakura. Naruto relayed what he'd learned of it, leaving Sakura worried. Look, we're in the tower now, We just need to get some help but the doors are all locked, said Naruto. Sakura looked around the room. Did you even read the riddle? That was a riddle, how the hell was I supposed to know that? Give me the scrolls, said Sakura, holding out an impatient hand. Naruto pulled the scrolls they'd acquired and handed them to Sakura. Sakura then opened the Earth Scroll and one of the Heaven Scrolls at the same time before tossing them on the ground in front of them. Yo, greeted Kakashi, as the smoke cleared. You got here fast. Sensei, Sasuke's in real trouble, said Naruto, cutting straight to the point. Kakashi moved smoothly around the genin, before kneeling down to examine Sasuke, his eyes zeroing in on the cursed seal immediately. You need to tell me everything that happened in that forest. Sakura gave a quick explanation of the fight with Orochimaru. And you didn't see him before the start of the exam? Asked Kakashi. I did, but I thought he might have been another plant like in the first test or maybe something else. I mean, that Kabuto guy was all question marks too, so I thought maybe it was a trick. And the name Orochimaru didn't ring any bells. I thought it was familiar but I couldn't remember where I'd heard it before. You idiot, Sakura all but screamed. Orochimaru is a wanted criminal, he's S-class for Kami's sake. He was one of the Sannin. Naruto felt the blood drain from his face. Oh shit, I didn't remember. All of this could have been avoided if I had just remembered. I could have warned the proctor before the exam even started. Stop worrying about it, you did the best you could in the situation, at least you were suspicious that something was up. You were also smart enough to get your team here as fast as possible once they were both down, Kakashi reassured him. Unfortunately, Kakashi's attempt at reassuring him did nothing to assuage the guilt he was feeling at that moment. I need a bingo book, he said suddenly. I can't ever make a mistake like this again. We'll get you one after the exam, said Kakashi, picking up Sasuke, carrying the limp and feverish boy. Follow me, this part of the exam is done for now. Bonus completion awarded, 50,000 express. 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 Quest completion awarded, 100,000 express. Quest alert, Chunin Selection Exam Stage 2. Successfully complete the second stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives: acquire a Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll. Reach the Central Tower inside of 5 days. Survive Orochimaru's onslaught. Solve the riddle of Heaven and Earth to complete Stage 2 of the exam. Bonus objectives: question mark. Reach the Central Tower in less than 24 hours. Reach the Central Tower in less than 48 hours. Reach the Central Tower in less than 72 hours. Reach the Central Tower in less than 96 hours. Question mark. Acquire an extra Heaven Scroll. Question mark. Completion award, 100,000 express. 50,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure, 10,000 express. Death or end of Chunin Selection Exam. Congratulations, your level has increased by 1. Your teammate Sakura's level has increased by 1. Naruto closed the message windows and followed his sensei and Sakura into the building. Dorms up and to the right, I'll be taking Sasuke for treatment. You have a few days to recover here in the tower. That said, don't leave the tower for any reason, you won't be able to get back in without 2 more scrolls. Kakashi explained before vanishing with Sasuke in his arms. That sucked, said Naruto. Yeah, I'm sorry I yelled at you. It's okay, it was moronic of me to miss that, Naruto recriminated. I still can't believe we survived that. Thanks in no small part to you, I'm sure, said Sakura, hanging her head a bit. He was so powerful. I tried to just slow him down a bit with a genjutsu, it didn't even work. He just shrugged it off like it was nothing, that he hit me, just once. That was all it took to take me out of that fight. He backhanded me and I vaguely remember bouncing off the tree trunk before everything went dark. Naruto gave Sakura an awkward one-armed hug trying to reassure her. Somehow it seemed to work to calm her down a bit. What happened to you anyway? She asked. That guy was Orochimaru the White Snake, right? Yeah, known for his summoning contract with snakes. I met one of them. It was a bit big. Turned me into a small snack. It was very uncool. Naruto tried to add a bit of levity to the situation, maybe reassure her a bit. Sakura tried not to giggle at the thought of Naruto being eaten by a giant snake, but she couldn't help but laugh a little. It's not that funny, I'm sure I still smell like snake, he said, then gave himself a slight sniff only to blanch at the horrific odor. You really do smell awful, said Sakura, not moving to break the still awkward hug. Right, said Naruto, ending the hug. I'm going to find the showers and maybe a laundry. Good luck with that, I'm going to sleep. Naruto gave her a small wave before wandering off to find a shower. He didn't expect to run into Kiba along the way. Damn dude, you fucking stink, whined the boy, clenching his hands over his face and nose. Did you get eaten by a giant snake out there? Didn't think so. Sorry, apologized Kiba, not relinquishing the hold he had over his nose, protecting his delicate sense of smell. When did you guys get here? About an hour ago. You? Maybe 20 minutes ago. Were you the first to arrive? No, that Suna team you warned us about got here first. One of the Chunin said they shattered the previous record by like 10 hours. Told you they were dangerous, said Naruto. You were right, said Kiba, wincing even as he said the words. Look, about before, I'm sorry I was such a dick about that. You were right to warn us. We saw him in the forest. He defeated this team from Rain without even lifting a finger. Hell, he didn't just defeat them, he butchered them like it was nothing. It was totally fucked up. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Did he let you go without a fight? I think so. I mean, the guy looked right at where we were hiding and then just walked away. Naruto was dreading the possibility of having to deal with that guy during the exams. But given he was a Jinchuriki, it would probably be expected if it came down to it. Anyway, you know where the showers are. Yeah, I'll show you the way, you really need it. Again, eaten by a giant snake. Kiba couldn't help but snicker at Naruto's misfortune. Laugh it up, hairball. Status. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Class. The Gamer. Title. Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level. LV28 next level. 3.12%. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 4822 4820 seconds. CP. 3609 3609. STR. 61 31.10 equals 92.10. VIT. 56 146.20 equals 482.20. Dex. 61 46.13 equals 107.13. Int. 63 17.88 equals 360.88. WIS. 56 40.04 equals 96.04. Luck. Def. 239 59.75 equals 298.75. SPD. 41 78.27 equals 119.27. Status. Uzumaki plus 10 Vit, plus 10 Int, plus 50% experience to Fuinjutsu skill Kyuubi Jinchuriki, plus 100 HP and plus 100 CP per level inspirational leader, plus 25% to experience gain to any team you are part of. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of this year's graduating class, rating so low because of his inability to create a basic bunshin. Naruto proved his worth after the test when he stopped a traitor and learned 2A ranked Kenjutsu. And finally he has gotten some answers to his past, but still mystery remains. Who is his father? How did the Kyuubi escape? Point. 20. Ryo. 624,000. Beginner Kage no Uzukan Taijutsu, passive LV max. Uzukan is the traditional taijutsu style of the Uzumaki clan. It relies on hit-and-run tactics, attacking from multiple directions and angles, causing confusion and disorientation to opponents. Often used with weapons to great effect. Kajkin relies heavily on the use of Kage Bunshin, designed to use coordinated strikes between the user and his clones to close on his opponent to inflict damage and evade damage at the same time. Highly effective but very difficult to learn given the chakra burdens of Kage Bunshin. The combination of the two styles has created something new and very dangerous for anyone stupid enough to face a master of such a style. Requires intermediate Kajkin Taijutsu and intermediate Uzukan Taijutsu, too. Upgrade. Passively increases STR 10%. Passively increases VIT 20%. Passively increases DEX 20%. Chakra Nagashi active LV 29 EXP 44.44% CP. 14 per 5 seconds. Flowing chakra into weapons can make them stronger, increasing the damage they deal. 84% increase in attack damage, 50% increase critical rate. Damages weapon made from non-chakra conductive weapons. Chakra speed active passive LV26 Express, 13.24% CP, 10 per 5 seconds. Chakra flowing through your body has been focused into your muscles, granting a new level of speed and dexterity. Applying a little more chakra can make you even faster, but be careful you don't destroy your muscles in the process. Passively increases DEX 13%. Passively increases SPD 33%. Additional 1% speed per activation. Additional 100 damage per 5 seconds taken when activated more than 26 times at once. Now, as to the bashing of Sasuke comments, again, I haven't made Sasuke incompetent, he's just an asshole and a bit of a psychopath, something that is fairly true to canon. Note 2, he wasn't killing indiscriminately or just for the fun of it, he was killing to find a challenge and get stronger from it. That he came back for Naruto when he was ambushed by the Suna shinobi, subtly suggests that Sasuke didn't want his teammates to die. And again when Sasuke also stayed and fought Orochimaru, protecting Sakura instead of just running away to save himself. As to what set Sasuke off to begin with, did anyone pay attention to Sasuke being horribly embarrassed, manipulated in front of several genin as they were first entering the exam? Sasuke is inevitably going to lash out in a forest of potential targets to take out his rage on as the perfect outlet. That said, I just don't understand people's fascination with Sasuke. The guy is an ass of epic proportions. He is so easily manipulated by everyone, first by Itachi and Danzo, then Orochimaru, then Itachi again, then Orochimaru again, then Obito Tobi, then by Itachi for a third time. He's weak and pathetic mentally, but that doesn't change the fact that he is one hell of a shinobi with skill that few can match. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto or the gamer manhwa. You've slept in a bed. HP and CP are 75% restored. Naruto was relieved to get a full night of rest, even if it wasn't his own bed. The past 24 hours had been rough. Naruto was still replaying the Orochimaru encounter, trying to figure out what he could have done differently. Shaking away the darker memory, Naruto looked around the room he shared with Sakura for the night. Her bed was empty and the third bed was untouched, showing Sasuke was still getting treatment, assuming he even survived the night. Rolling off the cot he occupied, Naruto stood tall and stretched his arms over his head, trying to work out any kinks from sleep, not that there ever were any thanks to his gamer's body. He tested his clothes real quick to see if they had dried from the night before. He ended up having to shower with them to wash them as there were no laundry facilities in the tower. The clothes were still a bit damp but dry enough for his tastes. After dressing, Naruto set out into the tower to find food. The rumbling in his stomach demanded satisfaction. Eventually he caught a whiff of something delicious and followed his nose to the small dining hall. Sakura waved him over to a table filled with Konoha genin, the rookies to be exact. "Morning all," said Naruto, sitting down with the group. "Morning," returned Sakura, followed by several greetings and grumbles from the other genin. "Where's Sasuke-kun?" asked Ino, looking anxiously toward the door. "You didn't tell them?" asked Naruto, looking to Sakura. Sakura grimaced. "I didn't really know what to say." "What happened to Sasuke-kun?" asked Ino. "We were attacked in the forest," answered Naruto. "Is he?" Ino couldn't finish the sentence. "I don't know. Kakashi-sensei took him for treatment as soon as we got in the tower," Naruto answered, careful to not lie but not tell everything either. He wasn't really sure on what he was permitted to say, so for now he would do his best to say as little about it as possible. Ino seemed to breathe a small sigh of relief, but the worry was still there. "You guys have any trouble getting here?" asked Naruto, looking to Shikamaru. "Not really. The first team we ran across had the scroll we needed. After that, it was just a matter of getting here. That was a bit more troublesome. We got delayed avoiding a series of ambushes. We got here at about 3 a.m. this morning." "Yeah, we got in just after midnight," replied Sakura. "So, what's the plan for today?" asked Kiba. The boy was leaning back in his chair with his feet kicked up, resting on the table. "I'm going to train a bit," answered Naruto. "I saw a large room on the way here that should be big enough to train in." "Troublesome. I guess I'll join you. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use the time here wisely." "Hey, I could do with a good spar," said Kiba, a feral grin on his face. "Can I come?" stuttered Hinata, nervously. "Of course you can," said Naruto, grinning brightly for the girl. A grin that quickly vanished when Hinata fainted. "What the hell? Why does she keep doing that?" There was a collective sigh from the assembled genin, yet none were willing to answer him. "What?" he asked, perplexed by their response. "Don't worry about it," said Ino. "Let's just eat and get to training." Naruto frowned but complied anyway. getting up to get some food from the limited but delicious spread. The rest of breakfast was relaxed and filled with laughter. When they finished, all 8 rookies left together. The room Naruto had found was large, very large in fact. There were 2 balconies on either side overlooking the tiled floor. At the end of the room was a statue of hands making the shinobi seal of confrontation, and in its shadow was a throne. Wonder what this room is used for? Kiba questioned. Probably for fighting evaluations. The Hokage sits there and watches the fights. Spectators stand in the balcony above, or maybe other evaluators, guessed Shikamaru. Anyway, time to train, said Naruto, looking around the room. Naruto grinned and walked up one of the walls below the balconies. Naruto kept walking until he was hanging upside down. Ooh, you can walk up walls, you're so special, joked Kiba, laughing at his own joke. Naruto glared for a moment before moving on to the reason he'd walked up there. He had to bonus stat points to earn. The funny look stopped when Naruto did his first hanging sit-up. Combining the training of 2 separate skills into one exercise causes your whisk to go up by 1. Naruto smiled happily about that but continued with the exercise. He was surprised to see Kiba join him in the same exercise. He paused a moment to see what everyone was doing. Shikamaru was sprinting from one end of the room to the other. Hinata was going through some kind of kata he wasn't familiar with. Sakura and Ino were challenging each other running up and down the balcony stairs. On the other side of the room, Choji and Shino were both running up and down the other balcony stairs, but there was no challenge between them. Oi, if you keep spacing out, I'm going to beat you, said Kiba, drawing Naruto's attention. Beat me, at what? The who can do the most hanging sit-ups challenge, he answered quickly, a small quaver in his voice. You just made that up, said Naruto, narrowing his eyes and glaring at him. So, Naruto paused for a minute then shrugged. Kiba was right, it didn't matter if he just made it up, he just had to win and shut the mud up once and for all. The boys were determined to beat each other, so even after Naruto got his 2 points for strength he kept going. It was surprising to him that had gained another stat point, but this time for vitality. It just increased Naruto's determination to keep going to get that last point of vitality, especially if he could beat Kiba in the process. Troublesome, complained Shikamaru, watching the 2. Hey, if you 2 are done being stupid, I had an idea. But I'm winning, they both said at the same time. Ha, as if, again in a single voice. Before they could both retort again, Sakura jumped up and grabbed both of them by an ear, forcing them to let go of the balcony ceiling. Ow, Sakura-chan, pouted Naruto, rubbing his paining ear. So, I had a training idea, Shikamaru started, before any more complaining or arguing could start. What have you got for us, Shikamaru? Asked Choji, snacking on a bag of chips during the lull in activity. Shinobi tag, he answered seriously. Kiba barked out a laugh. What are we for? Asked Ino, crossing her arms and glaring at him. Why tag? Asked Sakura. She looked to be considering his suggestion. Dexterity training, said Shikamaru. We can all improve our dexterity by playing shinobi tag. You can use chakra speed and tree climbing only. No fighting allowed, this has to be about control and finesse. Kiba snorted rudely when he heard the word, finesse. Yes, Kiba, I said, finesse, as in being delicate and not smashing everything in your path, said Shikamaru. As to the rest of the rules, once you tag someone, you're out until the next round. Whoever lasts longest will be it to start the next round. Any questions? This may seem childish, however, logically this is most beneficial to our training as shinobi. Why? Increasing our dexterity and speed improves our chances of survival. However, would we not benefit more from having 2 of us being it per round to make the rounds both faster and require us to pay more attention to those eliminated and who replaces them? Shino didn't talk much or often, but when he did, the guy had some really good suggestions. I like it, said Naruto, grinning. He really liked Shino's suggestion. Troublesome, he's right, it would be more beneficial, said Shikamaru. A lot more work but definitely more beneficial. So, any volunteers to go first? I will, squeaked Hinata, her voice soft, nervous, and gentle all at once. Me too, said Naruto, grinning. He'd go first this time. With the speed he expected this to proceed at, it wasn't a big sacrifice if he was out first. Okay, then start, said Shikamaru, leaping away and putting on some speed. Let's get them, Hinata, crowed Naruto excitedly, giving immediate chase for Kiba. Hinata nodded nervously, then began her own chase. Her target though was Sakura. The genin continued to play for a few hours, even well past all of those in the team, with Naruto having gained their bonus stat points. It ended up just being a lot of fun, and it really didn't take a ton of skill. As dinner approached, the group called it quits and returned to the dining hall for some dinner. They were surprised to see all of their sensei there, as well as a few more teams. Sakura ran to Kakashi to get an update on Sasuke, something Naruto reluctantly followed behind her to do. "So, he'll live," Kakashi answered. "His body has been put through the ringer by that seal, but he survived its placement. He'll be resting a couple more days before he rejoins you here." "That's good," said Sakura, breathing a sigh of relief. "Is he mentally stable?" asked Naruto, getting a bit of a dirty look from Sakura. "What? He was fucking nuts in that forest." "He wasn't nuts, he seemed like he had something to prove. I don't approve of what he did or the excuse he gave us, but I think I understand a little bit of what he was feeling." Naruto frowned at her. He didn't like her reply, but he could see what she was saying. Since the start of the exam, when he was embarrassed by that Otonin, then with the scroll before the start of the second, he could see where Sasuke might have felt like he had something to prove. "Fine, I'll accept that for now, but that seal is supposed to mess with his mind, right?" "And how do you know that?" asked Kakashi, lowering his book to meet Naruto's eyes. "My skill told me about the seal on him. It probably helped that I know a lot about sealing now." "I see," said Kakashi, humming thoughtfully. "I suppose I'll have to keep an eye on him then. Thanks for letting me know. Now, why don't we sit down and have something to eat?" Naruto sat and ate with the genin and their sensei. They were even joined by the giant green thing that passed for Tenten sensei. "You've slept in a bed. HP and CP are 75% restored." On the last day of the second stage, Naruto and the rest of the rookies sat in the dining hall with their respective sensei. They were basically sitting on pins and needles as they waited for the clock to hit 0 on the timer, just to see if any other teams managed to make through. So far there were 5 teams from Konoha, 1 team from Odo and 1 team from Suna. Considering that so many teams entered, it was disturbing that so few made it to this point in the competition. "Is it just me, or is this last hour miserable?" asked Naruto, looking at the clock again. "HN," grunted Sasuke. The boy had been returned to them that morning, looking his usual unfriendly self. He gave Naruto a look of contempt, but beyond that hadn't really said a word to him except to grunt. "Use our words, Sasuke," chided Kakashi, his nose buried in his little orange book. Sasuke sneered for a moment before choosing to look away from the man, crossing his arms at the same time. He was obviously upset but had no interest in explaining why. Naruto studied Sasuke a little bit to see if he could figure out what was bothering him. Finally, he just used observe. He was less than pleased with Sasuke's bullshit Sharingan status change. It was totally overpowered. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV27. Next level: 44.14%. Affiliation: Konoha. HP: 950 950ths. CP: 2350 2350ths. STR: 55. VIT: 95. Dex: 254. Int: 235. Wis: 172. Luck: 1. Def: 75. SPD: 203. Status: Double Tomo Sharingan plus 7 Dex and plus 8 Int and plus 5 Wis per level. Avenger plus 25% to all stats when attacking Uchiha Itachi. Firebug minus 15% cost to Kaden Jutsu, plus 10% damage to Kaden Jutsu. Uchiha Sasuke is the last loyal surviving member of the infamous Uchiha clan. Well known for their Dujutsu, the Sharingan, which has allowed them to excel as shinobi in the field. His past is clouded by the pain and misery of losing his family so much that vengeance is all that remains to him. Further review was interrupted by the doors opening and another team walking in, this one from Kusagaker. 2 boys led the way, both looking much worse for wear. One of them was bleeding profusely from the shoulder and looked a hair's breadth away from passing out from blood loss. The other boy walked with a limp and had his arm in a sling. It was the last one to enter that drew Naruto's attention. She had red hair and red eyes, sporting claw marks on her face. They were bloody but appeared to be healing already. She looked a bit haunted and tired, but given that she'd made it this far spoke volumes of her potential. Out of all that though there was one thing that drew his attention more than anything. Uzumaki Karen LV-24. Naruto blinked several times to make sure he was seeing correctly. He even stood up and walked up to her, got right in her face. Karen shied back a little instantly. Her two teammates made a poor effort to protect her, taking one step only to collapse tiredly on one of the benches. "What's your name?" Naruto demanded. "Karen," she answered with a bit of a nervous stutter. "Your whole name?" he demanded, trying to clarify. "Just Karen, I don't have a family name to speak of," she replied. Naruto hummed to himself, considering the girl in front of him. What is it?" Naruto studied her a bit more before finally deciding to use observe on her. Name: Uzumaki Karen. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV-24. Next level: 17.41%. Affiliation: Konoha. HP: 1110-1110. CP: 950-950ths. STR: 28. VIT: 111. Dex: 35. Int: 95. Wis: 390. Luck: 11. Def: 100. SPD: 36. Status: Uzumaki plus 10 Vit, plus 10 Int, plus 50% experience to Fuinjutsu. Skill: Perfect Control plus 15 Wis per level, minus 50% cost to all jutsu. Medic: minus 25% cost to Iryojutsu, plus 25% healing to Iryojutsu. Uzumaki Karen is an outcast within her home of Kusagakur. She was taken when she was young after her parents were murdered in front of her. She holds no loyalty to those that took her. All she really wants is family and a sense of belonging. If only she knew who her family was and where to find them. Naruto hummed again, making the girl a bit more uncomfortable. She was moderately strong, good chakra control, adequate HP and CP. "Just tell me what you want already," Karen finally snapped. "Cousin, we have a lot to talk about," said Naruto, moving to stand next to her and putting an arm around her and marching her to the table his team was seated at. "Cousin," she shouted in shock. "Yep, cousin," said Naruto, smiling as friendly a smile as he could muster for her. How do you know? Your name is Uzumaki Karen, you have the Uzumaki red hair." "That's it, just my hair. Well, I have another method, but it's a bit unusual and you probably won't believe me. But I swear it's true. We can even get tests done or whatever," said Naruto quickly. "Naruto, who's your new friend?" asked Kakashi, his book oddly absent. "This is Uzumaki Karen," he replied. "I'm not sure I'm an Uzumaki or whatever," Karen commented. It was clear on her face that she wanted to believe but was afraid to. Kakashi studied her. "You definitely have the look of an Uzumaki. You can get tested if you want to know for sure. Somehow, I don't think your teammates appreciate you being all chummy with us right now." Karen looked back to her teammates. One of them had finally passed out and the other was sitting at an open table, glaring at her. If it's true, and I'm not saying it is, but if it is then. I need to know, but you have to know that Kusa will not like it." "We'll deal with that when the time comes," said Kakashi. "For now, you should take a seat, rest, this stage is about to end," suggested Naruto. "This is my team, the broody one is Sasuke, and this is Sakura." "Nice to meet you," said Sakura first. Sasuke didn't even turn to look. "Nice to meet you too," replied Karen. Is he crazy? Does he do this kind of thing often?" "He's definitely crazy, but most shinobi are. As for this, I'm certain he's telling the truth. I've known Naruto long enough to know he wouldn't lie about something like this." "I'm so not lying," protested Naruto. "Maybe not, but it doesn't hurt to get confirmation," said Karen, studying Naruto a bit more closely now. "So, you said Uzumaki are known for their red hair, why isn't yours red?" "Don't know, guess my dad was blonde," said Naruto with a shrug. "But I know for certain my mom was an Uzumaki." "You don't know?" asked Karen. "Orphan," he replied shortly. "Me too," she replied, looking down sadly. "Everyone, the Hokage will be addressing you all shortly. Please follow me now," Anko announced loudly to the room, cutting off any conversation. "Karen, you stupid bitch, help me carry Takashi," called Karen's only conscious teammate. Karen glared at him. "Go help him, we'll have more time to talk later," Naruto suggested. Karen frowned but nodded her acceptance anyway. The 8 teams moved slowly through the tower to the large assembly room, the same room that Naruto and the other rookies used for training the past week. Once inside, they were all lined up facing the throne. It was only a few-minute wait before the old man strolled into the room and took his seat. "Welcome everyone and congratulations for making it this far. It's very impressive that you have done so given the scope and size of this competition. This trial is set to test you both physically and mentally, to push you to the brink and beyond if you are capable of doing so. In this substitute for war you represent the strength of your villages, and that strength will be put on display for daimos and wealthy clients alike in a month's time. But before you can show your stuff there, we need to further narrow the field a little more." The old man's speech was interesting and it definitely captured the attention of his audience. "If I may, Hokage-sama," interrupted one of the Junin standing behind the throne. He-man paused to cough a few times. He did not look well at all. "Of course, by all means," said the old man, motioning the man to go ahead. "My name is Gecko Hayate. I am the proctor for the third phase of the Chunin selection exam. However, as Hokage-sama has said, there are too many competitors, as such we will have a preliminary now. Anyone unable to continue is free to withdraw now." "I'm afraid the forest just took too much out of me," said Kabuto, raising his hand first. Naruto looked at him, could see that he was actually completely unharmed and completely full on chakra. So why was the man leaving, and worse, why was he unable to see anything when he used observe on the man? As the hidden quest still sitting in his quest log states, Kabuto is full of mystery. The one thing he didn't miss was the look from Ibiki, Anko, and even the Hokage as Kabuto quit. "Yukushi Kabuto has withdrawn," Hayate added. "Obugo Takashi is unable to continue and is disqualified," announced Hayate, seeing the unconscious boy slowly bleeding out. The other Kusa shinobi frowned and slowly raised his one good arm. "I'm also unable to continue. Shugura Fukimo has withdrawn," Hayate announced. Karen looked indecisive for a moment before she steeled herself to stay with it. No one else there even flinched, not one person was willing to quit the exam now. "If no one else wishes to withdraw, please head up to the balcony. The electronic board will display 2 names, those 2 are to fight until only one of you still stands." "Is killing permitted?" asked Neji, glaring at Hinata. "It is permitted but highly frowned upon," answered Hayate, not reacting to the question at all, just coughing again. There were no other questions, so everyone else moved slowly up to either balcony in teams. Karen even went with her team despite clearly not liking them very much. It wasn't until Naruto was standing on balcony that his next quest popped up. Quest alert. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 2.5. Successfully complete the preliminary stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Defeat your opponent. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Completion award. 100,000 express. 50,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 express. End of Chunin Selection Exam. Naruto accepted the quest, and as soon as he did, the electric board came to life, providing 2 names. Higurashi Tenten vs. Inuzuka Kiba. "Alright, we're up first." Akamaru cheered Kiba, leaping off the balcony and landing in a crouch. Naruto took a moment to observe Tenten. It had been a while since they last fought. Name: Higurashi Tenten. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV27. Next level: 21.17%. Affiliation: Konoha. HP: 1880-1880. CP: 454 150ths. STR: 40. VIT: 80. Dex: 203. Int: 45. Wis: 40. Luck: 10. Def: 350. SPD: 60. Status: Intermediate Weapons Mistress plus 4 Dex and plus 40 HP per level, plus 40% damage to all Bukijutsu skills. Smithy: 15% effectiveness to blacksmithing skill, plus 25% experience gain to blacksmithing skill. Real Kunoichi, plus 5 to all stats. Higurashi Tenten is a real Kunoichi and takes it very seriously. As seriously as she takes being a Kunoichi, she takes being a blacksmith just as much so. She was trained from young age in both skills by her father after her mother failed to return from a mission. She has vowed to be just as strong and capable as any other shinobi. Naruto would have whistled in appreciation, but a strange feeling that he shouldn't whistle just then flowed through him, undoubtedly preventing some manner of pain and suffering from righteous feminine wrath. "Does Kiba even have a chance?" asked Sakura. "I doubt it," Naruto answered, his eyes trained on the fight about to begin. Kiba is faster than her, but she's far more skilled, more agile, and has a lot more stamina than he does. Sakura nodded, focusing her attention on the fight about to transpire. Kiba stood across from Tenten waiting for the Junin to start the fight, a confident smirk on his face and a certain feral swagger to his movement. Tenten stared at Kiba, studying him, calculating eyes seemed to see through him. "Hajime," said Hayate softly, his voice straining to be heard by the room. Kiba immediately sprang forward toward Tenten, a punch swinging wildly toward her head. Tenten ducked just enough before shooting forward under the fist and past Kiba's body, her knee coming up late and ramming it into his chest. Kiba let out an audible woof of sound as the air quickly vacated his lungs. Even as much pain as he was in, he managed to dive away from her in the rain of quick flying kunai and shuriken aimed right for him. Naruto would admit to some surprise, seeing Akamaru had managed to stay mounted on his master's head the entire time. He was, however, less impressed by Kiba's opening move. It was brash and poorly thought out if it was thought of at all. Akamaru growled and yipped while Kiba quickly regained his breath. Tenten was apparently feeling generous. "Done underestimating me." "Hey, I guess so," answered Kiba, taking Akamaru off of his head and setting him on the ground. Naruto barely caught it, but Kiba slipped something into Akamaru's mouth. It was followed by a low crunching sound. Whatever he'd just eaten had caused Akamaru's fur suddenly turn bright red, almost orange. Kiba then formed several quick hand seals, then said aloud, "Shikyaku no Jutsu." Naruto was perplexed by what Kiba had done, as chakra was suddenly visibly coming off his body in low wafts like flames. He found himself really wishing he could observe the technique to find out what it is. He didn't expect it to actually work. Shikyaku no Jutsu active LV74 Express, 13.43% CP, 10 per 5 seconds. This technique grants animal-like accelerated fighting instincts and reflexes to the user. By enveloping their entire body in chakra and moving on all fours, they can obtain high-speed movement and reflexes like that of a wild animal. Passively increases DEX 19%. Passively increases SPD 19%. Additional 100% to SPD when active. Additional 100% to Dex when active. "That shit is stupid overpowered," groused Naruto. What's it do?" asked Sakura, not looking away from the fight. "Doubles his speed and dexterity," he answered. "What?" Sakura nearly shrieked. "That's ridiculous." "Yeah, but he can't keep it up for very long, maybe 3 minutes." "How would you know that?" asked Sasuke, his Sharingan active and staring closely at Kiba. "Just a guess," Naruto answered lamely. He really didn't have a better explanation than that. Grunted Sasuke, not believing him but not caring much either way. He would see for himself soon enough. "Akamaru, now," shouted Kiba, his technique taking for effect. "Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu," Kiba and Akamaru howled together, causing the small pup to transform a moment later in a replica of Kiba. "Ho, you might be a challenge after all," Tenten said, with a small grin. She then unsealed a quarterstaff, twirling it around a few times, showing off for the judges. "Shall we begin?" Kiba grinned from his crouched position. In a blur both he and Akamaru blurred in opposite directions. They moved fast, suddenly attacking Tenten from both sides at once. Tenten ducked the high attack and batted the low attack away with her staff, earning a pained yelp from the one hit by her staff. She wasn't prepared for the sweeping claws the high Kiba raked down at her, scoring a strike on her forearm, leaving a quartet of bloody lines a few inches long. Kiba smirked at the hit only to see a flash of light as the staff struck the side of his head rather unforgivingly less than a second later. The boy rolled several times across the tiled floor, feeling dazed and confused. The girl struck true. Akamaru though attacked with more ferocity and speed, keeping Tenten on her heels, moving back quickly away from the angry hound. Tenten finally put some distance between them, choosing to put her staff away as fighting in close was not favorable to her. Instead, she began to rapidly throw kunai after kunai at the clone, forcing his retreat. She'd even nicked Akamaru a few times. Kiba groaned as he stood up again. He had to shake his head a few times. That hit was brutal. He looked to see Akamaru in retreat from the weapon mistress's assault. His hand reached inside his pouch for a moment before pulling out 2 black orbs. "Akamaru, get ready boy." There was a yip from the clone as it continued his retreat. Kiba threw to 2 orbs, one toward Tenten and the other toward the space between Akamaru and Tenten. Naruto watched the spectacle with rapt attention. Kiba may not have been stronger than Tenten, but his strategy was leaps and bounds better. Tenten was amazing with her weapons, but they were all but useless against Kiba and Akamaru's speed and ferocity. And now, her vision was completely obscured by the oversized smoke bombs Kiba threw. It only got worse when Akamaru and Kiba both turned into flying tornadoes of destruction. When the smoke finally cleared, Tenten was down on one knee, gasping for breath and looking cut up from the drilling technique Kiba used on her. Naruto frowned when he saw her HP was flashing red. He really didn't expect Kiba to get even close to defeating her. "She's done," said Kiba, sweat trickling down his face. That's when Naruto saw Kiba was almost completely out of chakra anymore and he'd suffer chakra exhaustion. Tenten struggled to get back on her feet. She stood tall for a moment before fainting backwards, the bleed damage she was suffering finally knocking her unconscious. She was caught before she hit the tile by the green thing known as her sensei. "Winner, Inuzuka Kiba," announced Hayate. 3 minutes 25 seconds, said Sasuke. "That's in line with Naruto's prediction." "It wasn't far off," added Sakura. "It was a very surprising outcome," Kakashi chimed in, his book unusually absent. "I really didn't think Kiba stood chance," said Naruto. "He just had the better strategy, and I can hardly believe I'm saying that about Kiba of all people." "You're one to talk, Dobi," Sasuke slipped in, smirking slightly. Naruto felt a bit of surprise at Sasuke's quip matched by a bit of embarrassment. He would have retorted, but the next match was called. Hyuga Neji vs Sabaku Tamari. "So, who wins this one?" asked Sasuke, taunting Naruto. A taunt Naruto bit on. "Neji. 5,000 ryo says Tamari wins. Why don't put your money where your mouth is?" "You're on," Naruto answered, grinning greedily. "You taking bets?" Naruto asked. Kiba, tiredly walking toward his group. I'll put 5,000 ryo on Neji," said Kiba, not giving Naruto a chance to reply. 5,000 on Tamari, jumped in Ino, glaring at Kiba. "Troublesome, I'll put 5,000 on Neji. If Shika thinks Neji is going to win, then all 5,000 on Neji too," Choji said, holding out a wad of cash. "What is this unyouthful activity?" demanded Guy, looking at the betting pool quickly building. 5,000 on Neji, said Kakashi, handing Naruto a stack of ryo. "Damn you, Kakashi, you and your hip attitude." "Anyo, 5,000 on Neji Nissan," stuttered Hinata. "Tamari," said Shino, holding out his own stack of money. Naruto didn't know what was happening, but suddenly money was being pushed at him from all the genin. 5,000 on my sister, Kankuro even joined in. A special skill has been created through a special act. Gambling comes in many forms, by taking bets on sports and other events. Bookmaking, LVL, 1 has been created. Bookmaking active LV1 Express, 0.00% Ryo. Taking bets on life and death and making money from it. This underworld skill can earn you a lot of Ryo but may also cost you everything. You are now able to set odds, calculate payouts, and take commission. Passively increase luck by 1%. "What kind of odds you giving on this?" asked Asuma, lighting a cigarette. "No odds on this one," said Naruto. Payout dispersed evenly to the winning bet. He had no idea where he came up with that answer, but he understood it perfectly because of the skill he uncovered, created, whatever. If 10 people correctly bet on Neji to win and he took in 7,500 Ryo, then everyone that won would get 7,500 Ryo back. "Neji then," said Asuma, handing over some cash. "Anyone else want to place a bet?" "Last call, as soon as the match begins the betting is closed," called Naruto, actually getting a lot of response from the genin and the Junin sensei. He looked down at the Hokage to see the old man laughing and shaking his head ruefully. When the last bet came in, Naruto had taken in 100,000 Ryo, 15% of which was his off the top for bookmaking in the first place. Hajime was finally called from below by Hayate, drawing all of the room to watching the fight about to unfold. Naruto though was focused first on the two fighters, studying one another. He was studying them too. Neji's long hair was bound and carefully maintained, not a single stray hair out of place. He seemed to have permanent scowl etched on his face. And his clothes were very plain, a cream jacket and black shorts with bandages around his hands, fingers, and legs. Tamari was an interesting one. Her blonde hair was done up in 4 separate ponytails, keeping the hair contained and looking stylish at the same time. She was fairly tan, but that was kind of expected from living in the desert. She wore a short white dress that showed off a fair amount of leg that Naruto knew she could use as a distraction. She also carried a large battle fan, something his observed chimed on. Suna Battle Fan, a large fan used by Suna's infamous Wind Rider Corps. Capable of enhancing futon jutsu, being used as a glider, or as a blunt instrument of pain, its diversity makes both valuable and deadly. 75 to 100 damage, plus 50% damage to futon jutsu. Then he used his observe skill on Tamari. Name: Sabaku Tamari. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV28 next level, 16.14%. Affiliation: Suna, HP, 820/820ths. CP, 1840/1840. STR, 37. VIT, 82. Dex, 171. Int, 184. Wis, 183. Luck, 9. Def, 100. SPD, 51. Status: Wind Rider plus 5 Dex and plus 5 Int per level, minus 15% cost to Futon Jutsu, plus 10% damage to Futon Jutsu. Strategist plus 5 Wis per level, plus 15% experience gain to all skills. Diplomatic plus 5% to all reputation gains, plus 5% effectiveness to barter skill. Sabaku. Tamari is one of 3 children of the Case Cage. She takes her role as Kunoichi seriously and hates being looked down upon just for being female. She is very skilled for her age, but then she has to be if she wants to survive being teamed with her very unstable brother. Tamari was skilled, that was for certain, but Neji was a juggernaut. He was definitely the strongest Konoha Genin and the observe proved it. Name: Hyuga Neji. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV32 next level, 8.41%. HP: 1050/1050. CP: 2000/2000. STR: 45. VIT: 105. Dex: 365. Int: 200. Wis: 190. Luck: 1. Def: 155. SPD: 81. Status: Prodigy plus 5 Int and plus 5 Wis per level. Advanced Byakugan, plus 10 Dex per level, plus 0.50 SPD per level. Ruthless, minus 20% to all reputation gains. Hyuga Neji is a member of the elitist Hyuga clan known for their dujutsu and unique taijutsu style. He is very cold and uncaring, his fate is set and no one can convince him otherwise, and yet he seems to constantly fight that fate every day. However, as Naruto learned in the last fight, stats don't mean anything. Still, Naruto felt Neji would win this. He was overwhelmingly stronger statistically than Tamari. The pair only studied each other a moment longer before they attacked. Neji sprung forward, closing the distance between himself and Tamari in an instant. One palm already shooting forward only to clang loudly against the steel frame of the girl's battle fan. Tamari jumped back after the initial strike from the Hyuga, her fan flinging forth florets of razor-sharp winds the boy easily avoided, closing in on her once more. His face remained flat as he assaulted the fan-wielding girl without pause or hesitation, not allowing her to gain any distance from him again. Unfortunately for him, she was quite good with that fan, regularly deflecting or outright blocking his attacks. Still, unless she could find a way to fight back, he would eventually break her defense, and when he did, it would be over for the Suna Kunoichi. She was sweating, her arms were clearly growing tired after having to constantly defend against the relentless attack. She could read the writing on the wall: if she didn't create some separation soon, it was going to be game over. So she did something impulsive. She ignored one of his strikes, rather sacrificed taking a hit to her shoulder in exchange for landing a clean hit on Neji. Neji smirked, feeling victorious when his attack went through unblocked. But the same smirk on Tamari's face made him hesitate just long enough to see her pull a smaller fan that was instantly charged with chakra. He instantly bent backwards at a 90-degree angle just in time to avoid the small blade of wind that would have slit his throat had he remained. The girl frowned when the boy avoided the attack but was not entirely displeased. It did give her time and space to some separation between the two. Once Tamari had about 10 meters, she began unleashing several large gusts of wind directed at the boy, not only pushing him back but also stirring up any dirt on the ground that might obscure his vision or at the very least irritate his eyes and in turn irritate him, possibly make him sloppier. Neji was indeed getting irritated, but not enough to make any great mistakes. He could wait out her weak wind attacks. she would tire soon enough. Tamari kept pushing her gusts of wind, slowly increasing the strength behind them. So long as Neji just stood there biding his time, he would never know what was about to hit him. Sumuji Otoshi no Jutsu, she finally called out. The wind she had generated suddenly picked up speed until it encircled Neji completely. She then lifted her fan high, also lifting the ball of wind, holding Neji into the air before she swung her fan down hard, slamming the ball into the arena floor. However, just before the ball hit the arena floor, there was a shout from inside. Kaden. An instant later the orb of wind exploded outwards. Remaining in the center was a spinning wall of chakra. As the chakra dissipated, it revealed Neji standing at the center of it completely unharmed. He also did not hesitate. He attacked the tired girl, knocking her out in just 3 hits before she could close her fan to defend herself. As soon as she hit the ground, Neji stood straight and walked away without looking back. Winner, Hyuga Neji, announced Hayate. The man looked so unhealthy it was difficult to tell if he was upset with Neji's behavior, but it didn't really matter at that point as the fight was done. As soon as the fight ended, Naruto was quick to pay out to the various winners 9,444 ryo each. Strangely enough, they all stuck around to place bets on the next round of fighting. Winners wanted more and the losers wanted to get their money back. Naruto was tempted to cackle with glee when he thought about all the money he might make for his troubles. Akado Yaroi vs Akamichi Choji. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, the gate is open until the start of the fight. Naruto called out and was quickly hounded with bets, most of them overwhelmingly in Choji's favor. It didn't take long for Naruto to collect the cash since pretty much everyone was there already waiting to place their bets save a few. Gaara wasn't, he simply stood off to the side, staring intently at the arena floor. Lee and Guy were engaged in conversation with the words, unyouthful, and youthful, being thrown around a lot. Neji sneered at Naruto but didn't react any more than that, choosing to cross his arms and focus on the arena floor. Still, at this rate, Naruto would be significantly richer by the end of the day. Yaroi looked a lot like his remaining teammate but shorter and a bit thicker. His blue uniform matched as did the bandana cover his head and cloth hanging over his face, even the dark round glasses were the same. If not for different names, they could have passed for brothers. Choji looked comfortable, munching on the last of his chips before the match started. He was big. It was amazing to some that he was able to find such a large brown leather jacket to cover him. It was a bit rude to think it but true nonetheless. Thankfully, he had gotten rid of the ridiculous bandana he used to wear that made it look like he was wearing tighty-whities on his head, in its place with the alligator-shaped skull cap with the Konoha symbol stamped in the middle of it. Hajime called out through the room, both closing the betting and starting the match. It wasn't much of a match. Choji's arm enlarged to extreme proportions, impacting with Yaroi and continued moving forward until he slammed the body into the wall, cracking the stonework and relieving his opponent of consciousness. Winner, Akamichi Choji. Damn, said Naruto appreciatively. One shot for the win. There were also several curses from those who lost their bets as well as cheers from those who won even though the payout was severely reduced. That wasn't even a match, complained Kiba. It was a smart decision by Choji, said Asuma. He may not have showed off much of his skill but he showed good forethought and decision-making. Strategy seems to make a bigger impact on the decision of whether or not you make Chunin than brute strength. They are looking to find leaders, not soldiers. That made sense to Naruto. It also spoke well for all of those who'd made it to the next phase. Most of the victories were won on having a better strategy than their opponent with the exception of Neji, which was actually surprising. Kinyuta Dosu vs. Rock Lee. Naruto was actually excited for this fight. It was two of the better fighters here, both of the strongly taijutsu oriented. He'd seen Dosu's stats days ago but he had yet to really see Lee's. Name: Rock Lee. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV30 next level, 80.44%. Affiliation: Konoha. HP: 3700 3700. CP: 2020. STR: 360. VIT: 370. Dex: 360. Int: 20. Wis: 30. Luck: 10. Def: 150. SPD: 310. Status: Genius of Hard Work plus 5 STR and plus 5 Vid and plus 5 Dex per level, plus 100% increase to bonus stat gain. Chakra Deformity minus 90% to CP Tough plus 50 STR, plus 50 Vit, plus 50 Dex. Rock Lee was born with a deformed chakra coil system. In spite of this, Lee has worked himself near to death to become a ninja, to prove that despite his handicap he can still become an exceptional shinobi. His hard work has paid off better than even he could have imagined. Naruto was stunned by Lee's stats. They made no sense. Even with all of his bonus status abilities, there was no way he could have possibly gained that much strength, vitality, and dexterity. No matter how hard he trained or worked, it should have been possible. He then looked to Guy. Maybe that would explain it. Name: Meta Guy. Title: Junin. Level: LV. Next level. Affiliation: Konoha. HP /CP /STR. VIT. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. Status: Master of Hard Work plus 20 STR and plus 20 Vit and plus 20 Dex per level, plus 500% increase to bonus stat gain. Monster plus 200 STR, plus 200 Vit, plus 200 Dex. Teacher of Hard Work plus 25% experience to teaching skills, plus 50% to training bonus stats. Meta Guy is known as Konoha's beautiful green beast. He is a renowned taijutsu master known and feared by every country. A true master of Goken, his skill is unmatched. Only his dedication to his students and a desire to teach the next generation has stopped him from moving higher in the village hierarchy. That and he's just weird. Okay, so that didn't tell him anything. Naruto was distracted from further thought on the subject by people demanding to place their bets. This time the split was right down the middle. The only oddity was Guy placing a bet, trying and failing to be subtle about it. Hajime. Naruto turned his attention to watching the fight. It should be a good one. Lee bounced on his toes a few times and jabbed a fist into the air a couple times, showing a fair amount of speed but not even close to what his speed stats said he was capable of. His hair bobbed with his move and the unpleasant eyesore of a green leotard showed off way too much for anyone to be comfortable with. Meanwhile, Dosu just kind of hunched over and swayed side to side. The spiky cloak on his back hardly moved or shifted when Naruto's observe picked up on it. Quilled Shell, a strong defensive back piece capable of taking severe punishment and making opponents pay for striking it. Plus 200 def, causes 50 to 75 bleed damage per 5 seconds when it successfully blocks a physical attack. That thing was nasty. Lee would definitely need to be careful of it or he could be in real trouble. Then Naruto caught sight of a glimpse of metal inside one of Dosu's extra long sleeves, his observe chiming off again. Melody Arm. It is used to amplify or absorb sound waves caused the arm movements of the user that can then be manipulated and directed with chakra causing more damage. Chance on hit to cause blurred vision, dizziness, or paralysis. Ignores armor, 100 to 150 internal damage. Dosu may not be as strong as Lee but he definitely had better gear. The boy was an odd-looking character. Most of his face was obscured by a combination of his headband and bandaging wrapped around his face. His clothes had an odd camouflage appearance that Naruto couldn't figure out for the life of him what environment it would be useful in. The fight began suddenly, with the pair charging one another, and engaging in a rapid and fierce taijutsu battle, both seeming to test the other's strength and style. Lee's fighting style was very direct, using devastating kicks mixed with a few punches, while Dosu's was very fluid, weaving side to side using wide swinging attacks that even when blocked seemed to do a little damage. Then Dosu slipped under Lee's defense, barely tapping the green-wearing Genin's stomach. Lee jumped back several meters and suddenly dropped to a knee and vomited. Hey, you survived that hit, I'm impressed. Admittedly, this is a first for me. No one has ever survived having their chakra disturbed by my melody arm before, boasted Dosu, foolishly giving Lee time to recover. It took a moment for Lee to stop vomiting, and when he did, he stood tall, wiping his mouth. I supposed it's a good thing my chakra coils barely function then. The Otonin's eyes narrowed both in understanding and in anger. I see. He then attacked again, this time with more ferocity than before, putting Lee completely on the defensive, waiting for an opening. Finally Dosu overextended himself and Lee capitalized on it, his foot shooting up hard, catching Dosu in the chin and lifting the young man off his feet and flying backwards. But it was not without cost, as Lee was once again retching, this time a dry heave as his stomach had already been completely emptied after the previous hit. Lee recovered faster, this time leaping as far back as he could, hoping to recover a little more as Dosu did the same. Lee, take them off, shouted Guy, giving the boy a thumbs up. But Guy-sensei, protested Lee. It's all right, You have my permission this once, Guy interrupted him. The boy suddenly grinned a 1,000-watt smile that matched Guy's. He kneeled and rolled down one of his leg warmers to reveal something wrapped around his ankle, which he was quick to unwrap, then repeat the process on the other leg. When he stood again, he held the 2 wraps out to each side of him and let them drop. When they hit the floor, it instantly cratered, creating a 3-meter deep hole. Naruto was more focused on the objects than Lee at this point. His identifying them easily. Super extreme ankle weights, weighing in at near a metric ton. These weights are only for the most dedicated. Requires base 150 STR to equip. When equipped, wearer is able to gain X for the normal bonus STR, VIT, Dex, and SPD stats per level. Also reduces usable STR, Dex, and SPD by 1/2 while equipped. Naruto was almost drooling at those weights. Sure, he couldn't wear those exact weights, but there had to be lower level ones that he could wear. Lee had to start somewhere and build up to those. And with Naruto's gamer ability, he'd benefit from some kind of weight very, very quickly. But it also made him think about Dosu's gear too, even Temari's battle fan. It wouldn't hurt to finally go pick up the weapons from Higarashi's he'd had commissioned months ago, not to mention he and Sakura still had not gotten the crab shell checked out. So, assuming Naruto won his match against whoever he ended up fighting, he needed to make a trip to Higarashi's with Sakura. Winner, Rock Lee. Naruto blinked in confusion. He'd only been looking at the details on Lee's weights for a few seconds. How could the fight already be over? He looked, and indeed Dosu was knocked out, not just knocked out but broken, badly broken at that. Whatever Lee did, it was extreme and fast and very, very effective. What happened? Asked Naruto, confused. I'm not sure, answered Sakura, just as confused. Lee dropped those weighted wraps or whatever they are, then he vanished, and so did Dosu, and then it was over. It was too fast, added Sasuke, his Sharingan active. Even I could barely see it. Fuck, Naruto groaned softly. It didn't take long for the gamblers to collect their winning, bitch about their losses. Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku Gaara. Troublesome, complained Shikamaru. Forfeit, now, ordered Naruto, halting Shikamaru before he could go down there. Che, troublesome, Shikamaru complained again. You sure? Very. Forfeit. Fine, I forfeit, called Shikamaru. Winner, Sabaku Gaara, announced Hayate. Naruto couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that none of his friend had to face Gaara. Sabaku Kankuro vs Yamanaka Ino. Again, Naruto was flooded with bets, mostly favoring Kankuro, and with good reason. Name, Sabaku Kankuro. Title, Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level, LV26 next level, 89.41%. Affiliation, Suna. HP, 770 770ths. CP, 360 360ths. STR, 41. VIT, 77. Dex, 174. Int, 36. Wis, 75. Luck, 6. Def, 300. SPD, 51. Status, Sneaky Bastard plus 50% effectiveness to Stealth skill, plus 50% effectiveness to Trap skill. Carver, 15% effectiveness to Wood carving skill, plus 25% experience gain to Wood carving skill. Steady Hand plus 5 Dex and plus 2 Wis per level. Sabaku Kankuro is one of 3 children of the Kazekage. Chosen to uphold the long tradition of Sunagaku Kugutsu, he has taken to the art with passion and skill not seen since Akasuna Sasori. Assuming Kankuro wasn't an idiot, Ino would go down fast. Of course, Kankuro might be an idiot. He looked rather ridiculous. The young man was wearing a black cat suit and his face was covered in makeup. He looked more like a clown than a shinobi. Ino looked like a kunoichi thanks to Sakura's intervention. The girl still liked clothes that hugged her budding figure, but now they were far more functional. You could see light armor plating now sewn in under the clothes. She still preferred to have color, but the dark purple that could be confused for black in the dark was an improvement. Now if only she'd do something about her hair. Hajime started the fight. Ino started things out first. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Her body dropped her spirit perfectly on target to capture Kankuro, if only it was Kankuro. The puppet fell apart on contact with Ino's technique. Kankuro meanwhile let his hiding place go and frowned at the state of his puppet. He was clearly confused. The puppet was twitching, but it wasn't through any action of his. He looked at the unconscious girl and then Proctor, who wasn't moving. Then he had to suddenly dodge as one of his puppet's traps triggered, almost skewering him. He now saw that one of Karasu's eyes was directed at him, following him even. It was really creepy. Kankuro looked again between the puppet and the girl's body when he suddenly figured out what's happened. "Holy shit, you put yourself into my puppet," he exclaimed and had to dodge another of his puppet's traps. "Yeah, it's harder than it looks to control, you stupid bitch." He had to start dodging again as Ino seemed to be gaining more control. Finally he decided to target the body, running to it and picking it up, holding a kunai to her throat. "Surrender or you die." The puppet shook a few times before going limp. The body Kankuro was holding hostage seemingly sprung to life, being careful not to move given the kunai pointing at her carotid artery. "I surrender," she said, not hesitating even a second. "Winner, Sabaku Kankuro." Kankuro released her but not before he gave her a little squeeze. He never saw the punch coming that knocked him out. "Get fresh with me, will you?" howled Ino, kicking the down boy repeatedly. She finally had to be pulled off by Asuma. "Idiot," groused Baki, retrieving Kankuro and his puppet, carrying both out to join Tamari in the infirmary. "Don't you think that was a bit much, Ino?" asked Choji, a slight quaver in his voice. Ino didn't respond but definitely gave him and every male present the stink eye. Karen vs Haruno Sakura. "Ooh, now this should be a good fight," chirped Naruto excitedly. Name: Haruno Sakura. Title: Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level: LV26 next level, 7.14%. Affiliation: Konoha. HP: 970 970ths. CP: 727 120ths. STR: 31. VIT: 97. Dex: 44. Int: 288. Wis: 412. Luck: 8. Def: 100. SPD: 42. Status: Perfect Control plus 15 Wis per level, minus 50% cost to all Jutsu. Medic minus 25% cost to Iryojutsu, plus 25% healing to Iryojutsu. Book Smart plus 10 int per level, minus 75% CP, plus 25% increase to skill experience. Haruno Sakura is the smartest student in class. Though very intelligent, she is not very physically gifted. After becoming a genin and being forced to face certain realities, she done some significant growing up, starting with putting away the silly and childish crush on Sasuke. The question remains whether or not she can repair the relationships in her life she has damaged as a result of her fangirlism. They were pretty evenly matched. It would come down to techniques and strategy to see who was stronger. "No bets," called Naruto. This was a match he was unwilling to gamble on. One of the fighters was family and the other his teammate. "So, are you Naruto-kun's girlfriend?" asked Karen bluntly, as she stood across from Sakura. "Hell no, no need to be mean about it," whined Naruto from the balcony. "Is he gay?" asked Karen. "What the hell?" screamed Naruto. "I'm pretty sure he's not," said Sakura, embarrassed for her teammate. She would be mortified to be related to such a strange girl. "Are you gay? What is wrong with you?" "What? It's a fair question," she answered with a shrug. "So, are you?" "No, I'm not gay." "Oh, so why aren't you dating Naruto-kun?" "I like someone else, but beyond that Naruto is a friend, that's all." "So what is it? You like the pretty boy type? Can you start this now?" asked Sakura, looking at the proctor desperately. "It's okay if you do. I like the pretty boy type myself. Those delicate features, that soft voice, ooh, really gets me, you know. Like that Sasuke guy, he's just yummy." Naruto couldn't help the laugh that sprung from him, a laugh that Kiba was quick to join him in. "Or maybe that Neji guy, that hair of his and his Byakugan, I bet he can see all kinds of things, if you know what I mean." That comment even got Hinata giggling a little, her laugh light and tinkling like a little bell. Sakura was not only bright red with embarrassment. "Yeah, you're definitely related to Naruto," she groused under her breath. "Hajime," called Hayate, finally getting the nod from the Hokage. Poor Sakura was so embarrassed she never saw Karen close on her and hammer a fist into her stomach, followed by an uppercut that knocked her off her feet. Then Sakura kind of wavered out of existence. "Shit, Genjutsu." Sakura smiled victoriously, having successfully ensnared Karen in her Genjutsu as soon as the match began. She was content to work on rapidly tying the girl up in ninja wire. However, as she was working, she realized she didn't carry ninja wire. Where had it come from? "Shit, Genjutsu." To the audience, the two girls were simply staring at each other, not moving. What's happening? Asked Ino. Genjutsu, Sasuke answered, his Sharingan picking up all of it. I didn't know Forehead had gotten so good at them. I thought she was just an Irionin. She's become competent, he replied reluctantly. She's gotten good, it's okay. You can say it. Naruto pushed Sasuke frequently, it was nothing new between them. He didn't want to push too much. Sasuke seemed to be a lot more stable today than he was the first day of the Chunin exams, calmer too. Still in. Ass though. Finally from the floor there were two solid thumps as both girls lost consciousness, the Genjutsu war finally over and both having lost. Draw, announced Hayate, motioning for the medics to come check the pair over. It was only a second after he said it that Karen sprung back up to sitting position. Is it over? Did I win? Draw, you both lost, answered Hayate. Damn, she's was good. I thought I had her with the pretty boy orgy Genjutsu too. The genin present all looked at Naruto then Karen and back to Naruto. What? That sounds like something stupid you'd do, answered Ino remorselessly. I would never. He started to protest only to pause when he heard a cough from the Hokage. Sakura was roused a minute later, her face stained pink almost immediately, her eyes wandering over to Sasuke shyly before looking away quickly. Karen and Sakura both walked up the stair to the balcony together, Sakura refusing to look anyone in the eyes. So, how did you recover before me? Asked Sakura. Not sure, I've always recovered fast. Good genetics I guess. Naruto recovers pretty fast too. Is it a Kake Genkai? Could be, don't know. Like I told Naruto-kun, I was taken when I was really young. I didn't even know I might be Uzumaki until he told me and that was just about an hour ago. You think the recovery could be an Uzumaki thing? Asked Naruto, joining their conversation. Your mother always recovered quickly, Kakashi added helpfully. I haven't known many Uzumaki but they were well known for their ability to recover quickly, live long lives, and having powerful chakra. But those could all be rumors for all I know. What else can you tell me about my mother? Asked Naruto. Well, I don't know much but I do remember hearing that she was actually a princess. Well, not really a princess but she was heir to the Uzumaki clan. So that would mean I'm the heir? Asked Naruto. I guess, but it's hard to be heir to a clan of one, maybe two if Karen is indeed Uzumaki. After acquiring knowledge of your family and the hierarchy of their legacy, an evolution of your status, Uzumaki, has occurred changing your status to Uzumaki clan heir, plus 100 bit, plus 100 int, plus 150% experience to Fuinjutsu skill. Naruto wanted to scream and shout in joy from seeing that change but he managed to refrain, at least for now. Naruto was about to ask for more information but before he could, the next fight was announced. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Abumi Zaku. Ha, I get the pretty boy, this is going to be easy, boasted Zaku, jumping the rail and landing softly on the tiled floor below. The boy's hair was spiky, almost reminiscent of Kakashi's hair but dark brown. His clothes were simple, pants and shirt, using the same camouflage pattern as Dosu. Sasuke sneered. He was less than pleased by being called a pretty boy. Sasuke jumped over the rail as well, landing without making a sound then took his place across from Zaku. Sasuke was dressed in his standard dark blue shirt and black shorts, the Uchiha fan printed on the back of the shirt showing off proudly. Back with Naruto the bets he took heavily favored Sasuke as he expected. Zaku wasn't very impressive and was very overconfident based on his posturing. Hajime. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life instantly, he moved fast, appearing in front of Zaku, already drawing his Chikudo intending to end the fight quickly. Zaku's eyes widened when the Uchiha appeared in front of him, it was pure instinct that the boy pushed chakra to his arms. A blast of wind from his left arm pushed him well clear of Sasuke while the right arm blasted Sasuke in the ribs, sending him spinning through the air. The flying Uchiha grunted painfully as he bounced once on the hard stone tile that lined the floor, however the bounce gave him the chance to reposition and come back to his feet. He locked back onto Zaku, running at him, occasionally strafing left or right to avoid a blast of wind, his hands blurring through seals. Sasuke took a deep breath into his lungs and held it a moment, waiting for Zaku to fire off another blast of wind. Zaku smirked, seeing the Uchiha finally hold still, he charged up both arms and fired the biggest attack he had. Zenkakyoku no Jutsu. Now it was Sasuke's turn to smirk as he unleashed a giant fireball that magnified when it struck the wind, quickly overpowering it and obliterating Zaku. When the fire and smoke cleared, all that remained was a charred briquette that barely resembled a person, only for it to crumble into ash a moment later. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. The room when it was done was mostly silent. Killing was allowed, but as stated at the start, it was highly frowned upon. The faint outline of the young man on the wall was disturbing as well. It was not a pleasant death, but at least it was fast. Sasuke was emotionless as he climbed the stairs again to rejoin his team. Naruto made the payout for the gambling, but it was somber group collecting their winnings. Aburame Shino versus Tsurugi Masumi. And a new round of betting began, much more subdued as barely any of the genin joined in on it, having lost their taste for it now that someone had died and they profited from it. Even Naruto felt a little guilty to continue bookmaking like this, but the logically part of him knew he couldn't turn away the money or it would be bad for business later. It was also a fair kill. The other genin was clearly trying to kill Sasuke. Naruto just wasn't that bothered by it, where everyone else who had so little exposure to killing clearly were bothered. That brought up another thought. The ones that continued betting were the ones exposed to killing and death, had maybe even killed people themselves. It made them a degree more dangerous than those who hadn't taken life. It was disturbing but beneficial knowledge. Masumi looked very much like his teammate, but taller and a bit thinner. His blue uniform matched, as did the bandana cover his head and cloth hanging over his face. Even the dark round glasses were the same. If not for different names, they could have passed for brothers. Shino stood passively waiting. His long gray coat with the high collar was exactly as Naruto remembered from the academy days, and he still sported a massive fro on his head too that still looked out of place. Hajime. Masumi attacked first, throwing a few kunai at Shino, who deflected the thrown weapons with a kunai of his own. It was a pretty boring fight. Both fighters seemed to just test each other, having small exchanges of weapons and taijutsu. Masumi finally got in close. His body seemed to suddenly stretch to wrap around Shino, binding the young man. "Surrender or I'll break your neck," demanded Masumi, breathing heavily and starting to sweat profusely. Shino didn't move or speak, just waited patiently. "Surrender, damn it," snapped Masumi again, looking even paler. I said, what the, gah." The man suddenly unbound Shino, his body falling to the ground in a heap, complete unconscious. "Winner, Aburame Shino." "What just happened?" asked Naruto, confused by the outcome. "Shino's Kikaichu," answered Kiba. "His bugs can drain chakra from anyone they land on. He can drain a person in just a few minutes, less with more bugs on them." "That's awesome but also extremely creepy," said Naruto. "Yeah," echoed Ino, Sakura, and Karen in a single voice, each of them shuddering in disgust as well. Due to the odd number of competitors in this round, the final fight will be a three-way fight between the remaining competitors, announced Hayate, coughing every few words. Hyuga Hinata vs Tsuchi Kin vs Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto wasn't prepared for that announcement. He hadn't really counted the number of competitors, so he hadn't realized there was an odd number. But to have a three-way fight was kind of cool, especially since it was 2 Konoha shinobi versus 1 Oto shinobi. Naruto and Hinata jumped down, followed a moment later by Kin. Kin was dressed similarly to her two teammates. She too wore the same grayish camouflage that made no sense at all. Her long black hair hung straight down her back, lacking any real style to it. She was actually very plain looking. Hinata wore her normal oversized coat and fidgeted nervously, something that seemed to be commonplace every time Naruto had seen her. Her navy hair was still short save for the 2 bangs that framed her face, and dangling around her neck was her forehead protector. "So Hinata, what do you say we take out Kin together first, then we can fight? What do you think?" "Sure, Naruto-kun," stuttered Hinata. She was half relieved by this and half worried about it. On the one hand, she would have helped to eliminate Kin, on the other she'd be left alone to fight Naruto. Kin frowned at the obviously unfair situation. "This is some bullshit. Bad luck sure, but it could have easily gone the other way, 2 Oto shinobi versus 1 Konoha," replied Naruto. "It's just the luck of the draw. Don't worry though, we won't kill you, probably won't kill you, your death is unlikely but possible." Naruto loved his pranks as rarely as he pulled them these days, and messing with an opponent's head could still be considered a prank, couldn't it? "Hajime," said Hayate, jumping clear immediately, not wanting to get caught in any crossfire. Naruto opened up with a barrage of mud balls shot rapidly at Kin, forcing her to retreat, only to be driven right to the Hyuga. Hinata had perfectly read Naruto's intention. moving immediately into position so that when Kin was driven to her it took 5 quick taps in rapid succession to take the girl out of the fight. Anyo, can we remove Kin-san? Hayate appeared next to the unconscious girl, picking her up and vanished again. Right then, let's have a good fight, Hinata. Hi, stuttered Hinata nervously, her body automatically taking up the first stance of the Hyuga Jiyuken. Naruto spat a mud ball at her, watching her easily dodge it without moving an inch. He fired off a few more, trying to see how she'd react. She easily dodged 2 and deflected the rest with her open palm, suffering no damage at all. Still not moving or attacking him. So he attacked again, firing off more mud balls at her, forcing her to move significantly more even if none of them hit. While she was busy dodging, he formed a handful of clones to attack her at close range. Hinata easily dodged or diverted the hail of mud ball shot at her. She was so focused she didn't see Naruto attacking her with taijutsu until he was almost on top of her. Her hand lashed out automatically, striking true to Naruto's chest only for him to burst into a cloud of smoke. She then saw there were more Narutos attacking her, each of them with a physical presence and chakra system of their own. Naruto watched as his clones and the mud balls he continued to fire at her were beginning to slowly overwhelm her. His first true hit came when one of the mud balls slammed into her shoulder, causing the young girl to spin around and lose balance for a moment. He didn't expect her to use the moment of the spin to kick out both her legs in a split kick, instantly killing 3 of his clones and giving her space. "You're pretty good, Hinata," complimented Naruto. Hinata felt her cheeks heat. From the compliment, even though she was breathing heavily and her shoulder was in a lot of pain, she'd never felt better in her life. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she replied softly, stuttering as usual. "But you're going to have to attack me if you want to even have a chance at winning." "I can spam clones and mud balls all day long," Naruto warned. He wanted a good fight, and if he could do something to help her, unconfident, status, then he would. Hinata nodded nervously, swallowing thickly. She knew what he said was true, but she doubted she could do it. "You can fight me, Hinata. Just think of it like a spar," offered Naruto. He knew it was a big risk to encourage the girl. It was probably stupid even to encourage the girl to fight him seriously, but she was a friend and he liked helping his friends no matter what it might cost him. Hinata took a few deep calming breaths, then nodded. She threw a handful of shuriken at Naruto as a distraction, allowing her to get in closer. Naruto grinned seeing her attack. It was easy to dodge the shuriken, but it did end up with him in close to Hinata, having to suddenly dodge a glowing blue hand. Thankfully he was able to substitute with one of his clones. It didn't fool her long as she was on him again. Hinata was surprised that she was doing as well as she was, even if she hadn't hit him yet. Truthfully, she'd always been surprised by Naruto's perseverance, but that perseverance never measured up against his talent or lack thereof. To find that Naruto's taijutsu skill had improved so drastically was shocking to her. He was easily coordinating his attack with clones and himself such that she was starting to confuse who was Naruto and who was a clone. All she could do was keep attacking and hope to get lucky. On the other side of the fight, Naruto was starting to worry he'd made a mistake encouraging Hinata. Half of his time was spent replenishing the clones as Hinata rapidly destroyed them. He'd scored a few indirect hits, but it was barely any damage. He had even tried creating some distance again, but Hinata wasn't letting him. Hinata could feel her energy running dry quickly, but that wasn't so much of a surprise against an opponent like Naruto, who had so much energy that he never seemed to tire no matter what he was doing. She lunged forward to strike another clone, dispelling it easily, but when she tried to push away from an incoming strike she felt the muscles in her leg protest, slowing her significantly. It was enough for the attack she was trying to dodge to strike true to her ribs. Naruto felt the ribs give under his fist. He'd hit with enough power it wasn't very surprising that the ribs broke the way they did. He didn't expect it to fold Hinata up like a chair. The girl fell to her knees, gripping at her side and gasping for breath. Naruto and his clones backed away, giving her room to recover or decide if she was going to continue to fight. Given the break, he kind of hoped she'd withdraw to get treatment, otherwise, if she continued he would probably end up hurting her. "Can you keep going, Hinata?" asked Naruto, not relaxing. Hinata coughed a few more times, struggling to climb to her feet, only to fall back down. "I'm afraid I can't continue," she struggled to say. It was clear she couldn't breathe very well. Naruto looked to the proctor. "Is that enough, winner, Uzumaki Naruto? Great, can we get a medic for Hinata now? I'm pretty sure I broke some of her ribs." Hayate waved toward the medic station calling in help for Hinata. Good fight, Hinata, said Naruto, kneeling next her while waiting for the medics. You're very strong. So are you. That Jiyuken is dangerous, I tell you, he said, earning a pained giggle from the girl. Thank you, she said. Softly. For what? Asked Naruto, clueless as to what she was talking about. Hinata didn't get a change to answer as the medics arrived and pushed him away. They ended up carting Hinata out. She needed to have broken ribs pulled back into position and then mended. It was not really something they could do there. Once Hinata was out of the room, all of the remaining contestants were called down to stand again before the Hokage. Well done, to all of you who have won your spot in the final round of the Chunin selection exam. In 1 month, we'll be holding a tournament here in Konoha where you'll compete for the honor of your village, a chance to be promoted, and to the winner glory and acclaim. If you're wondering why a month's wait, it's to allow the daimyo and various clients time to travel. Impress them and you'll earn your village more business, which means more money and tougher challenges for you. The old man was careful in his explanation, but it was clear he wanted the best from them. Now, if each of the winners will come up here and select one ball from inside this box, it will determine the fight order, Enko nearly shouted, drawing all the attention to her as she wheeled out a stand with a large box on it, the box having a single hole in the top. The line formed quickly enough. When Naruto got to draw his number, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. When his hand came clear with a white ball in hand that was decorated with a bright red 9 on it, he wasn't sure if it was intentional or just some strange karma, but he wasn't going to make an issue of it lest he draw unwanted attention. 1 Neji vs 2 Shino. 3 Kankuro vs 4 Lee. 5 Kiba vs 6 Choji. 7 Gaara vs winner, 8 Sasuke vs 9 Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but feel like he'd just gotten screwed. He knew he could probably beat Sasuke, but it wasn't going to be easy at all. In fact, the fight really could go either way. It was the next fight, the fight against Gaara, that worried him. It was a fight he wasn't going to be able to avoid either. Well, then we'll see you all at noon in the Konoha Stadium exactly 1 month from today, announced Hayate before he and the rest of the exam proctors along with the Hokage vanished, leaving only a scattering of leaves behind. Bonus objective completion awarded 50,000 Express. Bonus objective completion awarded 50,000 Express. Quest completion awarded 100,000 Express. Quest alert. Chunin selection exam stage 2.5. Successfully complete the preliminary stage of the Chunin selection exam. Objectives. Defeat your opponent. Bonus objectives. Encourage Hinata to fight to her full potential. Flawless victory. Completion award. 100,000 Express. 50,000 Express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 Express. End of Chunin selection exam. Naruto accepted the quest completion and the big chunk of experience that went with it. Only to be greeted with another window. Quest alert. Find a trainer to prepare you for Chunin selection exam stage 3. Select a trainer to train you in preparation for the Chunin selection exam stage 3. Objectives. Find someone willing to train you for the finals. Pass the test given by prospective trainer. Accept the prospective trainer. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Completion award. 100,000 Express. 50,000 Express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 Express. No assistance in preparing for the finals. Naruto didn't like this quest, it sounded like he was going to get screwed. He accepted anyway. Suddenly he was seeing a bunch of blue question marks over the various Junin sensei, question marks that were rapidly disappearing. Naruto looked for Kakashi first, just in time to see the question mark vanish. Sasuke was standing in front of their sensei. He nodded once and turned away. When he faced Naruto, the jerk had the gall to smirk like he'd won some great victory. Ah, Naruto, sorry, Sasuke got to me first. I can try to set you up with someone I know that should be able to help you out, offered Kakashi. Naruto wanted to rage but he couldn't. His game was pointing him to dozens of potential people to train him. He just had to pick one and pass whatever test they gave him. I'll find someone, don't worry about it. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask the Hokage. I'm sure he could help you find someone too, suggested Kakashi. Naruto nodded his acceptance before looking around the room at the remaining Junin. He noticed right away that both Kurenai and Asuma weren't picked to train any of their students. He couldn't help but be curious about it, so he asked. Hey, Asuma-sensei, how come you're not training Choji for the finals? Ah, I offered but Choji said his father already promised to train him if he made it. Given the clan techniques Choji can get from his dad, it's for the best, he explained, searching his pouch for something. What about you, Kurenai-sensei? Same thing, my students are both clan children, so they will train with them. By the way, thank you for not harming Hinata. I think fighting you really helped her. Naruto blushed slightly, he still wasn't used to praise from adults. Ah, it's nothing. I was happy to help a friend, that's all. Anyway, since neither of you are training anyone and the Tem already claimed my sensei, would either of you be willing to help me out? Sure, but you've got to do something for me first, said Asuma. What do you need me to do? Find my tobacco pouch. Where did you last see it? I know I had it this morning when I left the Habasha onsen, so I could have lost it anywhere between there and here, he answered. Just curious, but, what can you teach me if I do have you teach me? Well, I'm pretty good with trench knives and futon jutsu. Asuma-sensei, by selecting Asuma to train you exclusively for 30 days, you will permanently gain +1 STR and +1 Dex per level achieved while under his direction. You will also earn +50% experience when learning futon jutsu and +50% experience when learning chakra to skill. Naruto would have whistled appreciatively if it wouldn't have looked strange. But before he accepted Asuma's task, he turned to Kurenai. What about you, Kurenai-sensei? What can I do for you? If you find his pouch, destroy it and I'll teach you, she offered, laughing lightly at the appalled look on Asuma's face. What can you teach me? I'm the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha for a reason, I can help you out with it. Kurenai-sensei, by selecting Kurenai to train you exclusively for 30 days, you will permanently gain +2 WIS per level achieved while under her direction. You will also earn +50% experience when learning Genjutsu and +100% experience to detect Genjutsu and dispel Genjutsu skills. Naruto knew Kurenai's help would be great long-term but would do almost nothing to prepare him to fight Gaara. As much as I appreciate Kurenai-sensei, I think Asuma-sense can help me prepare better for Sasuke and Gaara. So, I'll find your pouch and bring it back to you in no time at all. Right. I'll be at Yakiniku Q with my team buying them all lunch to celebrate surviving, you can find me there. Don't take too long though, or I might just search for it myself. Naruto saluted the man, then did a quick about face and sprinted out of the auditorium and eventually the tower to the waiting ferry to take him and the other genin out of the forest. Status. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Class. The Gamer. Title. Genin +10 increase to experience gain. Level. LV28 next level. 41.33%. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 5746 5746. CP. 4509 4509. STR. 63 31.30 equals 94.30. VIT. 58 426.60 equals 574.60. Dex. 63 49.94 equals 112.94. Int. 63 297.88 equals 450.88. WIS. 58 43.21 equals 101.21. Luck. Def. 239 59.75 equals 298.75. SPD. 4384.06 equals 127.06. Status. Uzumaki Clan Heir +100 VIT, +100 Int, +150% experience to Fuinjutsu skill Kyuubi Jinchuriki, +100 HP and +100 CP per level Inspirational Leader, +25% to experience gain to any team you are part of. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of this year's graduating class, rating so low because of his inability to create a basic bunshin. Naruto proved his worth after the test when he stopped a traitor and learned 2A ranked Kenjutsu. And finally he has gotten some answers to his past, but still mystery remains. Who is his father? How did the Kyuubi escape? Point. 20. Ryo. 704,650. Quest log. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 1. Successfully complete the first stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Pass the exam. Bonus objectives. Pass without answering a single question. Successfully cheat without losing any points. Inspire your fellow genin. Completion award. 50,000 express. 25,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 Express. End of Chunin Selection Exam. Quest Alert. Chunin Selection Exam Stage 2. Successfully complete the second stage of the Chunin Selection Exam. Objectives. Acquire a Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll. Reach the Central Tower inside of 5 days. Survive Orochimaru's onslaught. Bonus objectives. Reach the Central Tower in less than 12 hours. Reach the Central Tower in less than 24 hours. Reach the Central Tower in less than 48 hours. Reach the Central Tower in less than 72 hours. Reach the Central Tower in less than 96 hours. Prevent Orochimaru from placing a curse seal on Sasuke. Acquire an extra Heaven Scroll. Acquire an extra Earth Scroll. Completion Award. 100,000 Express. 50,000 Express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 10,000 Express. Death or end of Chunin Selection Exam. Naruto's kept his eyes peeled as he wandered through town to search for Asuma's tobacco pouch. He was surprised by just how many potential trainers there were. Some were Chunin, some were Junin. There were even a few shop owners willing to train him. It was ridiculous. Still, he couldn't help but let his curiosity get the better of him as he asked some what they could teach him. Genma-sensei. By selecting Genma to train you exclusively for 30 days, you will permanently gain +2 dex per level achieved while under his direction. You will also earn +50% experience when training chakra speed, and +50% experience when training ninjutsu skill. Tyuki-sensei. By selecting Tyuki to train you exclusively for 30 days, you will permanently gain +1 whis per level achieved while under his direction. You will also earn +50% experience when training cooking skill and chance to learn recipe Ichiraku ramen. Uruka-sensei. By selecting Uruka to train you exclusively for 30 days, you will permanently gain +1 STR and +1 vid and +1 dex and +1 whis and +1 int per level achieved while under his direction. Some of them were very tempting, especially the chance to learn to make Ichiraku ramen himself. Still, he needed skills that fit him, and Asuma had those even if he didn't have a futon affinity yet. But if Shikamaru and Choji were right, then he probably had a very strong futon affinity even if it wasn't discovered yet. Plus, Chakra 2 sounded badass to him, especially if he could combine them with his Chakra Nagashi skill. So it was Naruto continued to wander down the path toward Habasha Onsen, making sure to check all around him for any sign of the tobacco pouch. He finally found the stupid thing just outside the entrance to the hot springs, just sitting in a large potted plant in plain sight. Naruto happily collected the pouch and would have been happy to report to Asuma when he heard a giggle. It was a giggle he knew only too well from his time with Kakashi. It was the giggle of a pervert. Naruto wandered around the side of the building toward the source of the noise. He didn't expect to see a question mark hovering above the pervert's head. He expected even less that the man would have a question mark for his level. Jiraiya LV. The man was tall and well built. He had long spiky white hair that hung past his belt. The man wore a dark red haori over a gray short kimono and a chain mesh shirt under that. Surprisingly, the man wore red geta on his feet. It was very rare to see anyone wearing traditional wooden sandals these days. On his forehead he wore a horned forehead protector with the symbol for oil on it. Naruto had never heard of a village hidden in the oil before, but there were probably a lot of villages he'd never heard of before. There was a small trickle of blood running from his nose, while he also had a red line tattooed from his eye to his chin on both sides of his face. Naruto knew he'd have to be careful in his approach as this could go either way for him, and he really didn't want to get in trouble, but his curiosity was pushing him around quite successfully today, making the decision for him. Excuse me, but what are you doing? Asked Naruto, trying not to be too loud out of fear that he may face whatever wrath the old man would also face if either of them were discovered by the women bathing on the other side of the fence. The pervert turned to glance at him briefly, then turned back to look through the small hole he was using to peep. What do you want, brat? Anyo, you shouldn't be doing this, you know. Yes, so, the man said, not turning away. So, what happens if they catch you? I run away, he answered. And if they catch you anyway? I take a beating, he said with a shrug, as if it wouldn't matter. You look a bit old, wouldn't a beating like that kill you? That seemed to finally get the man's attention. I'll have you know, brat, I'm the legendary Gamma Sennin, Jiraiya. So, you're like a shinobi. One of the best, he boasted. So could you help me with my training? Meh, why should I bother? Because I'm awesome, answered Naruto, grinning proudly. Ha, yeah right, brat, laughed Jiraiya. I'll prove it to you. Give me a task and I'll do it, then you have to train me, demanded Naruto. Okay, brat, you've got yourself a deal. I want you to get a ripe piece of fruit, with all the right curves, juicy, you know what I'm saying. Naruto knew exactly what the pervert was asking for, but he'd be damned if he didn't trick the old man for being so open about it. If I do this, what can you teach me exactly? I'll have you know that I am the foremost expert in Fuinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Kuchio's no Jutsu. If that isn't enough for you, then you can walk away now, brat. Jiraiya-sensei, by selecting Jiraiya to train you exclusively for 30 days, you will permanently gain +2 STR and +1 Vid and +2 Dex and +1 Int and +2 Whis per level achieved while under his direction. You will also earn +100% experience when training Fuinjutsu, +50% experience when training any ninjutsu skill, +50% experience when training Kuchio's no Jutsu, and a strong chance of signing the Gamma Kuchio's contract. Naruto had to wipe a little drool from his chin. This was almost too good to be true. Jiraiya's benefits to training were seriously overpowered as fuck. Okay, I'll get what you're looking for. Come find me when you do. Naruto was still intent on tricking the old man while he was still technically fulfilling the request given to him. It didn't take Naruto long to find the oddly shaped melon matching the description he was given. It actually took him longer to find Jiraiya again than the melon. He found the pervert flirting shamelessly with a ninja groupie. He had a choice to make: either he interrupt and embarrass the old man, or play it cool and let the pervert try to get his groove on. As if there was really a tough decision to make. Yo, Ero Sennin, he shouted loudly and proudly. Jiraiya just paled, turning white as a sheet. I found that juicy fruit you wanted with all the curves in the right places, he shouted, making a big production of carrying the unusually shaped melon into the bar. Naruto couldn't help grinning when he heard an audible slap and a humph, followed by the floozy storming out. You damn, brat, do you have any idea what you've just done? He demanded. What? Asked Naruto, trying to act innocent. I just did what you told me to. Jiraiya clearly wasn't buying it, even as he swiped the melon from Naruto and sliced it in a few deft moves. He jerked a finger pointing to the stool next to him. Naruto grinned and sat down, happily grabbing piece of melon for himself and chowing down. So, you want me to train you? Asked Jiraiya, no joke or humor in his voice. Yes sir, answered Naruto, showing him the same seriousness. Alright, you've got yourself a teacher. For the next 30 days I'm yours. Yo, Naruto, here you are, I've been looking for you, said Asuma, entering the bar. Ah, Asuma-sensei, sorry to keep you waiting. I ran into this guy and he said he could help me train, explained Naruto lamely. It was kind of awkward. No worries, kid, did you find my pouch by chance? Yeah, said Naruto, handing it to him. I'm sorry for the change of plans, I wish you could both train me. What's this, brat, got someone else wanting to train you? Asked Jiraiya, rubbing his chin in thought. Yeah, this is Asuma-sensei, Naruto introduced the man. And Asuma-sensei, this is Ero Sennin. Asuma barked out a laugh. Oh, this cheeky brat's got your number, Jiraiya-sama. Maybe that's why I like him, retorted Jiraiya. So tell me, brat, what were you going to teach this brat? Chakra-2 and some futon jutsu, answered Asuma. Jiraiya hummed aloud as he thought. Okay, so you'll teach him that, I'll teach him the rest. Wait, so you're both going to teach me? Make no mistake, brat, you're my student, claimed Jiraiya. This brat just happens to know some useful things to teach you. Got it, yes sir, Ero Sennin, sir, chirped Naruto. Bonus objective completion awarded, 50,000 express. Quest completion awarded, 100,000 express. Quest alert. Find a trainer to prepare you for Chunin Selection Exam Stage 3. Select a trainer to train you in preparation for the Chunin Selection Exam Stage 3. Objectives. Find someone willing to train you for the finals. Pass the test given by prospective trainer. Accept the prospective trainer. Bonus objectives. Convince one of the prospective trainers to tutor you in addition to your primary trainer. Completion award, 100,000 express. 50,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure, 10,000 express. No assistance in preparing for the finals. Naruto quickly tapped the completion buttons only to be greeted with his next quest. Quest alert. Preparation T-30 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds, 0 Train harder than you have ever trained before to prepare for the Chunin Selection Exam Stage 3. Objectives. Learn Kuchio's no Jutsu. Learn Chakra 2. Learn Futon Affinity. Learn 3 Futon Jutsu. Learn 2 Doden Jutsu. Earn 10 levels to Fuinjutsu. Earn 5 levels. Bonus objectives. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Completion award. 500,000 express. Prepared. Status buff for the day of the finals. 100,000 express per bonus objective. Completion failure. 100,000 express. Underprepared. Status buff for the day of the finals. Holy crap, shouted Naruto. Thankfully Jiraiya just grinned, think the kid was excited to have him as a teacher. The reason he really shouted was for the quest, it was ton of stuff to do. 5 levels was crazy, it was shitload of experience to gain in just 30 days. Right, we'll start tomorrow morning, said Jiraiya. In case you didn't figure it out, that means leave. He punctuated his last statement by jerking his thumb toward the door. Where will I find you tomorrow? Asked Naruto. I'll find you, for now, go with Asuma and get started on what he's got to teach you, ordered Jiraiya. Come on, kid, leave the old man to his drinking, we've still got some daylight to burn. Asuma put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and guided him out of the bar. So where do we go first? Asked Naruto. First, we need to get you a pair of chakra 2, answered Asuma. Sweet, so Higarashi's then? Asked Naruto. Good to know you like the higher quality stuff. Let's go. Naruto followed Asuma to Higarashi's. He wanted to ask questions, especially about how he was going to get that much experience in so little time, not that Asuma could answer, so for now he chose simply to be quiet and wait. Yo, Hidden, you here you lazy ass, called Asuma as he entered the shop. Asuma, what do you want? Replied the shop owner, grinning the entire time. Need some chakra 2 for my temporary student here, answered Asuma, motioning to Naruto. Oh, teaching this one huh? Naruto, be careful around this guy. He's dumb and skilled, a dangerous combination. Then again, maybe you'll be okay with him. I think I was just insulted, but I'm going to let that go, so you sell me some good chakra 2. Good answer, laughed Hidden. Let me go get you a decent pair from the back. I thought you said. Naruto was cut off with a look that clearly warned him to shut the hell up and say thank you. Right, thank you, sir. That's what I thought, said Hidden, continuing into the back of the shop. The man returned a moment later with a black box which he set on the counter. Here you go, kid. How much? Asked Naruto, afraid to open the lid and look at them. 500,000 Ryo, answered Hidden. 500,000 Ryo, what the hell, man? Correct me if I'm wrong, brat, but don't you still have a very valuable coupon you earned from my daughter a while back? 50% off. It was like the skies parted and angel songs filled the shop. Naruto opened his inventory and cheered when he saw he still had the coupon. Pulling it from his inventory, he held it out to Hidden. That's what I thought, said the man, taking the coupon. What the hell was that? Asked Asuma, focused on Naruto pulling the coupon out of thin air. So, now that'll be 250,000, can you afford that? Naruto once again pulled out the cash from his inventory and set the nice, neat, clean stack of Ryo on the counter. Asuma meanwhile was poking the air in front of Naruto. Sensei, what are you doing? Asked Naruto, looking at the older man. How did you do that? Do what? Asked Naruto. You pulled that coupon and the money out of thin air. How did you do it? Fuinjutsu. Asuma closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. You know what, forget it. I don't want to know. Why don't you go ahead, check out your new chakra 2? Naruto's hands shook a little as he reached out to box and lifted the lid off of it. Inside the box, enwrapped in a silk cloth, were 2 trench knives. Along the knuckle was a jagged blade that continued down into a jagged blade about 1.5 times longer than the grip. Nasty, complimented Asuma, pulling his own out and setting the next to Naruto's. His were jagged along the knuckles as well, but the blade was curved. It was also a few solid inches longer, as well as having a larger grip. Naruto looked back at his blades using observe popping up a description window. Jagged chakra 2, a chakra 2 designed for smaller hands. These trench knives sport a jagged edge better for trapping of weapons. They are extremely durable and sharp, capable of easily channeling massive amounts of chakra without degrading. Stats: 50 to 75 damage. Doer 120 120ths. Naruto picked up the blades quickly, slipping one onto each hand, experimentally pushing a little chakra into each. He was surprised by how easily they accepted the chakra. Usually when he pushed chakra into his kunai they would resist him, wasting a ton of chakra in the process. Not bad kid, said Asuma. And you already know how to add chakra to them, so that makes things a lot easier. What do you mean, makes what easier? Teaching you to put futon chakra into them, kid. Again, what do you mean? Why futon chakra? The primary attribute of futon chakra is its ability to cut, Asuma explained, pulling out a normal kunai then slicing it in half effortlessly with his chakra too. If you can learn to control and harness futon chakra, that becomes possible. Can I do that even if I don't have a futon affinity? He asked. Yeah, it's a lot harder but it's possible. Do you know your chakra affinity? Well, I've developed some Raiden and Doden but I can't buy the paper to find out for sure. Asuma chortled. Hidden, one sheet please. Sure, 10,000 ryo, he said, pulling up a slip from under the counter and setting it on top. Asuma and Hidden both looked at Naruto expectantly. Naruto sighed and put the money on the counter, grumbling the whole time. Now what? Just channel a little chakra into it, said Asuma. Naruto picked up the card and pushed a little chakra into it, causing it to slice into several little pieces of confetti-sized bits. You've obtained the skill, Natural Futon Affinity. Natural Futon Affinity, Passive LV1 Express, 0.00%. The natural ability to manipulate and control wind-style ninjutsu. Passively increases futon effects 2%. You've gained the status, Kamikaze, minus 25% cost to futon jutsu, plus 20% damage to futon jutsu. Both adults whistled appreciatively. That is a damn strong wind affinity, commented Hidden. Really? Asked Naruto. It didn't seem any different from the benefits Sakura got from her natural Raiden affinity skill. The status thing was different, but did it make that big of a difference? Yeah, really, said Asuma. We'll spend a lot of time working on it. I may even teach you my heen. Kami knows, none of my brats will ever bother. Is it good? Badass, answered Asuma. It was clearly enough of an answer for Naruto. Anything else for you morons, or can I finally kick you out? Asked Hidden. Ooh, I need training weights, said Naruto, remember from the exams. Going all out, asked Hidden. Alright, follow me. He guided Naruto to a small shelving unit, but on closer inspection it was super reinforced to withstand huge payloads. Top shelf has the lightest weights, bottom shelf the heaviest. Naruto used observe on each of the weight sets, trying to find the maximum set with the biggest return on investment. Very heavy ankle weights, weighing in at near 200 kilograms, these weights are only for the dedicated. Requires base 70 STR to equip. When equipped, wearer is able to gain X to the normal bonus STR, VIT, Dex, and SPD stats per level, also reduces usable STR, Dex, and SPD by 1/2 while equipped. These were the best return on investment even if he was just a little short on the minimum strength requirement, something easily remedied with this stockpile of unspent points. Points he'd saved for exactly such an occasion. So with a quick 7 points into each strength and dexterity, still trying to keep the two stats mostly even, he had the strength he needed to equip the leg weights. And with the two leg weights he could gain another 28 points to his strength, vitality, dexterity and speed just by training his ass off. They cost Naruto another 70,000 ryo, but it was money well spent. Okay kid, so you've got the weapons, you've got the weights, now how are you planning to train everything I've got to teach plus whatever Jiraiya's got for you? Shadow clones, duh. Asuma was caught speechless by that, but then he should have figured the kid had a ridiculous amount of chakra with the way he threw them around during the preliminary match. That might actually work. I know, right? Naruto cheered for himself. Let's get to training field 10, my home away from home. Naruto followed the man, or at least tried to. The weights were stupidly heavy. He gained 5 points of strength and vitality just on the trip to the training field. What took you so long? Asuma asked, laughter recognizable in his voice. Naruto chose to glare at the man. Okay, so you can work on that. For now, give me 2 clones. Why 2? Asked Naruto. He was curious about why the man wanted 2 clones. One to work on chakra control and the other learn a simple futon jutsu. What about the chakra too? We've got plenty of time. I want to get started on the futon jutsu first. 2 clones later and Naruto was left to his own devices, mostly just running laps or at least trying to. He would work on speed next. Meanwhile, 1 clone was kept busy running up and down a tree, ankle weight free of course. The other clone was stuck with Asuma. So first things first, we need to get you a feel for wind techniques. The man walked to the 3 posts, setting a large candle on top of each, then lighting them and lighting a cigarette. So we'll start with you blowing out the candles from 10 meters. Then we'll work on your control and aim. Okay, but I don't know any wind jutsu. Kei's no Iki no Jutsu, said Asuma, forming just 2 handseal and breathing slowly, the wind slowly picking up speed and extinguishing the candles in a single breath, and the man was standing at least 20 meters away. It's not a powerful jutsu, but it is a first step. The clone nodded in understand. What does your chakra do? My chakra is in my lungs and pushed out of my mouth. It pulls in the surrounding currents and intensifies them by a fraction. I don't suppose you have scroll for this? Asked Naruto. You learn better from scrolls? Asked Asuma. Oh yeah, well, for today, let's learn this one with the explanation I've given you. And any new technique I have for you I'll bring in scroll form. Deal. Deal. Quest alert. Learn your first futon jutsu. Train and practice to learn and control your first wind-based technique. Objective. Learn and use futon. Kei's no Iki no Jutsu. Completion award. 100,000 express. Completion failure. 10,000 express. Naruto's clone didn't get the chance to tap the accept button because the real Naruto stopped his training to hit the button himself. The clone shrugged and started to work based on Asuma's description and explanation. It took a while to get the hang of it. Apparently he'd been using way too much chakra at first. Thanks to Asuma, he was able to get that under control quickly. A special skill has been created through a special act. Through diligent practice and careful study, Futon, Kei's no Iki no Jutsu, LVL1 has been created. Futon, Kei's no Iki no Jutsu active passive LV1 express, 0.00% CP20. A weak wind manipulation technique, frequently used to improve control over wind manipulation. Passively increases futon control 1%. Passively increases futon accuracy 1%. Quest completion awarded. 100,000. Express. Quest alert. Learn your first futon jutsu. Train and practice to learn and control your first wind-based technique. Objective. Learn and use futon. Kei's no Iki no Jutsu. Completion award. 100,000 express. Completion failure. 10,000 express. The real Naruto again accepted the award only to be greeted with another quest notice. Quest alert. Improve your futon skills. Practice your wind techniques elevating their usefulness. Objectives. Earn 5 levels to any futon skill. Completion award. 100,000 express. Completion failure. 10,000 express. Naruto accepted the quest and went back to running. The clone, however, groaned in irritation. That's not bad, now let's just practice it a bit. Gain a bit of familiarity with it. It didn't take long for Naruto's clone to gain the 5 levels with the skill, completing yet another quest while the real Naruto continued grinding out his bonus stat points. Quest completion awarded. 100,000 express. Quest alert. Improve your futon skills. Practice your wind techniques elevating their usefulness. Objectives. Earn 5 levels to any futon skill. Completion award. 100,000 express. Completion failure. 10,000 express. Congratulations, your level has increased by 1. Naruto cheered a little even as yet another quest popped up. Quest alert. Test your futon skills accuracy. Exercise control and accuracy with futon. Kei's no Iki no Jutsu. Objectives. Extinguish all 3 candles at one time. Extinguish all 3 candles one at a time. Completion award. 100,000 express. Completion failure. 10,000 express. Nice work, kid. Now, let's see you control it. Let's see if you can put out the candles. Asuma lit the candles again. Naruto's clone blew a breeze of wind at the candles, taking out 2 of them, followed by Asuma lighting them again. It followed this pattern for a while. Naruto had to replace the clone a few times because it depleted its chakra. Eventually he did complete the quest. Quest completion awarded. 100,000 express. Quest alert. Test your futon skills accuracy. Exercise control and accuracy with futon. Kei's no Iki no Jutsu. Objectives. Extinguish all 3 candles at one time. Extinguish all 3 candles one at a time. Completion award. 100,000 express. Completion failure. 10,000 express. Alright, that's enough for today, said Asuma, collecting the mostly burnt down candles and sealing them in a scroll. It wasn't too bad, was it? asked Naruto, looking eagerly at Asuma. Nope, not bad at all. We have plenty more to work on. I'll join you and Jiraiya-sama tomorrow morning, so be ready to work. With that, Asuma dispelled the clone, sending all of the knowledge back to the real Naruto. The real Naruto meanwhile kept himself very busy trying to gain 29 points of strength, vitality, and speed. The only thing he wasn't training was his dexterity, simply because for that he needed trees or an obstacle course. It was going to be a long night, to be sure. So it was a tired, exhausted Naruto that dragged himself home at nearly midnight. Mission accomplished, but boy was he hurting for his efforts. He may have overdone it. The walk up the stairs to his apartment seemed like an insurmountable obstacle. Opening his front door, he was assaulted by the sound of bickering. Inside, where Karen and Sakura both were waiting for him. Finally, she's your problem now, shouted Sakura, nearly sprinting from the apartment. What did I miss? You jerk, what's the big idea? You tell me we're family and that you're willing to do the tests to prove it, then as soon as the preliminaries end you disappear. Ah, sorry about that, Karen-chan, Naruto said sweetly, trying to suck up and spare himself a beating. I guess I can forgive you, if you get me a date with that pretty boy Neji. Wah, Naruto's jaw dropped in disbelief. Karen suddenly cackled. Oh, you should see the look on your face, it's too funny. Naruto grumbled a bit at being pranked like that, but he was too tired to retaliate. So, it might be a few days before I have the free time to go get the testing done. You're welcome to hang out until then. Yeah, that's not really going to work, said Karen. My team is supposed to leave first thing in the morning, so, if we don't resolve this before then I'll be in really big trouble. Right, then to the Hokage's office we go, said Naruto, turning about face. Isn't it a bit late for that? Shit, grumbled Naruto, turning around again. Okay, so we'll have to go first thing in the morning. Great, you take the couch, I'm going to bed, ordered Karen, turning and walking into his bedroom and closing the door behind her. What the hell just happened? You have slept on your shitty couch. HP and CP are 50% restored. Naruto groaned as sleep left him behind. He was a bit slow to sit up and stretch, he could still feel the sprung springs impressed upon his back and legs. It itched something fierce as his skin decompressed. You know you live in a shithole, right? Asked Karen, exiting the bedroom wearing one of his t-shirts. Yeah, I know, said Naruto, standing from the couch and walking into his kitchenette and grabbing some eggs and ham from the refrigerator to cook for himself and Karen. So why don't you move? Jinchuriki, he answered bluntly. It was a rough way of telling her, but if he couldn't tell his family and still be accepted, then what was the point? Which one? Asked Karen. Kyuubi. Ah, I thought your chakra felt funny. Like mine but different. What do you mean? Asked Naruto, cracking the eggs into a mixing bowl. I'm a sensor, a very strong sensor, or so I've been told. I can tell stuff about people based on how their chakra feels, like your teammate Sasuke for example. His chakra feels tainted, bitter and really angry, but also really sad and lonely. Or Sakura Thames is bright and bubbly and very delicate, probably why she's such a good medic. Yours feels a lot like mine but different, probably because of the Kyuubi. That is very cool, could you teach me? I don't know, I just kind of do it. I don't know how, but I just do. Oh, Naruto frowned a bit that he couldn't learn the skill. It was a little disappointing but not the end of the world. Karen sat down at the table while Naruto continued cooking. For a bit it looked like she was debating with herself about asking something. She chewed on her bottom lip for a moment before her curiosity finally got the better of her. Hey, why do I feel some kind of strange genjutsu emanating from you? What do you mean? You seem to be emanating some kind of genjutsu, at least I think it's a genjutsu. It feels weird, like your chakra is influencing the world around you, imposing its will. That surprised Naruto a lot. Was the gamer thing was? A genjutsu capable of imposing its will upon the world around Naruto, imposing his will. I think I know what you're talking about, but we should talk to the old man first. What old man? Asked Karen, clearly not knowing to whom he was referring. The Hokage, I call him old man all the time. He's like a grandfather to me and he treats like his grandson. He doesn't seem to mind, explained Naruto, pouring the mixed eggs into the heated frying pan on the burner. I guess that makes sense, you being a Jinchuriki and all. From what I've heard they are usually very close to the cage of the time, makes them more loyal or something. He's not close to me just because I'm a Jinchuriki, at least I don't think so. Her statement bothered Naruto quite a bit more than it should have. Right up, Until she'd said that, he was absolutely certain of his relationship with the old man. Now he couldn't help but wonder if she just might be right. He shook his head once to refocus on cooking. He could worry about his relationship with the Hokage later. I hope eggs and ham are okay with you, said Naruto, plating the food then carrying the 2 plates to the table, setting one in front of Karen. Yeah, thanks for cooking. It's not a problem, I was cooking for myself anyway. The food was good if a bit heavy, but Naruto knew he'd need the protein to recover after working so hard the day before. Yo, brat, where's mine? Asked a voice from the window. Naruto and Karen both turned quickly to see Jiraiya sitting on the window ledge, the fire escape just behind him. I didn't know what time you were coming, so I didn't make any for you, he answered both honestly and sourly. So make me some while the girl gets dressed, ordered the Sannin. Who are you to order me around? Demanded Karen. His trainer for the next month, said Jiraiya, looking at her but pointing directly at Naruto. Karen huffed once but left anyway. I've got to say, kid, I never thought you had it in you. You're what, 13 and already betting the ladies? Jiraiya couldn't help but giggle perversely at the end of his statement. Betting? What the hell, Ero Sennin? She's my cousin, you asshole. Oh, forbidden love then, he giggled even more, a notebook now in hand scribbling notes. What are you doing? Asked Naruto, appalled by the old man's behavior. Taking notes for my next book. Ika Ika Forbidden. What do you think? Good title, You write those books. Wait, you're Jiraiya-sama? Asked Karen, returning fully clothed. Can you sign my book? She suddenly had a little orange book in hand. Oh, a fan, said Jiraiya, happily taking her book and autographing it. Always happy to service my fans. Hey, no, she's off limits, Ero Sennin, go service some slut. You leave my family alone. Ah, aren't you just the sweetest overprotective cousin in the world? But you can butt out, he won't be servicing me anytime soon. I already told you I like pretty boys, not dirty old men. That doesn't mean I can't be a fan of his amazing literature. Karen managed to embarrass Naruto and insult Jiraiya in one fell swoop. She's reminds me of Kushina, laughed Jiraiya, not bothered at all by the insult. You knew my mom? Asked Naruto, catching Jiraiya completely off guard. Of course, you think that Konoha's resident seal master wouldn't know the previous Jinchuriki. He covered, it wasn't very smooth but it was effective enough. Naruto looked at him a bit suspiciously, but he knew it would have to wait. There was a lot to do today. So, before we start, Ero Sennin, we need to go to the old man's office and get things sorted out for Karen. What's to sort out? She was taken as a kid by Kusa and is one of their shinobi. I want to prove she's Uzumaki. So I can defect, said Karen. Defect? What's that? Asked Naruto. Quit Kusa and join Konoha. If she is Uzumaki, that won't be an issue. If we'd known she was in Kusa before, we'd have gone to war over it. They have no fucking business touching an Uzumaki, let alone pressing one into their shinobi corps, fumed Jiraiya. Gone was the jovial older pervert and in his place stood a very angry and dangerous shinobi. Come on, we're going to the hospital first then to see the old man. If she's Uzumaki like you say, then Kusa will have fucking hell to pay, and you can be damn sure I'll be collecting more than just a pound of flesh from those fuckers. Naruto and Karen were both sweating nervously. The killing intent Jiraiya was emitting was beyond intense, beyond terrifying. Move, now, ordered Jiraiya, leaping out the window. Naruto and Karen were very quickly on his heels for fear of making him even the slightest bit angry. With Jiraiya in the lead, the trip to the hospital was fast and the time at the hospital was faster than anything Naruto had ever experienced. They walked in, Jiraiya accosted an Irionin and dragged them all to a lab room where Jiraiya ordered him to run the blood tests in a hurry. Less than 20 minutes later they were standing in front of the Hokage's desk while Jiraiya raged and the old man listened silently, the pulsing vein in the old man's neck the only sign that he was just as furious as Jiraiya. I see, said the old man. He opened a drawer and pulled out a forehead protector which he tossed to Karen. You're now a Konoha shinobi, Naruto will help you with your registration later. I suggest you stick close to him for the next few days. He then looked toward a corner of the room before stating, Horse, I want every single Kusagaker shinobi expelled from the village immediately. If they resist, deadly force is authorized. Naruto and Karen could stare wide-eyed. It was so extreme. I want to assure you, Karen, if we had known that Kusa abducted you, we'd have rained down hell on them to ensure you were brought home. Home, Konoha was always the closest of allies with the Uzumaki clan. It is our greatest shame that we failed to assist them when Uzushiogakure was destroyed. So yes, this is now your home as it always should have been. Karen nodded, a few tears in her eyes threatening to spill over. Now then, we'll sort out your living arrangements in a few days once we know you're safe and secure here. For now you stay with Naruto. Even then, it might take a month or two before you can leave the village on missions though. We have to make certain that Kusa knows you're off limits. I'll handle it personally after the exams, offered Jiraiya. No, I'll have a team of Anbu handle it. You are going to spend some time with Naruto-kun. You're his godfather and you're going to start acting like it. Naruto gasped. Godfather? What are you talking about? Shit, cursed Jiraiya. Look, kid, I was going to talk to you about it eventually. You're my godfather. But, where have you been? Keeping you safe, he answered. It was lame but no less true. What do you mean? Demanded Naruto, starting to feel anger bubbling up inside him. Do you know what you are in the world of shinobi? A Jinchuriki, so what? To the rest of the shinobi world it means you're a weapon. And given who your parents were it means you're an extremely dangerous weapon that no country wants aimed in their general direction. Naruto frowned. He understood what Jiraiya said but that still didn't explain why he wasn't around. I was busy making sure that those countries that feared what you might become either didn't find out you existed or find out who you were. Now, the village didn't help us much in that regards but at the very least I was able to keep most of the details about you obscured. So while villages know you exist, they don't know jack else. Jiraiya explained, not trying to placate Naruto but laying it out in cold hard facts. In addition to keeping you safe, I also spend a great deal of my time stopping larger threats to the village as a whole. But you couldn't visit or nothing. Naruto wasn't as angry as he thought he would be. Jiraiya was doing important work, a big part of which was keeping him safe from a distance. No, I couldn't. If anyone ever saw us together it would put you in a shit ton of danger that even I wouldn't have been able to prevent. So what's changed? Jiraiya hesitated to answer this question but he knew if he wanted any kind of chance he had to be honest. There is an organization of S-class Nukenin called Akatsuki. I don't know much about them yet but one thing I've heard is that they want the Biju. What do they want with Jinchuriki? You're not listening, they don't care about the Jinchuriki. They want the Biju. So what happens to the Jinchuriki? They die, answered Jiraiya. I've put so much time and effort into keeping you alive, I'll be damned if I let those Akatsuki fuckers kill you now. Naruto's frown deepened. He understood Jiraiya's reasoning even if he didn't really like it. Jiraiya-sama, who were Naruto's parents? Asked Karen, timidly. She'd been listening to the conversation and understood that Jiraiya did what was best for Naruto at the time. Even if Naruto lived a hard life because of it, he was still alive which was much more important. Jiraiya groaned, then looked at Naruto. Clearly the boy was curious about the same. Alright kid, but let me be clear, this is very dangerous information. Don't go shouting it all over the elemental nations. Naruto nodded. Your father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage and your mother as you know was Uzumaki Kushina. My father, he did this, why? If you were him, what would you do? Asked the Sandaime. Naruto looked down sadly. He understood, how could his father ask another family to give what he was unwilling to give himself? So, Naruto, can you forgive me for not being there? I'm truly sorry to have missed so much of your life and I know things haven't always been easy for you. Hell, I'm sure a lot of it was downright hellish. But I'm here now, and don't think it's just because I have no other choice. I've always wanted to be here but keeping you safe was more important than what I wanted. I don't know, said Naruto honestly. This is a lot to take in at once. I know, and if we had more time you could take your time to think about it but we don't have the luxury right now. If you can't forgive me then that's just something I'll have to live with but don't think for a second you're going to get out of training with me. I'm going to make you strong even if it kills me and you hate me for the rest of my days. Okay, let's just train, I'll think about the Godfather thing later. Sounds good, brat, now let's get a move on. Now hold on a minute, said Sarutobi. Before that, there are something you need to be made aware of, possibly Karen too if Naruto is okay with her knowing. Really, old man, again, Naruto-kun, if he's going to be training you, he has to know so he can train you properly, explained Sarutobi. I know this is your secret but when it comes to your safety, I will do whatever it takes. Because I'm the Jinchuriki? Asked Naruto, Karen's words from that morning echoing through his mind in that moment. No, because you're like a grandson to me, just as your father and mother were like my own children. I don't care that you're a Jinchuriki, I never have, and if you don't know that by now. Sorry, I know that. I don't know. It's fine, it's even a legitimate concern, but I swear to you. I care about Naruto first and Jinchuriki second. Now, can we move on? Yeah, Karen can stay. I just need something from you. Oh, and what can I do for you? The old man smiled in his normal kind and caring way. I need the intermediate scrolls for Kajkin and Uzukin, and if you can manage it, a beginner scroll of the Uzukin for Karen. Sarutobi laughed. Rooster, would you go collect copies of the scrolls young Naruto requested? Hi, came the response from an unseen Anbu. So, would you like to explain or shall I? Asked Sarutobi. I can, said Naruto, still feeling slightly reluctant to explain. It took a while to explain everything. He'd learned so far about the game to his cousin and Jiraiya. When it was done, Jiraiya was still skeptical, but Karen bought in fully. That's what I felt in your chakra then? Asked Karen. Yeah, I think so. What did you feel, Karen? Asked Sarutobi, very interested in her sensing ability. So, Naruto's chakra seems to be projecting something that feels like a genjutsu but not, it's like it's imposing its will on reality, altering it to fit his needs. That seemed to really catch Jiraiya's interest, but he didn't comment on it. Naruto, can you invite me to a team? Asked Sarutobi. You weren't able to do that the last time we talked. I can try, said Naruto, wordlessly forming a team, then inviting all three of them, only to get an error message for both Jiraiya and Sarutobi. Unable invite. Jiraiya, to a team. Cannot form a team with a member 20 or more levels different from your own. Unable invite. Sarutobi Hiruzen, to a team. Cannot form a team with a member 20 or more levels different from your own. It's giving me an error message for you and Ero Senin. Your levels are way too high, but Karen was invited no problem. This is fucking awesome, cheered Karen, her hands flying through screens and pressing buttons no one else could see. The arrival of Rooster with the requested scrolls gave Naruto the opportunity he needed to show Jiraiya more. Karen, catch, he said, tossing her the beginner scroll. Can I really just learn this? Asked Karen, blinking owlishly several times. That's why I asked them to get it. It says I need the maximum level of Advanced Academy Taijutsu to learn it. Crap, cursed Naruto, followed by a sigh. If you look in your skill, what taijutsu do you have now? Intermediate, but it says I have the maximum level in it. Well, that's something at least. So we need to get you a scroll for Advanced Academy Taijutsu. Then you need to train your taijutsu up and you'll be able to learn it. Rooster, called Sarutobi. If you wouldn't mind. Hi, replied a bodiless voice. Meanwhile, Naruto picked up his 2 scrolls and was greeted immediately by blue windows. You've obtained the skill book Intermediate Uzukin Taijutsu. Would you like to learn the skill? Naruto tapped the decline button. You've obtained the skill book Intermediate Kajkin Taijutsu. Would you like to learn the skill? Naruto tapped the decline button again. You've obtained the skill book Intermediate Uzukin Taijutsu and Intermediate Kajkin Taijutsu. Would you like to learn the skill? This time Naruto tapped the accept button, causing the 2 scrolls to go up in flames and a lot of taijutsu knowledge to flow into his head rapidly. You've upgraded your skill, Beginner Kage no Uzukin Taijutsu, 2, Intermediate Kage no Uzukin Taijutsu. Intermediate Kage no Uzukin Taijutsu, passive LV50 EXP 0.00%. Uzukin is the traditional taijutsu style of the Uzumaki clan. It relies on hit-and-run tactics, attacking from multiple directions and angles, causing confusion and disorientation to opponents. Often used with weapons to great effect. Kajkin relies heavily on the use of Kage Bunshin. Designed to use coordinated strikes between the user and his clones to close on his opponent to inflict damage and evade damage at the same time. Highly effective but very difficult to learn given the chakra burdens of Kage Bunshin. The combination of the 2 styles has created something new and very dangerous for anyone stupid enough to face a master of such a style. Requires Advanced Kajkin Taijutsu and Advanced Uzukin Taijutsu to upgrade. Passively increases STR 10%. Passively increases VIT 25%. Passively increases DEX 25%. Okay, I'm little more convinced, but how do we prove you've learned it? Asked Jiraiya. That's not the easiest thing to show, I guess, but if you've got a jutsu scroll for me, I could learn that and show you. Jiraiya pulled out a scroll and opened it, then started scanning down it before pausing. He put his hand to the scroll and channeled some chakra into it, producing another scroll. Naruto's observe told him what the scroll was as well as the new scroll that Jiraiya unsealed. It was an earth technique called Doden, Kabe no Jutsu. He watched as Jiraiya pulled out another scroll, this one a blank and 2 seal tags, Fukusei Fuda, placing 1 seal on each scroll. Jiraiya then pushed a little chakra into the tag on the Doden, Kabe no Jutsu, scroll. The tag flared yellow then disintegrated, then the other tag flared yellow and disintegrated. Naruto was shocked to see there were now 2 scrolls of Doden, Kabe no Jutsu, sitting on the desk, the formerly blank scroll no longer blank. Jiraiya resealed the original scroll and tossed the other to Naruto. Naruto caught the scroll but ignored the blue message window that popped up. He was still in awe of what he'd just seen. That was awesome, can you teach me that seal? Sure, it's usually used in spy work but I can see where it would be beneficial for you, that is assuming you're not bullshitting me. I'm not and I'll prove it right now, said Naruto. Now looking at the message window. You've obtained the skill scroll, Doden, Kabe no Jutsu. Would you like to learn the skill? Naruto hit the accept button causing the scroll to go up in flames and Naruto to learn a new skill. Doden, Kabe no Jutsu active LV 10.00% CP, 100 per wall. AC rank ninjutsu. You can now create a basic wall of earth and stone with 500 HP from ground beneath your feet to protect you from an incoming attack or just hide you from view. Max number of walls you can create, 1. That is kind of badass, said Naruto. Show me, ordered Jiraiya. Not in my office, go out to a training field, cut in Sarutobi. Naruto and Jiraiya both chuckled sheepishly. What about me? Asked Karen. You're staying with us until everything with Kusa gets sorted, said Jiraiya. The man seemed to be very protective of Karen already, even though he'd only met her an hour ago. Oh, and should we tell Asuma-sensei? Naruto asked. It would make things easier. Is my bratty son helping you train too? Yeah, then yeah, you should probably tell him if for no other reason than to speed up your training. Okay, I think we've bugged the old man enough for one day, let's go already, ordered Jiraiya, ushering them out of the office. Oh, and send Rooster to find us when he comes back with that scroll. Status. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Class. The Gamer. Title. Genin plus 10 increase to experience gain. Level. LV 29 next level. 16.21%. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 6250 6250ths. CP. 4631 4631sts. STR. 101 35.10 equals 136.10. VIT. 88 247.00 equals 335.00. Dex. 72 56.96 equals 128.96. Int. 65 108.13 equals 173.13. WIS. 61 47.28 equals 108.28. Luck. Def. 239 59.75 equals 298.75. SPD. 72 111.64 equals 183.64. Status. Uzumaki clan heir plus 100 bit, plus 100 int, plus 150% experience to Fuinjutsu skill Kyuubi Jinchuriki, plus 100 HP and plus 100 CP per level inspirational leader, plus 25% to experience gain to any team you are part of Kamikaze, minus 25% cost to Futon Jutsu, plus 20% damage to Futon Jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of this year's graduating class, rating so low because of his inability to create a basic bunshin. Naruto proved his worth after the test when he stopped a traitor and learned 2A ranked Kenjutsu. His family is now revealed and the legacy of his origin is something to be overwhelmingly proud of, son of Yondaime Hokage and Nadaime Kyuubi Jinchuriki. But that still leaves the question, how did the Kyuubi escape? Point. 11. Ryo. 454,650. Combat skills. Observe passive active LV 44 Express. 17.14% CP, 5. Through continuous observation, a skill to observe objects, situations, and persons was generated that allows for quick information gathering. The higher the skill, the greater the data obtained. Tree climbing passive LV 56 17.14% CP, 5 per 5 seconds. By using your chakra to stick to surfaces, you can now move more freely and better use your chakra. Passively increases WIS 38%. Passively reduces excess CP lost from using too much chakra 28%. Natural Futon Affinity Passive LV9 Express 98.14%. The natural ability to manipulate and control wind style ninjutsu. Passively increases Futon effects 18%. Futon Kei's no Iki no Jutsu Active Passive LV11 Express 45.12% CP20. A weak wind manipulation technique, frequently used to improve control over wind manipulation. Passively increases Futon control 11%. Passively increases Futon accuracy 10%. Underworld Skills Bookmaking Active LV7 Express 74.11% Ryo. Taking bets on life and death and making money from it. This underworld skill can earn you a lot of Ryo but may also cost you everything. You are now able to set odds, calculate payouts, and take commission. Passively increase luck by 7%.